I think this is the first time you're ever seeing this on the Retro Pals stream.
Danny, you know what that is?
What?
That's BS.
That is BS. What a segue. Live from Austin, Texas, where the game's the same, even under a different name, unless it isn't. It's Retro Pals with Danny and Alex. Hello, Alex.
Is this what they talk about when they talk about same game? I thought it was Samegame.
Yeah, it's the game where it's basically Sega Swirl. You just click on
Sega
things
Swirl.
and then they disappear, and that's it. That's gaming.
That's gaming.
What is gaming if not clicking on things and then they disappear? Don't click on us. Ah!
Ah,
Oh no, everyone clicked on us at the same time, and now we we disappeared 50 different times. Hi folks,
Hi.
It's Retro Pals. We're back after an extended break. One of the things we love doing, taking extended breaks long enough to forget entirely how to stream or what we're doing, what we're in the middle of. Luckily, I've planned a nice, simple stream to get back to. Something with not many working parts, certainly not with 90-plus games we have to cover. Thank you, Past Danny, for keeping things simple for us to return to. You're an asshole.
yeah, there's a lot of it's gonna be an interesting one.
Past Danny, you're such an asshole. I hate you for this. Hi, we're here.
Hi.
Folks, we're Retro Pals. If you're new to the show, we play games nobody has ever heard of in their entire lives, or we play games you've heard of, but maybe in a slightly different context than you're used to. Tonight's stream, as well as Friday's stream, because I'm already telling you this is a big two-parter, it's going to be focusing on games you may have heard of, may have played, but across generations. These are games that are both 8-bit and 16-bit, and we're going to sort them all out and discover the differences, and then, I don't know what we're going to do with that information. We'll have to decide if that information is valuable once we get there. Yeah, thanks for coming, everybody. I'm glad you didn't
welcome.
forget about us.
Yeah, thank you for remembering us.
We've been going through it. We've had various trials and travails, but we are back, and we're happy to see you. And I'm going to play some freaking video games after about half an hour of thanking people. Alex, get to it.
So before the stream, Sailor Soapbox was kind enough to resub for 48 months. That's 4 years, Danny.
Uh-huh.
Eldraine's Wolverine video game is terrible, but that's no cause for alarm.
Oh,
Good.
short
one.
and sweet. Thank you for the 4 years.
Thank you, Two Flower, for the 1 year resub. Oh no, it's Retro Pals and they're doing a thing. We
Oh
are.
no, a year of sub. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Devil Ray, for the 105-month resub. The Devil Ray and Lord BBH Buttons Memorial sub. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for remembering our pal buttons.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had to cross the Rainbow Bridge over the last couple of weeks. You may remember him from yowling and screaming and jumping on the keyboard, and he's still doing that in spirit.
He's bugging us from up there.
he'll be watching us for sure. Thank you, Devil Ray.
Thank you, Smebble, for the 105-month resub. Moonchild who? Do you mean Widget the World Watcher?
Yeah, that's what everyone means. Everyone's always talking about Widget. Can't get enough to Widget.
I'm closer to the mic now. Let me know if I'm more audible.
Thank you for the big 105.
Yeah, thank you so much, Smebble. I really appreciate that. Tepid Snake with the 100-month resub 100.
100?
100.
I can't count that high. Thank you, though. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
One of these days I'll figure out how to count to 100.
Thank you, Shaxpert. 107-month resub. 107 years of being haunted by Disneyland walk-around Sora. He's great.
Alex showed that off on his stream this week. Their Sora model, who apparently exists, they apparently have a costumed Sora for Disneyland, and he's all teeth. He's here to eat your children.
Cool. Thank you, Refurb. 70-month resub. Hey, you're back. We are. Thank you.
Hey, we're back. Oh my God, I guess we got to put on a show. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaboom, for the 18-month resub. 18. Now my sub is legal. Yeah. Enjoy cigarettes.
Enjoy alcohol.
yet.
enjoy a drunk stream.
Thank you, Lolo de Puzzlo. 17-month resub. Welcome back. My favorite retro pals. Well, thank you
thank
so
you,
much.
Lolo, and thank you for the sub.
Thank you, Nelson JD, 61-month resub. I've almost been subscribed for the average length of a console generation. Is this anything? It's everything. Thank you.
We're already...
Stranger P, thank you for the $13.37.
Holy shit.
Dono. That
Oh my goodness.
Really appreciated.
Thank you. Big love to the pals, the biggest
you.
available. Thank you
Oh,
so very much. That
tip alert was a little
that tip alert was a little bit jank, but what is Retro Pals if not a little bit jank? Thank you so much for the dono. I appreciate it.
I turned down the tip. That's a new alert because we had to switch tipping things.
Yeah, if you've donated in the past, we've switched from Stream Labs to Stream Elements or vice versa. No one knows the difference.
We're at Stream Elements now because Stream Labs was like, we don't like your PayPal account. And I'm like...
Well, I don't like you either, is what I said.
And thank you very much for the dono. Thank you, Nelson JD, for the... Oh, yeah, I did that one. Thank you, Daddy Mulk, for the 32-month resub. Happy Mr. Do on Arcade Archives Week.
This is a big week. Mr. Do has officially been let out of arcade prison, or he's been serving a 4-decade sentence. He's now out on Arcade Archives this week, so look the fuck out. Thank you for the sub.
Sly Dante for the 4-month resub. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for the 4 months.
Thank you, Ladiner Productions. 25 bits. Retro Pals, party time. Excellent.
Thank you. That was either a reference to Wayne's World or Mr. Caffeine. I'm going to pretend it's both.
It's Mr. Caffeine. Thank you, Chubo. 50-month resub. Toxic Old Man Yowie. I've seen your post, Chubo.
What
you're doing with Tomodachi is incredible.
Chubo has mastered the art of Tomodachi life, in case you're not watching his stream. Big recommend on Bongo Island, a.k.a. Toxic Old Man Yowie Island. Thank you, Chubo.
Thank you, Kirby Terrori, for the 70-month resub. Welcome back, Danny and Alex. Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to be back. Thank you for the sub.
Thank you, Smooth W1, for the 3-year resub. Woo!
Woo! The 3-year woo!
The 3-year woo.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Seraphis Kane, for the 69-month resub.
Oh,
Very nice.
Nice.
The streets are talking about Mr. Do. Also, funny numbers.
So many people brought up Mr. Do during the intro. We're not even the big Mr. Do streamer. It's Sebmal's fault. He did this. But yeah, I guess we're just clown adjacent. Thanks for thinking of us when you think of famous clowns.
Thank you, Orange Right, for the 100 bits. Do appreciate it.
Thanks for the bits.
And thank you so very much for subscribing. Bungle Blast, welcome.
Tier 1 sub from Bungle Blast.
Bungle?
Who up Bungle Blast? And thank you for the sub.
Thank you, Clip. With the 18-month resub, my sub is officially old enough to drink a bleak soup, probably.
Nobody needs to drink a bleak soup.
You should have some of the soups I have. They're delicious.
Thank you for the 18,
Thank you. And Shaxpert, 500 bits. Welcome back, pals.
Wow. Thank you for the 500. Hello, Shax. It's good to see you.
Thank you, Muware. 81-month resub, I should say.
81 months. That's a lot of months.
7,281 months.
Holy crap. I don't know how you did it, but thank you for so many months.
Thank you. Thank you, Johnny Ridden, for the 100 bits. And yeah, Mr. Do is getting an ACM.
Did you hear the good news about Mr. Do? Even his evil forbidden prototype version is getting out there. It's wild. Incredible things are happening in the world of Mr. Do.
It's a do world. We're just living in it. Thank you, Jamie VX, for the 61-month resub. Very much appreciated.
Cookies up to you as well. Thank you for the 61.
And thank you, Sly Dante, for the gay unicorn bits. Thank you, thank you.
love a good gay unicorn bit.
Me too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ginormous J, for the 1-year resub. Lots of love to y'all. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you for the whole year.
Damn, a whole year. Thank you, Halibut Barn, for the 72-month resub. Thank you.
That's some years.
That's many years.
I refuse to do the math after a certain point. Thank you for the 72, though.
Thank you, Sporku, for the 16-month resub. Good God jams there.
Yeah, gauze jamming. Thank you, Sporku.
Thank you, Melodic Reverb, for the 50-month resub. Oh no, intergenerational gaming. That's true.
That's illegal in some states, I think.
Andy.
Thank you so much for the sub, though.
Suikapan, thank you so much for the 13-month resub. Welcome back. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Suika. I appreciate it.
And Al Pennington with the 35-month resub. Welcome back. We're back.
Welcome, Bark. That's almost 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Flemish Dog, 50 bits. All I know is you should try finding the watering cans today.
Yep, we're going to get into some Alfred chicken soon enough. Thank you for the bits.
Thank you, Proxy Glitch Cat, for the 87-month resub. Back at it again, we are.
Oh, shit. Here we go again. Thank you, Proxy, for the 87.
Yeah, so many. Thank you, St. Aspartame, as well, for the 62-month resub. Oh no, you awaken a new potential collection subset. God, I hope not.
Yep, I'm going to collect every single NES and Super Nintendo game on tonight's stream. So, Alex, set aside a good 50,000? No, that's probably, we probably need more than that.
Yo, Chad got the cow and the cat. Nice.
Oh yeah, there's a famous new cow emote now that's making making big waves here in Twitch chat. Enjoy your cow or cat.
Thank you, Pumpkin Girl, for the 26-month resub. That's over 2 years. Thank you.
Pumpkin Girl, thank you for the 26.
And thank you to the anonymous gifter, gifting out an anonymous sub to the community. Very much appreciated.
Thank you, Anonymous, for doing so anonymously. I anonymously thank you. This thank you did not come from Danny. It's from Anonymous.
Thank you, Ladina, for the 25 bits. Yeah, we're up to the third pal. It's gonna be quieter without him, but we love him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good boy.
Thank you for the bits.
Thank you. And thank you, Neo Zero, 38-month resub. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
That's months. That's months, I think.
That's over 3 years, yeah.
I'm refusing to do even more math. Like 3 years? No, I'm not gonna make the conversion. Thank you for that many months though.
And Revenant, 75-month resub. Thank you.
75. So many numbers.
No, we're almost done. We got Ozzy Zaka with the 100-bit dono. Thank you.
Ozzy, thank you for the bits, and thank you, Yodel, for your 100 bits.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to you as well. Thank you for not forgetting about us. That goes to everybody.
Thank you, Cartman, as well, for the 100 bits. Mr. Do has escaped from the Phantom Zone. Put him back!
Did you hear about Mr. Do? Holy shit. Maybe we should just give up and play Mr. Do tonight.
Last one, Nanny.
Okay.
Brian Shoop, 19-month resub. Justice for Snowman Do. We must do the do.
The original snowman. Ooh, gross. The original snowman, Mr. Do, is escaped. He is real. He is in our dimension, and our lives are forever changed. Thank you for the 19 months. That is a combined 20,000 months, I think, of sub from everybody. Thank you.
1 billion months.
And those of you who kept being subbed and kept supporting us even through our extended break, I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Again, thank you for not forgetting about us. Thanks for not letting us be a name on the wind. Thank you for just being cool. I don't know. I'm already at a loss for words. I don't know how to stream anymore. Eldiner, thank you for the 25.
Thank you.
Mr. Don't. Oh, shit. Thank you all. Thank you, everybody. All right. So, as we do here on Retro Pals, we do really convoluted and complex Wednesday showcase streams with themes determined by our patrons. This week, we decided to do something Nintendo because a couple weeks back, we put Nintendo up against Sega, and as people are wont to do, they voted Sega. So we decided to make this an all-Nintendo poll. This time around, we asked, which would you like to see? NES games that were developed in Japan but exclusively released overseas, or NES games with Super Nintendo equivalents? And this is how the people voted. Check that out. So doing the preliminary research for this, I was like, okay, there's a good 30 to 40 games that were developed in Japan but only released overseas, and it looks like about as many for NES to Super Nintendo. Good poll theming, Danny. Nice work. You can take a break, take a load off. Nice job. Doing the extra research, actually digging in, the number of games we're going to cover for this week's theme is like 95.
Yeah, it's a lot.
We're able to comfortably cover about 40 to 50 games per stream before our brains truly start to melt. So at some point, we're going to cut this off, continue things on Friday. But damn it, I think this is an interesting enough theme to fully cover the warranted. It warrants the extra coverage, I think. My job here is to make you give a shit about this showcase, and hopefully I do. If you don't give a shit, sorry, thanks for the money.
Thank you, Johnny Ridden, 11-month resub. Yeah, I'm looking forward to what your pick is in the Gauntlet. And just a reminder, we got the Gauntlet next week.
Yep. You can head to patreon.com/retropals right now to get in your pick for the Patron Request Gauntlet starting up next week. Oh, boy. That's going to be a whole thing. Thank you, everybody, for submitting your picks so far and looking forward to seeing what you got.
And Bite Kiosk, thank you for the 70-month resub.
Bite Kiosk, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, and Jester's up to you as well. Okay, Alex, give me some talking music. I got some talking to do.
All right, hold on.
The NES, the Super Nintendo. Both of these consoles existed side by side during a brief moment in worldwide history. As a result, a lot of games had equivalents on both consoles. Tonight, we're going to be looking for NES games with SNES ports, adaptations, remakes, or equivalents. We're going to be focusing on games specifically which might cause some confusion as to whether they may be different across both platforms. We're not going to cover sequels, games with subtitles, or otherwise indications that are like, okay, these are obviously different games. You can just tell at a glance. These are games where there might be some confusion as to whether it's a direct port or a new game, or maybe some kind of compromise equivalent, some sort of thing like that. Also, in order to keep our scope somewhat limited, we're going to not cover sports games, Koei games, or equivalents for other platforms. Like, in some cases, there may not be a Super Nintendo equivalent of the NES game we're covering, but it might have come out on Genesis or Game Boy. We're going to mention those, but we're not going to actually show off the Genesis or GB ports. We're just going to cover NES to Super Nintendo side by side, and you know what that means. Don't get scared, everybody. Don't freak out over this.
Okay.
I'm going to have to go away here for a little bit, but it's okay. I'll be back. Alex, take me away and bring me back here. Welcome to the Retro Pals side-by-side special. That's what it's called in the OBS stream layout. We're going extra complicated this one. We are going to cover these games side by side so you can tell whether these games are the same or different or whatever.
Give me a second.
Okay.
I have to go to another.
Oh no, I disappeared again. This layout is causing all kinds of trouble with my ping tuber.
Okay,
The
hold
ping
on.
tuber does not want to be present across multiple sources.
Okay, I think we're good. There you are!
Hey, there we
Oh,
are.
thank God.
Okay, we're actually going to do this. Flemish Dog, thank you
Thank
for the
you.
bits. We're going to dare to compare. I'm daring, all right. Dare to be a gamer. Actually, don't do that.
Don't dare.
And what's this other sub I see beneath that?
Oh yeah, thank you, Faux Knuckle, for the 25-month resub. Did you know every 60 days you can change handle? Thank you, Faux Knuckle.
Nice. Thank you for the sub, and thank you for the
you.
name change. All right, let's do this. Oh God, why did I do this? I didn't.
Because you love things that are complicated.
I love making things more complicated for myself. Let's fucking go. What is streaming if not a series of complications and problems that you make for yourself? That's what I do. That's what I like to do. Oh, also, all of this stream's research and stuff actually happened a couple of weeks ago before the proverbial shit hit the fan in our lives. So if I get anything wrong or if it's incomplete, be nice to me and don't correct me.
Don't correct Danny.
Consider updating the Wikipedia article or whatever other source contradicts me instead. Thank you. All right, Alex, give me a source where I can look at my Mr. window and where we can look at this other thing here. Boy, this is a lot of moving parts. Everything's just going to fucking explode on us tonight. It's going to be awesome.
It's going to be great.
Okay, so we mentioned we're going to cover NES games with Super Nintendo equivalents, ports, remakes, reimaginings, and I think tonight's first game, alphabetically, actually covers things in a pretty concise way as to why we're doing this. Alex,
Yeah.
let's start up our first game, The Addams Family.
Whoop. The Addams Family.
It's actually the second in the list there.
Okay.
There you go. Addams Family. Look at that. If you look at this on Super Nintendo and NES, these both had the same box art. If you looked at just the box at the store, you were like, okay, we're going to get the same game regardless. Oh, also, we're going to have sound on the NES games, but not the Super Nintendo ones, so don't freak out. Don't be scared.
Okay. I won't be scared.
All right, let's start up this game. Ooh, turn it down more. And on the people. It's quite loud. It's a stormy night at the Addams Family Mansion. Turn it down even more. Even more. Yeah. Keep it going. All right, here we go. Okay, well, to start, why don't you go in the mansion and just explore around, see what you can find in there. Now, superficially, this looks like the same game right off the bat, right? You're the Addams Family, there's the mansion, you play as Gomez, it's loosely based on the movie. Big difference
Addams
right off the
Family.
start. You're locked out of your house. Damn Fester is under the influence of some woman, according to the movie, and has locked Gomez out of the house. Meanwhile, in the Super Nintendo one, you can actually go inside, start looking at things, and go on your non-linear exploration-based adventure, which is also this game. However, you play these games for more than a few seconds, you realize, wait a minute, these are completely different games. The Super Nintendo one is more of an open-ended action platformer, Well, not an action, you just kind of like hop and bop on things. Whereas the NES game is a ZX Spectrum-styled collectathon. Holy shit, you collect so much stuff in this game. You need all the money around the house. If you miss anything, you cannot finish the game. It's tough. The Super Nintendo one gives you infinite continues, the NES one has limited continues, and it's very, very strict in what you can and can't do. And also it has cool stuff like this. Pick the wrong door, oops, you're dead. Fuck you, little gamer. You should have bought a better game.
I mean, yeah.
So the NES Addams Family, kind of crap, whereas the Super Nintendo one, though aesthetically similar, is actually completely different, and I would say much better than that. Okay, Alex, let's show people the true thing, the true let's solve the mystery here. Reload the same game.
Like load content and then just...
Yeah, and then just load Addams Family.
Okay.
Meanwhile, let's check out the NES version of a game called the Addams Family Pugsley Scavenger Hunt. Completely different title, different box art, and in fact there was a Super Nintendo game called Pugsley Scavenger Hunt we're going to get to in just a second. Alright Alex, start up your game, and instead of going in the mansion, why don't you head to the right?
Okay. Hey!
Hey Ocean, what are you trying to pull here? So they still had the Addams Family license, only it extended to the then new Hanna-Barbera Addams Family cartoon. And if Alex is able to head to the right and go underground, you'll find out that this is actually the same game as the Super Nintendo Addams Family. It just got hugely downported, hugely compromised.
It sure is!
And is just that game, only with Pugsley instead of Gomez. This port is a fucking train wreck, let me tell you. They had to take so much out. There's no backgrounds. And you hear that? There's no music. There's no background music in the NES game. How many other Nintendo games can you think of that didn't have music other than, like, Golf, the original 1983 Golf for Famicom? They, for whatever reason, did an extremely quick and dirty port of Addams Family for NES, putting in Pugsley, and, hey, you can buy this too, in addition to an NES-exclusive Addams Family. To add even more confusion, there's a Game Boy game called The Addams Family, which is not a port of either of these games. It's its own unique game. It's also a unique one for ZX Spectrum. It's a real rabbit hole to go down. Cartman, thank you for the bits.
Thank you.
Yeah, I hear the ZX Spectrum one is actually okay. I should play that someday.
Thank you, Professor Gascan, for the 50 bits as well. Yeah, very ooky.
Extremely ooky. Mysterious, if you will. Alex is hiding over there, showing his shame. Now, Alex, if you will, load up your version of Pugsley Scavenger Hunt.
Okay, let's see what the heck this is.
So you might think, okay, we got a Pugsley Scavenger Hunt on NES. What's the Super Nintendo one gonna be? Because this is just a port of the Addams Family for Super Nintendo. And it turns out, oh my god, Pugsley Scavenger Hunt for Super Nintendo is essentially the Addams Family 2, a sequel to the Super Nintendo Addams Family game. If I had to explain the difference between the two, imagine if the designers of the Addams Family were all going through a divorce during the making of this game, because it is so cruel, so stupidly designed, so Kaizo-esque, I can't imagine anyone enjoying this game. I actually tried to beat this game for the Retro Achievements recently, and it broke me. I literally could not do it. I was up at 1 a.m. being like, do I really want to play through the final level of this fuck-ass Pugsley game? And it turns out, no. If you want a really challenging version of the Addams Family that takes out all the fun and replaces it with just pure bile and hatred, this is the one to play. There's Pugsley in the bathroom where he belongs. Welcome to the bathroom. So there you go. There's the difference. NES Pugsley Scavenger Hunt is a port of Super Nintendo The Addams Family, whereas Super Nintendo Addams Family Pugsley Scavenger Hunt is its own unique sequel to that first game, and NES Addams Family is its own unique game, despite having the same name. Does that clear things up? Are you even more confused now?
Very, but, you know.
So that shows off just the basic differences between some of tonight's games. A lot of them will be more straightforward, and some of them are just a nightmare of completely convoluted licensing and strange release decisions. So let's move on to our next game. Something a bit more palatable, something a bit more likable. You like Rocky and Bullwinkle? Oh, Genesis Addams Family is a port of the Super Nintendo Addams Family, just for reference. These are two games that have the same name. Same box art, I think, even. But if you start up either one of these games, it turns out they're completely different and equally unplayable. Fioradora, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, sorry for the change.
Yeah, sorry for change.
I hate change too. Nothing should ever change.
I fucking... Ugh.
So in both of these games, you play as big fuck-ass Bullwinkle. You get hit by everything. It's no fun. Strangely enough, they're made by different developers and cover a lot of the same territory, but I would say they are different games. You see, it starts off with a different level layout, and so on. You're about to get... If you buy either one, you'll get equally as much fun, I think, which is to say not much. Yeah, I love that fuck-ass Bullwinkle. Rocky and Bullwinkle fans really got fucked over by the fact that this was in syndication at the time, and so they decided to make video games about it.
Yeah.
Awful, awful stuff. The Super Nintendo game also came out on Genesis, if you'd rather play it there. And in situations like this, where it's pretty obvious they're completely different, we're just going to move right on. Let's do it. This is lightning round format, baby. Let's get some lightning.
Okay.
All right, check this out. Aladdin, right? You may be familiar with the Aladdin Super Nintendo game, but there was actually an Aladdin NES game released in Europe. To the point where I think I have to enable PAL mode for this, so let's do that. Oh no, Rachel knows where this is going. Hey, Rachel. Turn it down for us a little bit more. Some of this NES audio is kind of torture on the ears. Now, the Super Nintendo game, made by Capcom. And you may be wondering, this NES version, is this a port of the Super Nintendo game or the famous Genesis game, which, as you may know, are completely different games? Well, check it out. Here on Nintendo, in Europe, for the 8-bit NES, this is a port of the Genesis game. Whereas on Super Nintendo, it's its own unique game. And you may look at the beautiful graphics on the NES game and be like, wow, is this a Sega Genesis I'm looking at right now? No, friend. This is pure 8-bit 50 Hz entertainment. This is what they released for people in the unfortunate people in European regions. This is real. This is a real retail game licensed by Disney. Both of these are. And this left one is based on the Genesis game. Right one's based on the Super Nintendo game. And you may be thinking, that's not fair. I want an NES game that's based on the Super Nintendo game. Maybe you don't like the maybe you don't like the Genesis Aladdin for whatever reason. Well, I got some news for you. Check this out. We're entering the realm of unlicensed video games. This is a bootleg version of Aladdin, which you may buy via various illicit means. And look at this!
Hey!
Here in pirate territory, this is a port of the Super Nintendo game where Aladdin bounces on enemies' heads and does all kinds of flips and stuff and doesn't have the sword. And you'll notice one huge difference. It doesn't look fucking awful. The pirate version actually looks way better than what was officially released in Europe. Frankly, it looks pretty good. Aladdin,
it really does.
Aladdin has a nice big sprite. The play control isn't great because it is a bootleg, but I'll tell you what, it's definitely better than the freaking official version that they released. El Diner, thank you for the bits. Oh, the Dendy Chronicles.
I love the Dendy Chronicles.
I like the show they had in Russia called Dendy: The New Reality. Like,
yes.
Just get used to it. This is how it is. And maybe you're really picky. Maybe you're all like, yeah, but I wanted the Genesis version, but not the crappy one. Can't you cater to me instead? Well, guess what, bucko? There's a different bootleg that itself is a port of the Genesis Aladdin.
Good.
And check it out, even this one looks way better than the officially released one.
That's so funny. That's so funny.
So here in bootleg land, you can get bootleg versions of Genesis and Super Nintendo Aladdin, both of which are better than the incredibly low-effort officially released one in Europe. This one's not great, but it's still better than the official release in my estimation. Funny stuff happening in Nintendo Land, especially in PAL regions. We'll get back to more of that in the future. Also, good job keeping up, Alex. This stream might actually work.
It might.
We might be able to pull this off.
Oh, hell yeah.
All right, Alex, for our next game, you're going to have to scroll down to Super Alfred Chicken, because that's what it's called on the Super Nintendo. Is Super Alfred Chicken a different game from NES Alfred Chicken?
That's a clue.
I'm very cool. I'm very cool. We gotta reference the hotline. We have to. I wish there was still an Alfred Chicken hotline. Like, sometimes I just wish there was a chicken I could talk to when I'm going through it. Sometimes you just want to hear what the chicken has to say.
Couldn't you, like... You could make a fake chicken you talk to.
Yeah, like an AI chicken.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know those machines where the chickens lay the, like, you know, the fake plastic eggs? And
Oh, the chicken egg machines,
yeah. Chicken egg machine. But it's filled with chat GPT, so when you put in money, it's like, you're right, you should spend money on this and not on your medication.
Alex, that's the worst idea I've ever heard. Let's do it.
I deserve that ban. What's wrong with
That's gonna warrant the creation of multiple new AI data centers here in Austin. Thank you, Alex.
20,000.
Thank you, Alex, for innovating.
All in our neighborhood. We're gonna replace all the HEBs with data centers.
Good. That's awesome.
That's what everybody. We're being
I love
murdered.
the Alfred Chicken future. This is what we deserve. So this is a pretty interesting case
similar.
because even though it's similar, they have the exact same gameplay mechanics. At least the initial level layout seems completely different. Alfred Chicken was originally on the Amiga, so maybe one of these versions is closer to the Amiga version. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that's the NES version. The Super Nintendo Alfred Chicken was remade in various ways. You'll notice that you have way less view of the territory ahead of you because Alfred himself is way bigger. So it stands to reason that if you want double the chicken, you could play both games and get a unique experience, just with all that Alfred Chicken gameplay you know and love. Make sure to vote for him in the upcoming UK election. I hear there's some shakeups going on over there. He actually did get some votes when he was put up for political office back in the day, so maybe it could happen. It could still happen. Oh yeah, there's a Game Boy original too. I'm not going to get into that because we did focus on Nintendo and Super Nintendo, but these are surprisingly different despite featuring the same character and the same aesthetics and all that other stuff. God, your game looks like shit. I'm sorry, I like the way mine looks better. I'm going to have to give this one to NES Alfred Chicken.
No, you're right.
PS1 Alfred Chicken is its own kettle of chicken, as Tengu Gemini brings up. That's a full 3D remake of Alfred Chicken, and it looks amazing. Let's move on to our next game, though.
Okay.
Here's an interesting case. Alien 3. The most action-packed of the Alien movies. Just, they're on a prison planet, so it's full of guns. There's thousands of aliens around for them to blast. Just non-stop action, this movie. And of course, it was brought to many different consoles back in the day. And this is an interesting case where the NES game is a port of the existing Genesis/Game Gear/Amiga version, whereas the later Super Nintendo version is a more open-ended, exploration-based, more cerebral game in the vein of the David Fincher original, is what I would say if I was an asshole. But yeah, this
interesting.
Yeah, the Super Nintendo one is actually pretty good. Genesis one, aka the NES one, is made by Probe, and it's more level-based. You gotta find all the dudes before the chest bursters get to them, and that's about all I know about it.
Revenger of Vengeance, thank you for the 49-month resub.
Hey, missed you too. Thank you for the sub. And Ultra Pancake.
Thank you. My cat jumped onto my lap. Aww.
Aww.
Watching. And
thank you for the
also,
sub.
Missed it earlier, Carmen. Thank you for the 50 data centers in Utah bits. Appreciate it.
Nice. That'll fund our digital future. So if you want to play an essentially graphically updated NES version of this, you're going to want to play this on Genesis or Game Boy. I think the Game Boy also got a port of that version. Whereas the Super Nintendo one is its own unique game, despite sharing the same title and the same box art. This is what got confusing back in the day, because a lot of games would use the same key art or movie poster art, and you would have no freaking idea if it was the same game as something you may have already played. In this case, it's completely different.
Okay.
Now here's a game. Next up, we got American Gladiators. Y'all want to watch Gladiators? Let's watch Gladiators. This is based on a sports entertainment show that was big in the 90s, called American Gladiators because the original UK version was just called Gladiators. And here we have a port to the NES and Super Nintendo. And even though these are, I think they're by different teams, it still covers the events of the show, so it's going to be quite similar. If you can pick your event, go ahead and pick Joust if you can.
Okay.
Welcome to the show, ass.
Thank you.
You enjoy movies with gladiators? I sure do. Oh, no, you're doing Assault. Well, whatever.
Assault against... Oh, I'm choosing. Ablaze. Okay. Coming up.
Now, this NES version is actually kind of weird because this has the most famous gladiator event where you fight with giant Q-tips. Only between matches, you actually have to do a little bit of platforming. Whereas the Super Nintendo game is more close to the show. You just do one bout with the gladiator and then you move on. Alex is doing the Assault event, which as a kid was my personal favorite event. You just run like crazy and hope that the gladiator doesn't shoot you with tennis balls going at 1,000 miles an hour. Oh, and now you're doing this game. Oh my god!
I'm in the audience!
He's gone into the audience! Alex has gone rogue!
Too fast.
What was this event called? The jump and fuck? What was... I forgot. It was something like that.
Atmosphere. Oh, this one's good. This one's good. Yeah, show me Atmosphere.
So
Are
the
you
NES
not
one,
entertained?
the NES one, they had to take some liberties, whereas the Super Nintendo one is more closer to the show. Still, if you want to play gladiators, you got some options. Yeah, here between the... oh god, I'm dead! He's dead, folks.
I'm just balling around.
We're big balling here tonight on Retro Pals. American Gladiators. Pretty similar because it covers the same events as the show, but the way they did it, I think, showcases some interesting differences. Alright, let's go back to European land. Folks, you hear about this guy named Asterix. He's a little guy. He's a Gaul. He fights the Romans, I think?
No, yeah.
He has a big guy named Obelix, who's his best friend. And his other best friend is Infogrames, the Frenchest developer ever made. It's so French it defaults to French language. Now let's see if Asterix on the Super Nintendo is the same game as Asterix on the NES, which, believe it or not, was exclusively released in Europe. And wouldn't you know it,
Hey, Mr. Top of the board.
this looks like the same game to me.
Oh, you can ride on him. This one.
Let's see if I can ride on the boar. Take that. Give me a boar to ride on.
Hey. Half.
There's like 1,000 Asterix games. They're all action platformers. Some bad, some good. Apparently the Master System ones are actually good because they were by Sega.
There's even an Asterix theme park.
Yeah?
Yeah, one of the world's worst roller coasters is there. It's really cool.
Awesome. Does
Like,
it
it's
kill
got
you?
good coasters, but it's got one that, like, everyone is like, I rode this, and it's the worst thing I've ridden in my life, and I want to die. And that's so cool.
That is cool.
I died.
You can ride on the boar in this one. I would say this is the same game, just downgraded a little bit graphically for the NES. So, okay. If you like Asterix, good news, there are 1,000 side-scrollers for you to play, and they're all pretty much interchangeable from what I've seen. Let me switch it back to NTSC before we move on to our next game,
Okay.
which it turns out is a game by the name of... oh, boy. Alex, are you ready for this shit?
Yeah.
Batman Return of the Joker, aka the unreleased Batman Revenge of the Joker for Super Nintendo. Now, this NES game was by Sunsoft. It's a sequel to their very popular 1989 Batman game. Very good-looking game, very well-playing, and this NES version really ramps things up with a very stark-looking presentation, just extremely... God, it's just... look at the way this game looks. The parallax scrolling, the darkness of the background, it really captures the Batman essence. Meanwhile, this unreleased Super Nintendo game, looking a little shitty over there, Batman. What happened?
Huh.
For whatever reason, they decided to completely change the aesthetic for this unreleased Super Nintendo game, making it look like ass. I think you would describe this as looking like ass. And good news, if you thought, oh, maybe they realized that this looked like shit, so that's why it was unreleased. Well, it was released for the Sega Genesis, and it looks very much the same as this. Weirdly, with different developers, this unreleased Super Nintendo game was made by ICOM, who you may remember for Shadowgate and The Uninvited, but they were unfortunately sent to the platforming mines later on in their life, making games like Death Valley Rally and other such shit. and they almost made a Super Nintendo port of this unfortunate game. Suffice to say, if you're going to play this, play the NES version. Do not play this on Genesis, which looks almost as shitty, and luckily we were spared the Super Nintendo version. Do, however, play the unreleased Batman prototype for Super Nintendo game known as Real Shitty Batman.
Absolutely play Real Shitty Batman.
Because that one's pretty funny. There's nothing funny about this one. I don't know why they did this to poor Batman. He didn't deserve this. We got more Batman, though.
We do.
Yeah, let's see some Batman Returns. He's back. He's back in a psychosexual adventure in the movies.
It was so psychosexual.
That will scar an entire generation of kids who will see Catwoman and be like, I like this?
Yeah, shout out to all of us weird furries who saw that and were like, huh, interesting.
Interesting.
Interesting film.
So here we have Konami. This is internal Japanese-developed Konami gaming. And these are both beat-em-ups. So you may be led to think, okay, same game, just downgraded for NES. Really good-looking cutscene graphics here on Nintendo.
Oh, God. Okay, hold on.
But if you start up the game, these are actually two completely different games.
Really fast.
They're both beat-em-ups. They're both based on the same movie. You're still Batman fighting clowns. But the gameplay mechanics and the level progression is completely different between the two. And you don't really see too many beat-em-ups on the NES, so this one kind of stands out. And the Super Nintendo one stands out too because it's actually really good. It's not... There's so many shitty Batman games out there, and yet this one is not one of them. The Super Nintendo Batman Returns is actually really great.
It's fun.
And in comparison to the lack of beat-em-ups on NES, this one does okay. I'd say it's on the level of something like a Mighty Final Fight. It's not comparable to the arcade beat-em-ups of the day, but the NES could only do so much. And I think they did a fine job with this one. And in either game, you're going to be Batman beating up clowns, so it's a good time guaranteed. Who doesn't like to be Batman beating up clowns?
I mean, me as a jester, I'm always worried he's going to kick my ass.
Oh, true.
I haven't done anything. I'm just an innocent jester.
Watch your ass, Alex.
I will. I don't trust Batman.
And yeah, the Super Nintendo game has an amazing soundtrack, and I think the NES version keeps pace pretty well. This is kind of a lesser-known NES game, being a somewhat later release, but I think you should give this one a shot, especially if you're a fan of the Super Nintendo one.
Okay.
In either case, both of them are better than the Genesis Batman Returns, which is just kind of there. Sorry, Genesis, you lose this one. All right, Alex, let's move on to something controversial. This may get me canceled. Let's play Battletoads and Battlemaniacs. Over here on the left is Battletoads, the NES classic that I'm not really all that fond of, sorry to say. And on the right here is Battletoads and Battlemaniacs, which 100% of gamers will tell you is a sequel to Battletoads. I'm here to dispute that. I dispute this. Rare, I dispute you. Battletoads and Battlemaniacs is a complete retread of NES Battletoads. Don't be fooled. They're trying to pull the wool over your eyes with this one, but it's the exact same game, damn it. So they both start off with this beat-em-up level that takes place in a rocky, mountainous terrain, right? You know, a lot of games start like that. You know, maybe it's not that different. Maybe they're both they have suitable differences. No. After this in the Super Nintendo game, you descend a vertical shaft, which you also do in the NES game. Then you literally go on the speeder bikes level, almost the exact same level between NES and Super Nintendo. After that on Super Nintendo, you do the level where you climb the snakes, and then you do the Klinger Winger, and then you do the descent down the shaft where you fight the rat. It's the same damn game. The only thing different in Super Nintendo Battletoads, aside from the title, is the bonus level. The bonus level is a completely new addition on Super Nintendo, whereas everything else is from the NES game. I feel like I'm the last sane streamer in a crazy world saying this, but Battletoads and Battlemaniacs, despite being billed as a sequel, and as essentially everyone's seen it that way, it's not. It's just pretty much a remake of NES Battletoads. You may call it a reimagining if you want. You can call it what you like. I've made up my mind. And I challenge you to think differently. Freaking Battletoads.
Freaking Battletoads.
I will say Battlemaniacs is a little bit easier and a little bit more, I don't know, it's kind of a nicer playthrough just because there's less of it. The NES Battletoads is kind of like a gauntlet that you just kind of suffer through. Sorry to fans of Battletoads. I do like Battlemaniacs better. but they're quite similar, more so than you may think, and I just want to get that out there for the record. Years from now, some people will say I'm right, and by then I'll have been put to death for my Battletoads opinions.
It happens.
But I'll be burned at the stake knowing that I was right, and that's the important part. Please don't burn me at the stake.
Okay, don't burn Danny, folks.
Cartman, thank you for the bits. Yeah, it's the Star Fox situation, exactly. I don't want to open that can of worms, because, boy, that has been the topic of discussion for the last week or so. But while we're on the subject, let's move on to Battletoads Double Dragon. This one, essentially, is Battletoads 2. Here on NES, this does a lot of things similar to the first game, only they added in the Double Dragons. You can play as Billy and Jimmy Lee here, in addition to Rash, Zitz, and Pimple. Do you think they infected Billy and Jimmy with whatever Toad virus they have?
Oh, yeah, no, for sure.
And whereas there was a pretty big graphical difference between the NES and Super Nintendo Battletoads and Battlemaniacs, check this game out. Look at this. What an underachieving port this is. Essentially what they did here is the NES game was the lead platform for this one, and then they designed Genesis and Super Nintendo ports of this game and barely did anything to upgrade the experience beyond that. So if you play this on Genesis and Super Nintendo, you get a very, very similar experience to what's in the original NES version.
Thank you for the bits, Flora. My opinion is I love how scrungly they look.
Alex likes a good scrungle.
I love the cat lady who looks like she's been through the washing machine.
I would go so far to say, sorry to any Battletoads super fans, you may want to stop listening at this point.
Yeah.
I would say Battletoads, for as popular as it was, is a really underachieving series because they did so little to really follow up on the original. They just recycled the same ideas to the point of the NES and Super Nintendo games almost looking identical. Remember how big the Toads were in Battlemaniacs? What happened here?
They're so tiny.
Where's my big Toads? Give me the giant-ass Toads, who are huge and muscular. More muscles. Thank you. So, not a bad game. It is a sequel, essentially, but does a lot similar to the first game. But you would expect the 16-bit versions to look way better, considering how Battlemaniacs looked, and that just didn't happen. Interesting thing to have happened back in the day. Like, often you would consider 8-bit games that are ports to be like based on the 16-bit versions, and they're just like a downgrade. Whereas this one, it was an 8-bit game at first, and then it was adapted to 16-bit. You get some interesting results like that. And that's why I'm glad we're covering all these games. All right, only 90 to go. Did you know there was an NES Beauty and the Beast game? Only released in Europe. So I'm going to have to click on PAL mode here again. This one did get released on Super Nintendo here in the States, but it was late enough in the NES's lifespan where they decided not to bother here in the States. Starts off with a similar intro. Man, your phone is really picking up my voice. Half the time you talk, it's me talking.
Yeah.
That's okay, though. Don't worry about it. Yeah, 94, very few people were releasing NES games. It was like Wario's Woods, and that's it. Look at this. It's even got the stained glass intro.
I like the stained glass.
NES version sounding a little arpeggiated, given that it's European developed. The prince was to remain a beast. Look at this. Side by side. It looks like we know what we're doing here on stream. Alright. Now the important part. Is it the same game, or does it just have the same introduction? Let's find out.
Let's go.
Oh man, this is some stomping microcomputer music right here.
Hey!
And look at this.
Fuck off, Lumiere.
What we have, in fact, is a very similar game, to the point where I would say, yeah, this is the same game. Super Nintendo one's got some extra features, like the fact that Lumiere lights up your way. He's not here on NES because, I don't know, they didn't feel like including him. It's both very similar. You have an attack, the Beast Punch. He do punch. Oh, you need to click. You need to pick up that rock and make yourself a platform. The Super Nintendo one, for some reason, makes you pick up rocks and chuck them around like you're Chuck Rock. Whereas here on NES, you can climb up the walls, no problem. NES Beast looks like the big furry guy from Dazzleoids. He kind of does. The one thing I like about NES Beauty and the Beast is the animation that plays when he takes a hit. Check that out. He just freaks out.
He sure does.
Like he's completely done with this shit. Whereas on Super Nintendo, he looks a little bit more measured and beast-like. So yeah, I'd say these are similar enough to where you could consider them both to be the same game. Oh, cool. What a cool way to start the game. Just drop you right into the spikes.
Rats! Rat killed me.
In both cases, you're the Beast being beset by a bunch of shit in his castle that he doesn't like. He looks surprised in both games, like, it's your castle, dude. You should know this shit's going on behind closed doors. I made that sound more illicit than I wanted to. Let's not talk about what the creatures in the castle get up to behind closed doors. Next game. I'm painting myself into a corner here. Alright, what do we got next?
Are you kidding me?
We moved on from Beauty and the Beast. I'm sorry, Alex. It's time for Blues Brothers.
You hate me.
Now, when you get to the title screen here, it defaults to 2 players, so get ready to push select to change it to 1 player. Good news, folks. Titus made 2 distinct Blues Brothers games for Super Nintendo and NES, but it's not quite what you'd expect. Oh, you can move on from this part. It's just after you see the Blues Brothers themselves. Look at them. Yeah, press select to pick one of them. And you start up the game, and you might think, is there an equivalent Blues Brothers adventure in store for me? And the answer is no. They're completely different. The Super Nintendo one is some Amiga bullshit. In fact, I think it was originally an Amiga game. Whereas the NES game is... How do I describe this? It is an unholy abomination. It's based loosely on an MS-DOS game, but they cut out so much, you can scarcely say it's the same game. It's the same level design as the DOS game, only there's collectibles in the DOS game. You can actually go in the stores and find power-ups and stuff. Nothing like that in the NES game. All you do is run and jump through these non-Euclidean levels that are kind of a nightmare to go through. I cannot say enough bad things about this game. NES Blues Brothers is a travesty. The Super Nintendo one is weird too, but it's at least somewhat playable. There's collectibles, you can throw records and stuff. And either way, it doesn't really capture all that's good about the Blues Brothers. Weirdly enough, I think it would have been better as a multimodal game, like something Ocean would make. Like, you got a driving sequence, you got a music sequence, you got a platforming sequence, but in this case it's Titus, and they decided to do as little as possible, which means shit-ass platformer in both cases.
I'm pissed off. I'm doing really bad here.
I still say you've got the better game than I do in this case. NES game, actually kind of rare nowadays. Good, keep it that way. The Super Nintendo one, less rare and still not all that fun, but still a more complete game than what you'd get here on the 8-bits. Sorry, Jake. Sorry, Elwood. Back to prison for you.
It's what they deserve.
The Blues Brothers are being sent to Dracula's castle for punishment. It's Bram Stoker's Dracula.
We did play the Nintendo 64 one, yes. Unfortunately.
Titus loved that Blues Brothers license all the way to the grave, basically. They were like, yeah, we do need to make an N64 game based on Blues Brothers 2000.
Okay, these are both by Psygnosis.
So these are both based on the Coppola film. Both having the same logo and intro here. It's kind of a blompy-looking logo on NES, but okay, do what you want.
We love the Bram Stoker's Dracula pinball table where he's getting his titty sucked.
Make sure you look at the playfield for Bram Stoker's Dracula the pinball game. It's a classic.
Okay.
And you may be thinking, all right, both side-scrolling platformers where you play as Keanu Reeves himself. Similar introductions, similar aesthetics. But then, surprisingly, you get to the game, and even though they're both side-scrolling platformers where you have this melee attack, they're both completely different. Completely different level designs, different progression, different objectives, different bosses. So even in a case where you can look at a game and be like, same character, same genre, same license, it can still be a completely different game. I like in this one because he punches open question mark blocks like he's fucking Mario. Whereas the Genesis and Super Nintendo game is more like a Strider-like. What are you doing to that old man?
Killing him.
Oh, okay.
I don't like his vibe.
Personally, I kind of like the 16-bit versions of Dracula. It's made by Traveler's Tales, whereas the NES version is made by Probe. And Probe had a heavy load at the time. They were also making Alien 3, along with a bunch of other games. NES game, not great. I would say the Super Nintendo and Genesis one is above average, but in either case, they're both completely different. So if you can't get enough Dracula, make sure you play both. NES game got some weird jams. What genre of music is this?
Good.
This is Dracula Core. Are there Pugsy level graphics? That wouldn't surprise me, considering Traveler's Tales did that too, and they were probably under a huge time crunch trying to make these. In this case, I would say neither game is bad, but they are definitely different, so do check out both if you're a Dracula fan. And if you are a Dracula fan, beware, he may have bewitched you. You're gonna have to go to a doctor for that. Next game.
Are you sure?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
How about some Captain America and the Avengers? These are both games with the same title, both from Data East. This one on NES came out a couple of years before the Super Nintendo one. And if you're familiar with arcade games, you may be like, okay, both are ports of the arcade game, right? Well, you're half right. Super Nintendo one is a port of the arcade game. The NES game, you're being sent to Charleston for some reason.
Okay.
Trouble in Charleston, Cap. And check it out. Here on NES, this is an original side-scrolling platformer that's unlike any other version of the game. Whereas the Super Nintendo one has really long load times to start with. And boy, this is like the shittiest arcade port on Super Nintendo this side of Pit Fighter. You do not want to play Super Nintendo Captain America and the Avengers. This is so bad. There is a Genesis port of the arcade Captain America and the Avengers it's barely adequate, I would say. It's okay. The Super Nintendo one is just god-awful. It's made by Mindscape. They didn't care, and neither should you, frankly.
Plan.
Meanwhile, this NES game is okay. It's decent. It is your typical 8-bit Data East adventure. Do stay far away from the Super Nintendo port of the beat-em-up, even if you like the arcade beat-em-up. I like the arcade beat-em-up, but I do not like the Super Nintendo port. Get that shit off my screen.
Okay, really.
I'm sorry, it's not your fault.
No, it kind of is.
Another game with the same title across both platforms, and the exact same box art, is the Chess Master. Whoa. They got Take 5 on the
Take
NES one.
5.
We're not going to hear the Super Nintendo's music, but that's a really bizarre track that plays on the title screen of the Super Nintendo one. I do recommend checking it out sometime. Meanwhile, on NES, you got a jazz standard. I'm okay with some Take 5. So what do you think? Is one of them a side scroller? Maybe the Super Nintendo one's a beat 'em up.
Okay.
Oh. It's chess. No more moves! I haven't moved! And Alex is moving illegally!
It's fine.
What's happening? Wait a second. Hold on. Okay, I figured out what I was doing. You can't just tell me that I'm gaming illegally. Yeah, it's chess. Chess Master being based on a famous PC program. Obviously, you want to play this on PC, but back in the day, your parents may have felt bad about rotting your brain with Mario, so they were like, "Okay, why don't you play some chess? Get some smart person going on here. Make us someone we can be proud of, a chess champion." If that was you, I'm sorry. And either way, you get to play chess on NES or Super Nintendo. Alex wants to move on. Let's move on.
I'm bad at chess. Please don't look at my chess playing. It's embarrassing.
Another game with the same title and the exact same box art across NES and Super Nintendo. It's a little game by the name of Cliffhanger,
Based on the movie.
based on the Sylvester Stallone movie.
Also a scene on the Sega CD. Oh, I'm so excited.
Now, the Super Nintendo one was a beat 'em up that got a lot of promotion back then, but I don't think anyone played it because no one gave a shit. Here we see some similar intros and a very similar title screen, so you may be tempted to think this is the same game. But then you actually get to the game at some point. Oh, look at this. Here on NES, you got a dinky little side-scroller, whereas on Super Nintendo, you're a full-blown manly beat 'em up. And both of these games kind of suck ass, actually.
Yeah, it's kind of...
The beat 'em up sucks. The NES one is based on like a C64 game, I think. And either way, you're not going to have too much fun. Is the movie good? I don't know.
No, I've heard it's not good.
It's not.
No.
It was the big blockbuster for, what, 93, 94 or something?
It was. Cliffhanger was everywhere in 93.
No,
then...
it's not. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it, Megani. It's never looked like anything I wanted to watch, other than John Lithgow, who plays a good villain. He's always good at being a villain. But then he got typecast as like the weird alien in Third Rock from the Sun. Actually, I don't think that happened. I think he went on to have many different roles.
Yeah, he's been things other than the alien from Third Rock from the Sun.
In either case, this goes to show you that the same license, the same title, and the same box art can give you two completely different games across NES and Super Nintendo. You know, I've seen... Most of the games we've seen so far have been different games. It's actually rarer for it to be a straight-up downgraded or upgraded port. You would think it would take more effort to make original games on both systems, but there we go. You okay over there?
I'm just... Okay, I think I got this.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see
Nope.
if that remains the case across the rest of the library we're going to cover. In any case, I don't want to play any more of this shit.
Me either. Let's get out of here.
We're too evolved for Cliffhanger. Mankind has evolved past the need for Cliffhanger. Let's play real games like Cool World. Exact same case, same title, same license, same box art. But shockingly enough, there are like literally 5 different Cool World games. Across multiple platforms, if you play a different platform, you're going to get a different Cool World game. There's like a distinct Amiga and a distinct C64 game, even. So, God, I hate this game. The NES Cool World is this strange exploration-based belt-scrolling platformer. Whereas the Super Nintendo, it's more straight-up side-scrolling, no belt-scrolling. But it has really strange adventure game style progression that makes it really difficult to figure out what to do, or where to go, or even what the gameplay objectives are. And in that sense, this NES game is very similar, I guess. You're left confused and angry about what you're seeing, and you're probably not going to have a good time. Yet surprisingly, it's a completely different game. Wait, you already game overed?
Yeah, the police got me. They swarmed me.
Wow.
No! Not again!
Basically, neither of these games have any value to anyone unless you're Bill Bull, in which case you'll enjoy the hell out of them. I was watching Bill Bull play Blaster Master earlier today, and that was a good time. This, however, is not a good time. Nightmare game.
It's happening again.
Nightmare game no matter what platform you play it on. And it's amazing that Ocean went to the trouble of making 2 distinct games that both leave you feeling empty inside. That's kind of what they did, though. Let's go on to our next game.
Alright, they're telling me to keep away from Holly.
Okay, no problem. Got you there. Go down to... Yeah. Let's play some Digital Devil Story. How about this? Bonus Lizard.
Thank you for the raid.
Thank you for the raid. What were you up to? We're playing NES games with Super Nintendo equivalents here on tonight's stream. So far, it's going okay. I think we're doing a good job of getting through the games. Hope you had a good stream. There's a series we've never covered on stream before, just because it's a lot. There's a lot to go into. But The original Digital Devil story, not Shin Megami Tensei, just Megami Tensei, got remakes for the Super Nintendo. And both of those games were translated, as well as the Famicom originals, so you can play 8-bit Megami Tensei or 16-bit if you really want to. Let's just assign our skill points. These are very complex video games. They're essentially dungeon crawlers, post-apocalyptic style. I know nothing about them. There's nothing intelligent I have to say about Digital Devil Story. But these are both games that existed on Famicom and Super Nintendo, and you may not realize that the Super Nintendo game is actually a full remake. It came on the same cartridge in Japan, even, whereas the fan-translated versions actually, separated them both out as their own individual ROMs. But if you look at this, it's the same damn game. Smack! Always been kind of interested in these games. Like, I enjoy Persona well enough, but I also love dungeon crawlers. And I really wonder how playable these are in a modern context. I'd imagine at least somewhat, considering they're both been translated. In any case, I'll take this over Cool World.
Same.
Thank you, Atlas, for remaking these games, and thank you to fan translators for translating both the 8-bit and 16-bit versions. It's better than Cool World. Atlas, you can put that in the box. I think we can move on.
Okay.
There's also a direct sequel. We're probably not going to... Yeah, we probably don't need to show it, but it's on the same cartridge in Japan, but split off as its own individual release if you play the fan translation. Let's get back to business, though. Let us play some... Alex, you need to load up Tetris and Dr. Mario. And I'll load up plain old Dr. Mario. Did you know they ported Dr. Mario to Super Nintendo? Along with this other game called Tetris.
Whatever.
Yeah,
Never heard of
whatever. Who gives a shit?
Dr. Mario, that's the good
That
shit.
Dr. Mario, I tell you what,
What's mixed match?
that allows you to play both games in a competitive sense.
Nah, it is Dr. Mario.
But let's see what Dr. Mario looks like on Super Nintendo compared to NES. Why not?
Okay.
Let's make a night of it.
Okay.
Folks, here's my shameful secret. I really like Dr. Mario.
I love Dr. Mario.
I don't know why I feel that it's shameful, but I actually really do enjoy Dr. Mario. I mentioned occasionally I've been getting into retro achievements, so I've gotten all the retro achievements for most of the Dr. Mario ports. I gotta say, Game Boy Dr. Mario is super fucked up. They don't give you enough lines on the screen to effectively clear all the viruses in later levels. It's really messed up. NES Dr. Mario
cool?
is good, and oh my god, what are you doing over
Don't
there?
worry about it. Just give me a second.
Okay.
Okay, and here we go.
Jesus Christ. Alex putting me to shame over here.
I learned it from my dad.
Alex's dad was a famous,
He was so
famously
Dr.
a
Mario, yeah.
super wonderful Dr. Mario player. That's where Alex gets it from.
It is true.
So same game, same music, just upgraded to be on Super Nintendo. There's a few games Nintendo ported themselves just because they were so popular on NES. They figure Super Nintendo people, Super Nintendo owners might enjoy them. You know, Super Nintendo people. Already I can feel the brain drain from this stream, so we should probably move on. In either case, Dr. Mario, good on Nintendo and good on Super Nintendo.
Not super.
Let's why don't we play some fucking a little bit of the old Dragon Quest?
Okay. Whatever you do, don't grind for the gold man. I learned that.
Yeah, the fact will tell you that, the walkthrough. Dragon Quest. You may have heard of this one. It's a pretty big deal here on the Famicom, and somewhat of a big deal here in the States too. But on Super Famicom, and not in the US, they actually remade Dragon Quest 1 and 2 on the same cartridge, much like Atlas later did with the Megami Tensei games. And if you've never seen the original Famicom Dragon Quest, holy shit. This is super primitive to what we got here in the States. The NES Dragon Warrior that we got was actually upgraded in a number of major ways to bring it in line with more of something like Dragon Quest 2, whereas Dragon Quest 1, it's so primitive that, like, when you talk to someone, you have to choose a direction in which to talk. You have to pick north, south, east, or west. So the novelty of having a version where you don't do that was actually pretty major in Japan, thus justifying the need for the Super Nintendo remake. The Super Nintendo remake, you don't gotta pick a direction in which to talk. Like, look at this. You pick talk first, and then you're like, oh, I want to talk to the south, please. And that's how you talk to people. So the Super Nintendo one, in addition to getting a graphical remake, also plays a little bit nicer due to the ass guy.
What?
Due to some nice little quality of life improvements. I really like original Famicom Dragon Quest, though.
Same.
Oh, the other major improvement. In Super Nintendo Dragon Quest, there's battery backup. Whereas here on the original version, there's passwords. You literally had to record passwords from the king and type them in every time you wanted to continue. For whatever reason, I guess I just wanted to fill some time while I was recovering from getting a tooth removed last week. I played through multiple versions of Dragon Quest for the MSX.
Really?
I don't recommend anyone do that. The scrolling is very jerky. It's very similar to NES Dragon Quest, but it's still fun to just kind of mindlessly run around and grind on things, you know? Take that quote out of context. Why not? So here on the Super Nintendo, Dragon Quest 1 and 2 may not seem much of an upgrade, considering in comparison to Dragon Warrior, the localized version we got. But in Japan, the differences are much more apparent and much more necessary, considering there's passwords in the original, it's much more clunky and clumsy to play, and the Super Famicom one also upgrades things to make it a little bit easier to grind up, and it adds more hidden items too. Look at that, you can search in things, like it's a Final Fantasy or some shit. You found the medical herb.
Nice.
Nice job, ass guy.
Thank you.
There's also Dragon Quest 2, which, believe it or not, on Famicom also had passwords. It had something like a 60-character password, making the Super Nintendo version much more the preferred way to play, at least back then. Since then, it's been remade like a billion times. You can play it on Switch now if you want. In fact, I got that version for Christmas, and for whatever reason, I played through both MSX versions before I played through that one, so sorry. I need to play through the Switch remake. We can skip the sequel, I think.
Okay.
It's pretty much the same. Let's go on to what the people really want to see. Some Dragon's Lair. Play it on your feature phone. Play it in Java. Dragon's Lair. Laserdisc arcade game. So you probably go in thinking there's no way they're gonna port this to either the Nintendo or Super Nintendo. Like with a lot of the games we've covered so far, this had the same box art, same title, so on store shelves these effectively looked identical. However, when you go in and actually play the games themselves, oh man, woe be unto you, no matter which version you play. A lot of people know the NES/Famicom Dragon's Lair is kind of a miserable experience, but I'm going to go one step further and say the Super Nintendo version isn't much better.
No, it's not.
The Super Nintendo game is like surprisingly, it's ass. Folks, it's ass. God damn it, I forgot how to play. The Super Nintendo game is more of a straightforward side-scrolling action platformer, just with really slippery controls, and it doesn't feel like you can do anything well, whereas the NES game is much more rigid in its gameplay, I would say. It expects you to do things pixel perfectly and frame perfectly. Instant death is around the corner, no matter what you do. And in that sense, you know, I guess it's a lot more like the arcade game than the Super Nintendo one is. I still don't recommend you play either game, though. You having fun?
Yeah. No.
God damn it! Fuck Dragon
Fine.
Slayer.
It's fine.
More like Dirk the Dickweed. Let's move on.
Yeah. Fuck Dirk.
Al-
No more Dirk.
Alex sounds depressed after playing this. I'm sorry. Let's move on to a little game called Earthbound.
Excuse me.
Another interesting case here. Here in the States, the first one of these we got was a localization of Mother 2, which they just decided to call Earthbound. But you may have heard that there was a prototype version of the NES game, Mother 1, that they planned to localize as Earthbound. Just the exact same title. It wasn't until much later that Nintendo officially canonized the name what was it? Earthbound Beginnings, I think,
Yeah.
is what they call it. Now, these games, they cover a lot of the same ground, actually, despite being Mother 1 and Mother 2. May make you think that they're a direct sequel. But it turns out Mother 2, at least in the beginning, covers a lot of the same narrative ground as Mother 1, to the point where the main character looks the same, a lot of the other characters look the same. There's a lot of similar theming involving psychic powers and young kids and shit going weird in the modern world. It's just that Earthbound really expands on things, the Super Nintendo one, making the story much more feature complete, much more satisfying. Poop! Poop? A soft reboot is a good way to refer to that. Yeah. And what makes this more interesting is the fact that Nintendo themselves wanted to localize the original, and in fact fully did that under the title that they would later use for the Super Nintendo game. There would be no confusion if Nintendo had their way. You know, Nintendo would just prefer that this prototype never have existed and never been found, but it has been found, and we know that they did wanted to use the name Earthbound in the beginning. Eat some poop and scoot up off to bed. Now, just like the NES game, you start off in your bedroom, some shit goes down. In the Super Nintendo game, it turns out a meteor fell nearby, whereas here in the NES one, oh my god, the lamp's attacking you. I actually really do like Mother 1. The difference between Mother 1 and 2 is kind of like the difference between Dragon Quest and the Dragon Quest remake for Super Famicom. Just a lot of the same stuff, just smoother, more effective, more suited for modern gaming. But I do still like Mother 1, and I think you should play that too, especially if you like Earthbound. Also check out this game called Undertale. Anyone hear of that one?
No.
That's also a game where lamps attack you. Other than that, they're completely different.
Very different.
Let's move on. Making a lot of people mad here
I was
tonight.
gonna say we're making a lot of enemies. We're making a lot of enemies tonight.
I love being reductive about video games, and I love the feud. Oh yeah, I gotta play that Super Nintendo Deltarune port. That actually looks kind of awesome. Family Feud. There's a few of these game show adaptations that were released both for NES and Super Nintendo. So we're just going to briefly show off how those look. Obviously, it's the same game. Just what they choose to do and how they do it is a little bit different. This NES one is made by Beam Software, and boy, these are some Beam Software looking graphics if I've ever seen one. Meanwhile, on Super Nintendo, these families look a little bit more human, at least. We'll go with the farts versus the farts. Yeah, the task you may be familiar with is from the Super Nintendo version. Most people, I would say, don't even know this NES version exists. Boy, these are some... The Reagans? Get out of here! Y'all fuck things up for the next 40 years. Get this family out of here. I want this family banned from this console. But it's Family Feud. The exact same game show game, just if you want a Beam Software Blomby version, play the NES version. Whereas if you want a classy Super Nintendo-fied version, then play the Super Nintendo one. All right, what question? A breed of large dog. Oh, God. It's going to take forever to type this in. This is great stream content.
Great stream content.
I'm gonna very slowly type in Saint Bernard.
People don't like fried potatoes? Yeah, people don't like fried potatoes. They don't like potato chips. They don't like French fries. Yeah.
Number one answer. Let's go. The Super Nintendo one also has this weird bullseye mode, which I think was added to later seasons of the show. Whereas the NES one just puts you right into the action where you want to be. I don't know. It's Family Feud. I give up.
I give up. Come on.
Hey, me too. Me too. Next game. Other famous figures in the 90s, along with what was his name? Richard Dawson? Was that the Family Feud guy?
Yes.
Other famous figures in the 90s include George Foreman.
George Foreman.
Inventor of the famous George Foreman Knockout the Fact grill machine, and he was also a boxer or something.
graphics look better on the Super NES.
I believe both of these games were made by Beam Software. So you're going to see a very similar game here. George Foreman, I think, was the heavyweight champion for a time between Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield, I think. But if you were making a boxing game on NES, you were chasing that Punch-Out money. Punch-Out was huge, and so many people tried to make a follow-up, especially Beam Software. Beam Software made this George Foreman game, along with a game called Power Punch 2, which is awful. And this game, I would say, is almost as awful. This is a rare case where both games actually look quite similar, I think. Give me up. Give me up. Don't knock out George. You're supposed to knock out the fat, not knock out the George.
I'm
Cool.
Oh, you lost.
I'm getting stunted on.
You lost in the Doritos punch count corner.
They're putting me in the Doritos corner as punishment. I think the Super Nintendo one also has Doritos. Man, what's wrong with the referee in your version?
I got a bad back.
Sorry, dude. Let's see what your opponent's dance looks like. Oh, he danced really fast. Cool.
I was hoping to get at the Doritos punch count corner.
Oh, either way you play this, the games are actually surprisingly similar and surprisingly bad. Don't play these.
Okay.
Don't play these. Should you play the next game instead? The Great Waldo Search?
Danny.
Hey, I didn't I didn't make them make multiple Waldo games. Got a banger theme here on the NES at least. Listen to this. This is actually based on a Waldo cartoon that was out at the time. Before this, there was a unique NES Waldo game that has nothing to do with this. But the second Waldo game did get ported to Super Nintendo as well. Wow, look at these graphics. You can't go wrong either way with this game. Jesus Christ. The Waldo games really stretch the definition of what gameplay is and what gaming is on consoles back in the day. Recently, Lord BBH featured the Japanese arcade game Wally Osagase, which was made by Sega, and that game's actually kind of awesome. These console games are not good, though. There he is. I found Waldo.
I found Waldo's dog. Waldog.
Is that his name?
I don't know Waldo's dog's name.
Waldog.
I just assume it's Waldog.
It's probably Waldog. I need to find his dog, too. Where is he?
Where is Waldo? Ooh,
Where is Waldog? There he is. And in this case, it's very much the same game. It's just a direct port.
What is Waldo?
You search for Waldo, same themes, same stages, even a minigame where you have to control Waldog. His name's Waldog now.
What is Waldo?
Yeah, we barely avoided having to play The Great Search for NES. That is a dog shit game.
There he is.
Gonna eat a Waldorito. I was also thinking Dogbert. So good news, if you're looking for the exact same Waldo game on NES and Super Nintendo, what the hell was that?
Cool creature. Do you like these creatures?
No.
It's fine. This is just...
Did they forget to hire an artist for this? What? Well, feel bad for all the Waldo fans. Let's move on to our next game.
Okay.
Here's another exciting case of an unreleased prototype going up against a released game for Super Nintendo. Let's hit the ice. This is based on a Taito hockey arcade game that for all in the world wanted to look like a Williams game from the early 90s. They really wanted to ape that art style. It did get released on Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, whereas this NES one did not get released. And if you look at the main menu on Super Nintendo compared to the NES one, there's something here that's not in the Super Nintendo one. This canceled NES port was going to have a quest mode.
Really?
Yeah, an RPG mode in the vein of Final Lap Twin for PC Engine. They wanted to go RPG with this thing. Makes me proud. Thanks, Dad. My dream is to win the VHL League Championship. I don't know why I'm Southern.
You're beautiful.
Don't forget to eat those hamburgers with the special beef. Wait a minute, Dad?
Fortify your body.
Hello? So, the Super Nintendo game leans more into the core experience of just being a 2-on-2 hockey game. Again, look at the character graphics and tell me that does not look like a Midway game from back then. Whereas here on NES, you got a freaking RPG complete with random battles. So you still do the 2-on-2 hockey thing, only on Super Nintendo it does a good job of replicating the original arcade look, whereas on NES the characters have been replaced with these weird mashed potato people. Look at them. These weird hockey homunculi.
Oh my god, they are potato-esque.
They're barely sentient. All they know how to play is hockey. Don't ask them to speak or read or do anything. Their whole lives are hockey and being in an RPG with hockey mechanics. So kind of a shame we didn't get this one. I'd have been interested in at least trying out a hockey RPG, but it was not to be.
It was not to be.
Luckily, the prototype was discovered by Lost Levels many years ago, and you can play it if you want.
Okay.
What's with the hamburgers with the special beef, though?
Don't worry about it, Dan.
Kids love the hockey ape. They are very ape-like. Let's move on. Folks, we have to talk about Home Alone. We're going to have a big old sit-down while we have the talk with you. The Home Alone talk. This movie was big. It's about a kid who really believes in the castle doctrine. He really tortures...
He really does!
He tortures a pair of burglars who try to break in while his family's away. And like many of the other games we've seen tonight, this has the same title, same box art, same license, based on the same movie. And then you start up the game and they're completely different. On Super Nintendo, it's a level-based action game where you have to go through your house and collect a bunch of valuables and put them in the basement. Whereas the NES one is... I can't believe they made it like this, but it's literally a game where you just have to wait 20 minutes to win. And if you lose, it looks like this. Later revisions of the game actually cut out this incredibly disturbing screen, I guess because they didn't have the rights to Macaulay Culkin's likeness. Now, the Super Nintendo one, not a great game, being made by Imagineering. They have Bart vs. the Space Mutants and other such horrible games. But this NES one, it's just a waiting sim. You just trip up the burglars over and over again.
You like that?
And you go all around the house, up and down and all around, trying to trip the burglars until 20 minutes have passed and the cops show up. It's literally just waiting for the cops to show up in the game. Whereas the NES game, you're actually going to places and actually accomplishing things. In the NES one, you're just waiting around. You're killing time. I guess in a sense you're setting up traps, but they do it in such a basic and boring way that I can't imagine any kid having fun with this.
Yeah.
Whereas maybe a kid would have had fun with the Super Nintendo one if they've never played another game before. The NES one is just like the most worthless game, though. I cannot say enough bad things about NES Home Alone. It is so shit. On the other hand, if you want a speedrun world record, the NES one is up for grabs. The speedrun world record is exactly 20 minutes, and it's been tied by at least a couple hundred people by this point. You can join them. Can you finish this game in 20 minutes? Everyone can, but you can too.
You can too.
Alright, so Home Alone, completely different on NES and Super Nintendo. Home Alone 2, however...
In New York?
Lost in New York? God, I can't believe we're doing this. We have to have the Home Alone talk, and it's not even Christmas. This one was made by Imagineering, same people who made the Super Nintendo Home Alone. And you get into this game, and you start to realize a few similarities. That's Tim Curry?
Yeah.
Neither of those looks like him. You rented this as a kid? I'm so sorry. My younger sibling was big into Home Alone, so we rented the Super Nintendo version of this, and I don't think I've had a worse rental in my entire life. Ramon.
Thank you for the 26-month resub. This is a guilty pleasure of yours.
Oh man, I could see liking this. I honestly could. Kevin McAllister, spelled correctly in one of the games, but incorrectly in the other. Let's see what the Wet Bandits look like on NES.
And not as bad as I was expecting.
What's with Daniel Stern on the Super Nintendo? He's in pain. Whereas the NES one, he just looks kind of like a sneaky guy. He's trying to pull one over on you. He's curious.
What's going on here?
Hey, buddy, what are we gonna do? I'm a dog.
I'm Harvey the dog.
All right, Alex, push your start button in 3, 2, 1, start. Okay, no, that's okay. And just stay there. The exact same game. This is the rare case where it's the exact same game, just ported to NES or Super Nintendo. Both of them start off where if you don't push right within the first second, you get strangled to death, literally. Otherwise, it's the same game. You still have very few attack options. Thank you for gifting us up to Holy Joe. Rock and roll. Oh, man. The NES version has a hidden screen with a hidden credit to the game's designer, Holy Joe Rock and Roll. There's an interesting guy. I hope that's him that got this up. But both of these are pretty miserable to play. You dodge jumping, like, luggage. You can get sucked into a vacuum cleaner if you're not careful. There's old ladies jumping around. God, the NES. This NES game has some of the worst graphics I've seen on Nintendo. Awful.
Okay.
You having fun over there?
Everything's trying to kill Kevin. The inanimate objects have gone loose.
They throw keys at you in both versions. I think the level design is exactly the same, come to think of it. That's devotion to the original concept. You don't want to change a thing about this. It's already perfect.
Leave me alone.
Here's my favorite part of the game. Watch this. You just walk in the store and instantly get strangled. Awesome game. Meanwhile, Alex made it all the way to the elevator. He could go all the way if I didn't have to stop him. So there you go. Home Alone, different on Super Nintendo and NES. Home Alone 2, exactly the same. Eerily similar, I would say. Let's move on to our next game, which is Hook. Tell me if you've heard this one before.
Okay.
Popular movie license. Same title. Same box art. What do you think? Is this going to be the same game?
Well, oh, it already looks very different. Aesthetically, let's see.
Let's start up this game. Peter, my name is Tink.
Hey, Lost Boys, even though he's fat and old. Jesus Christ.
Jeez, Tink. Alright, let's start up this shit. Oh wait, hang on, I have to move to a place. Alright, so Super Nintendo game made by a developer named Ukiyote, who later made... what's that game called? Skyblazer, as well as Spawn for the Super Nintendo. Both, I'd say Skyblazer is pretty good. And their version of Hook is not too bad either. Meanwhile, NES Hook, unfortunately, is made by Ocean, so it's kind of, you know, shit. Wish there was a nicer way to say that, but what can you say about Ocean NES games other than being shit? It's honestly kind of shocking how good their Super Nintendo Addams Family game was compared to their usual output.
It really was, yeah.
But to sum it up, Super Nintendo Hook, it's okay. NES Hook, avoid it at all costs. Holy shit. It does have a subquest where you have to collect cupcakes for Thud Butt. The Super Nintendo game doesn't have that, so if you base your purchasing decisions on the fact if Thud Butt is in the game or not,
I do.
you do want to buy the NES one in that case. Otherwise, stick to Super Nintendo. Hey kids! You ready for a game based on your favorite blockbuster of 91 or 92 or something? You like Tom Clancy movies?
Do you, chat?
It's The Hunt for Red October. Again, same title, same box art, same license. However, the NES one is made by Beam Software. Super Nintendo one is made by Riedel Software Productions, who later changed their name to Running with Scissors. And this is a case where, even though they're completely different games from different developers, they play very similarly. I guess you can't really avoid that because they're both submarine games that take place from a side-scrolling perspective. How much different can you be in this case? You're a sub. You're doing sub stuff.
Oh, it's like a worse wound.
It is like a worse Squoon. Alex, #1 Squoon fan.
I am,
Who doesn't love Squoon?
yeah. Fine.
Folks, how long has it been since you've Squooned?
It's been a long time.
That's too long.
Been at least like 10 years.
I gotta dust off the old Squoon at some point, if you know what I'm saying. Now, the only major difference between these two games is the NES one actually ends with a side-scrolling platformer sequence where you play as Sean Connery. The Super Nintendo one unfortunately doesn't have that, which I think is a real shame. However, the Super Nintendo one does have these first-person sequences that are compatible with the Super Scope. So, which would you rather have, Super Scope compatibility or side-scroller featuring Sean Connery?
Sean Connery, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Sean Connery's gonna win that one. Sorry, guys. So Beam Software has the advantage of this one. In any case, no one's gonna fucking play a Hunt for Red October game. How many people bought this? Did anyone want this? Did anyone see this on the shelf at KB Toys and be like, ooh,
The Hunt for Red October!
please, Daddy, can I have this? Mummy, please buy me Hunt for Red October. What is this voice I'm doing?
I love it. I love your sad little boy voice.
Our new character, the sad little boy. And the next game the sad little boy wants to play is, unfortunately, Incredible Crash Dummies. Game for your dad? Yeah, maybe dads wanted to play Hunt for Red October. Still, NES games are largely marketed to kids, so...
Okay, looks similar so far.
Okay, we have an almost identical title screen. If you're unaware, this license is based on a series of safety ads here in the States, where these dummies would get into a car wreck and they'd come apart comically, and it'd be like, don't be a dummy, buckle your safety belt. NES 1, once again, brought to the greats, the Australian developer known as Beam Software, and you know what? This game ain't that bad. We've certainly played worse.
You really have.
This actually did pretty well when we played this on Mascot Friday. Meanwhile, the Super Nintendo one, even though it's based on the same license, they handed this one to Gray Matter. And if you saw our Gray Matter showcase, they do not have a great track record.
I lost all my body and now I'm just pulling myself.
That's cool, Alex. In the Super Nintendo one, I guess you lose parts of your body, which at least is thematically appropriate. You do much less of that in the NES one. Oh, I lost my head, and it reversed my controls, so that's something. So the NES one, I would say, is surprisingly playable. And the Super Nintendo one, I would say, is unsurprisingly unplayable. It's Gray Matter versus Beam Software. There's honestly no competition here. For as blomby as Beam Software's works often are, Gray Matter always beats them in terms of the shit department.
Oh my god, I've got just a head and a torso left.
I feel that.
I died.
You probably don't want to play either of these, but in this case, stick to the NES one. They are completely different games, though. Hey, it's dummy parking.
Oh, because I'm an idiot.
Our next game. You're doing a great job, Alex.
Thank you.
On the NES one, this one's known as Ivan Iron Man Stewart Super Off-Road, whereas on Super Nintendo, it's just known as Super Off-Road. Oh no, I loaded up Crash Dummies.
You should load up, Crash Dummies.
Okay. He had a Crash Dummies toy where you could push it and his limbs would go flying off and go under the couch. Yeah. That's what would happen with toys that had detachable parts. You would lose them immediately. I had a Jurassic Park toy with dino damage that was constantly in damaged form because I lost the chunk that came off of him.
You lost the damage?
He
lost
was-
the dino damage!
Yeah, he was just constantly damaged. He was always in a state of dino damage. Here's an arcade game that you may have seen around. It's a 3-player overhead view racing game where it has those big spinny wheels that you would run up to the cabinet and just spin them as hard as possible, and it felt really good. Big hit in arcades, so they brought this to NES and Super Nintendo. So, superficially these are similar, but they handed them to different developers. Here on NES, it's made by Rare, and on Super Nintendo, it's from the Plockmeisters at Software Creations.
Hey, this is good.
And you know what? Yeah, it's pretty good, actually. It's hard to go wrong with Super Off-Road. Even the NES version is kind of decent. But the Super Nintendo one, in addition to actually looking and playing the part, you can't hear this, but this has Tim Follin jams as well. And he does the... in the Super Nintendo version, Tim Follin does a cover of the Toyota theme, I Love What You Do For Me.
No shit. Oh my god.
So that's kind of a point in its favor. Here on NES, it's more of a straightforward port. It's more typical of what you'd expect from Rare, which is to say, it's functional. It works. The Super Nintendo, however, is the way I would say to play this, if at all possible. Though I think on NES it does have 4-player support, so positives and negatives depending on which version. Oh, this game's fun. Why can't all the games we play tonight be this instead of Home Alone 2 and Hook?
This track's called Huevos Grande.
What's that mean?
Big egg.
Cool. I want a big egg. Alright, we should move on, I guess.
I was driving backwards. It was great.
Yeah, Clip, there is a sequel, Danny Sullivan's Indie Heat, which did get an NES port, but unfortunately not for Super Nintendo. There is a prototype for Sega Genesis, though. Prototype Danny Sullivan. Wow. Oh my god, I'm sorry to do this to you, Alex. It's time for James Bond Jr.
You know, his name is James. James Bond Jr.
James Bond Jr.
He inherited the name and he learned it all from his Uncle James. It's his uncle, by the way, not his dad. Not his dad. Don't think that James Bond had sex. He has never.
Okay. He would never.
James Bond
Never in a million
famously
years.
hates sex.
Now here is an interesting case for you. James Bond Jr., based on the short-lived cartoon, based on James Bond's cousin, you said?
Yeah, it's nephew or something.
Yeah, it's not his son. James Bond has never had sex. And this is yet another case where the NES game is much superior to the Super Nintendo one, just by virtue of the Super Nintendo game being made by fucking Gray Matter. You would think Gray Matter had one good game in them, but they did not. This NES one is made by Eurocom, so it's very European in look and appearance. And make no mistake, this isn't a great video game. But all you need to know is that the Super Nintendo one is Gray Matter, and this is not. Look at this huge dude. Is James Bond Jr. this tiny in the show?
Yeah, he's a baby.
He's freaking Mighty Max over here. It's Mighty Max fighting Frankenstein.
I wish I had a Mighty Max. I wish I had a Polly Pocket fighting Frankenstein toy, but, you know, they were cowards.
Dude, Polly Pocket versus Mighty Max fighting game. You fight in these oversized environments, you know? I think it could work. This game does not work. The Super Nintendo one, Alex, you can stop playing.
Oh, thank God.
I don't want to torture you any further. Do not. Life is too short to play a Gray Matter game. If you really want to play James Bond Jr., play it on NES, but you probably don't want to do that. Let's take a break. Let's take a break with some Jeopardy.
Okay.
Yeah, in our Gray Matter showcase, we did indeed show off Fiendish Freddy's Big Top of Fun. That's a Twisted Circus-themed minigame compilation for Amiga, which is about the best thing they ever did.
Jeopardy! It's got one player playing against computer.
That's good, Alex.
My name is,
Whoa, what a coincidence.
Oh, we're both.
Yeah, that guy looks like an ass.
That's ass.
That's Ass Senior. I'm playing as Ass Junior. Here on NES, there were multiple Jeopardy games. I think that was the case on Super Nintendo as well. There was Jeopardy Sports Edition and whatnot. And in either case, it's very much Jeopardy. It just comes down to graphics and presentation. Cuss words? I know some of those. Whoa, it's got It's got Alex Trebek wiggling his eyebrows at you. What are cuss words? Oh, daily double. I would bet $500 on this. Eyes and some cameras do this automatically. I believe the answer is focus. Diner, thank you for the bits. Ask Junior, the nephew of Ask Senior. Ask Senior has never had sex. Do not.
His name is Ass.
Don't get it twisted.
Ass Junior. Da-na-na-na-na.
Oh, we're so close to finishing the stream without losing all of our brain cells. We better keep this going. Anyway, it's Jeopardy. You can play it on NES or Super Nintendo. It's much the same.
Thank you for liking me putting in Greg the Viking for the guy who discovered America. I appreciate it.
That was his real name. I don't know who this Leif Erikson is.
Fuck Leaf.
Joe and Mac.
Those are cavemen. They're not.
Tell me everything you know about Joe and Mac.
They're cavemen.
Yeah.
There was a game, I think, that they were in that had the word caveman in it, like Super Cavemen.
Caveman Ninja.
Caveman Ninja, thank you.
When they brought this over to consoles, they just called it Joe and Mac.
This has got something called the two-player super game.
That's a mode where you can hurt each other.
Oh, that's not super.
So let's get into a level of this Joe and Mac video game.
He's vibrating, baby.
He is vibrating. What's with those vibro lines? He had too much caffeine. Joe, buddy, what's going on?
Alright, looks like your girls are getting stolen.
Now, if I were to tell you one of these games was a direct arcade port, whereas the other one was a modified version for consoles, which one do you think would be which?
I would think the SNES would get the arcade version.
You would think that, right?
Yeah.
You're wrong. You are so wrong. The Super Nintendo one added its own extra stuff, has a bunch of extra levels and a world map, whereas this NES port is actually much more like the original arcade game, strangely enough. Sepasai.
Thank you for the bits.
Thank you for the 50 bits.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
God.
So if you played Super Nintendo Joe and Mac and you were disappointed it wasn't a direct one-for-one recreation of Caveman Ninja, maybe check out the NES one. NES one, I gotta say, look at these graphics. Look at that parallax. What's with all this effort? It's just an arcade port. For some reason, Eurocom went the extra mile and guaranteed the NES version of Joe and Mac was as good of an arcade port as you could get. I don't know why they did that, but if you want to play an expanded, different Joe and Mac, play the Super Nintendo game. And if you want the arcade original, play the NES or Genesis version. Funny, huh?
Yeah.
There's some funny little cave guys. I like them.
Hold on.
Of course, in the NES one, the dinos are a little bit smaller than they are in Super Nintendo. If you want big dinos, you got to go big with the 16 bits.
I died and went to heaven.
I think Heaven is exclusive to the Super Nintendo.
That's just true in general.
NES owners didn't go to heaven back in the day. Only Super Nintendo's kids did. I think I just touched Kevin. Anyway, this NES one, kind of impressive. Super Nintendo one, probably more playable than the one you want to play. But there are different options for you Caveman Ninja fans out there, including on microcomputers, but that's a whole different story. We'll get there someday. Belinda Carlisle got it wrong. Heaven is a place on the SNES. She was misinforming us all. Alex, I'm sorry to say, we have to move on.
Man,
Joe
we're
and-
gonna move on to like fucking...
Joe and Mac is too fun. We have to stop playing it so we can play
Okay. Oh, man.
the Jungle Book. Noisette,
Thank you.
thank you for the sub. Being like 2 stories tall. Yeah, that's how big T-Rexes are. Thank you so much for the sub.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. The Jungle Book. Very, very late era NES release. This was originally on Super Nintendo and Genesis and backported to NES. And weirdly enough, this one actually did get released in the States. Other Disney games from the time, like Aladdin and Beauty and the Beast, remained European only. But here in the States, we actually got this one. You ever play this?
Oh, I don't like the way he controls... Mowgli, what are you doing?
He's all over this
Yeah,
place.
calm down, dude.
He's a very lanky fella, this Mowgli. He's got a lot of momentum. He loves to swing on vines. He has a shit ton of animation frames on both platforms, actually. From what I heard about this game, this is less brutal than something like The Lion King, but still kind of brutal, as you're demonstrating right now. I hear this is still a pretty tough video game, no matter which platform you play it on. But for our purposes, I would say this is the same game. The level layout does seem to be a little bit different, but the core gameplay is there. They just modified it a little bit to work on NES instead of Super Nintendo. And either way, you've got a tie-in for the movie theater re-release of The Jungle Book, and that's all that matters.
Mm-hmm. Gotta make that cash.
You gotta make that cash. You gotta. Impressive vine mechanics here on NES, if nothing else.
Those are good-looking vines.
Look at him go. He's a freaking bionic commando over here. Yes, Mowgli Mentum, exactly. The Bunghole Book. You can't say that. Let's move on. The Jungle Book is now tainted.
The Jungle Book taint, huh?
Come on. Get real. It's time to play Jurassic Park. Oh, that's a lot of ocean. I don't like to see that much ocean.
It's ocean here, too.
It's an ocean of gaming. Oh, that's way too much ocean on the stream right now for my liking. Jurassic Park.
Why is it like... Okay. That's a really interesting looking dinosaur. Wow!
Blockbuster movie. Same license, same title, same box art. What's Nintendo look like compared to Super Nintendo? Well, the two are actually more similar than you might think. The Super Nintendo one is famously a very overwrought video game. Very long, it's multimodal, super high effort for Ocean, and yet still not super great to play. Oh, you've played this before, I see.
I actually haven't.
Oh, you just
I'm just teaching myself.
You instinctively knew what to do. Nice. And while both of them mostly take place from an overhead view, I would say they're two completely different games. For one thing, in the NES one, you play as Smokey the Bear instead of Grant, which I think is a bold, creative decision.
Very interesting.
You're still going around zapping dinosaurs, but it doesn't have any of the first-person sequences or any of the story stuff. It's very much level-based. You gotta conserve your ammo and use it to... Whoa, that was a hoppy-looking dinosaur. Hey, buddy. I blew him up. I've heard good things about this NES one. Secondhand, I can't really confirm those reports on my own. But supposedly there are worse games you can play for NES, and looking at this, I could believe it. Super Nintendo one, much more ambitious, but I would say is not that much more fun. Can you do it? Nice!
I did it!
You did it! You passed the first boss. Just like the movie, Grant spends most of his time fighting off giant mosquitoes. Imagine if that was in the movie.
It would be an interesting film, but they were cowards.
NES game got jams at least, yeah. And then
Drowned.
Alex drowns, unfortunately. Let's move on.
Okay.
Alright, this one we're not going to spend much time with. Strangely enough, this one is called Krusty's Super Funhouse on Super Nintendo, but just Krusty's Funhouse on NES. What makes one super? The word super in the title.
Hi, kids.
Hi, kids.
Fox Williams logo looks like the Van Halen logo.
It kind of did.
Hi, kids.
Hi, kids. Same intro text. Same intro cutscene. And the exact same gameplay down to the level layouts. 100% pixel for pixel. The exact same game. Which, if you haven't heard, is just based on an Amiga game that was completely unrelated. In this game, Krusty has to kill a bunch of rats who've invaded his funhouse with the help of the Simpsons characters. Here you can see Bart about to crush the rats to death. Since we last featured this game, I watched a video by Random Stranger who made the point that the fact that this is just a quick and easy reskin actually makes this very appropriately a Krusty game, you know?
No, that's true.
That's very much the kind of shit that he would pull. So, good on you guys for being
How do you
thematically
pick
appropriate.
this up?
You gotta hop on top of it and push down. Yeah. And then you put it there. And now we can see the mice being crushed in 16 bits.
Hey,
Wow.
one by one.
Good job, Bart. You killed all the rats. Fuck this game.
I was gonna say, this isn't good.
Let's move on. Are we any better with our next game, though? Another Sony ImageSoft banger from the people who brought you Cliffhanger. Comes Last Action Hero. NES and Super Nintendo. Are these the same game? I'm gonna spoil it.
This looks really similar.
They're not the same.
Really?
They're actually totally different games.
That's me.
That's-
I'm Jack Slater.
I hate this movie and this game because it stars a kid named Danny, and Danny's need to be in better things. Now check it out. Whereas the Super Nintendo game is an incredibly basic side-scrolling beat-em-up where you just beat up thugs. That's it. Here in the NES game, it starts off like that, very similarly, but later levels actually put you in control of Arnold Schwarzenegger during Danny's fantasies. Which is to say that he goes back to medieval times and beats up knights and stuff. So that's at least kind of fun. Whereas the Super Nintendo game is just a really straightforward, miserable experience. It sucks to play. This NES one sucks to play too, but it's a little bit less depressing, I guess.
That's fair.
The Super Nintendo one is one of those games that's so bad it just makes you feel sad to play it. It's like, oh man, poor kids who had to play this. Feel bad. Here's the first boss fight against Mr. Bad. That's his name, I think. There we go. I got him. He exploded. So in the time it took me to finish the first level, Alex has beaten up, I believe, one dude.
I beat up a second dude.
This is a very slow-paced game on Super Nintendo. Meanwhile, level 2 on NES, you go into Hamlet, and you beat up a bunch of dudes in medieval times. Which at least is kind of amusing in premise, you know? They had a little bit of fun with it. The Super Nintendo one was clearly just contract work. They just wanted to ship out the door as fast as possible. Cartman, thank you for the bits.
Thank you.
Yeah, Arnold went back to being, no, please give me guns. Please give me my guns back. I think we're almost done with tonight's first part of our showcase between NES and Super Nintendo. Alex, what have you thought of the game so far?
I honestly am impressed with how good some of these NES games are in comparison to the Super NES games. Like, some of the Super NES ones look better, but it looks like the gameplay in the NES ones might be improved. That Captain America game was bad.
Yeah.
That Batman was horrible.
Often you would think, yeah, Super Nintendo with the graphical bump and, you know, more attention to development, you would think it would obviously be the better choice in many cases, but that's not the case. Here on Nintendo, you get the slightly better game with Last Action Hero, whereas there are cases like Hook, where the Super Nintendo is the superior game. And surprisingly, we haven't seen many games that are just one-for-one on both platforms. They often did at least some things a little bit different between 8 and 16-bit. Which I think is neat. They put in more work than you think they would. No one was working on this game, though. This game was just algorithmically generated. Alright, let's stretch our definitions a little bit. Alex, you hear this Zelda?
Yeah.
Let's play Legend of Zelda. Would you believe we've never streamed the original Legend of Zelda?
Really?
I think this is the first time you're ever seeing this on the Retro Pals stream.
Danny, you know what that is?
What?
That's BS.
That is BS! What a segue!
Thank you.
Alex, the segue master.
I wish.
So, Zelda, pretty big on NES and Famicom Disk System. Many years later, they remade it for the Broadcast Satellaview, Nintendo's downloadable game service for the Super Famicom. This never had a US equivalent, so we never got the any of the Satellaview games, as far as I know. And this version you see here is a remade fan version, which takes the episodic BS Zelda games and turns them into a direct remake of Legend of Zelda. Let's play a little bit of this. Why not? I believe this was assembled by fans before the original broadcast versions were even emulated, so they just kind of had to extrapolate this finished version, what it might have looked like. And that makes this kind of interesting, because if those broadcast versions had been emulated, we never would have seen this essential, I don't know, different version, which fans just kind of imagined in their heads.
Steffi Neff, thank you for the 15-month Reese of Happy Bullshit Zelda Pals. Thank you.
I love Bullshit Zelda. Thank you for the sub. Nowadays, you can play it with the original audio commentary. The broadcasts of Teleview games were often meant to be watched as part of a satellite feed, which gave you voice dialogue that interrupted the gameplay every so often. Meanwhile, this reconstructed version is much more similar to the original Zelda. If you'll look, though, there are some differences. The overworld is much smaller on Super Nintendo. I think it does have all the original dungeons and the original dungeon layouts as reassembled by fans. It's just a more compact experience. But it's also very much what was in line with the original NES game. And you know what? I think Nintendo's onto something with this Zelda.
With this Zelda?
This could be going places. This is Miyamoto. Anyone see that post from earlier today? Every time Miyamoto issues an update about the Zelda movie coming up, he starts off the post with, "This is Miyamoto."
It's like, oh, thank you.
Which I think is really funny. Like, oh, fuck. I better drop what I'm doing and listen.
Hold on, it's Miyamoto.
I'm going to sit my ass down to listen to what this Miyamoto has to say. So yeah, this isn't a case where the Super Nintendo one was out at retail and something you could buy. It was only something that was available temporarily, and even this version was kind of fucked with and not really representative of what the original broadcast version was. But also, I think it's kind of interesting on its own merits. I'm actually kind of glad that the broadcast version didn't get emulated for a time, so that fans could have their own spin on the game and make it more like what they thought Zelda was. It's neat that it exists, and I think you should play it.
I think so too.
Alright, enough of that Zelda bullshit. You're never going to see this on stream again.
Yeah, fuck Zelda.
Just got a few more games to show off here tonight. How about some Lemmings?
Lemmings?
Wow, big announcement from Miyamoto in the chat. Amazing.
It is! Thank you, Miyamoto!
Miyamoto spreading the truth to all the gamers out there. Let's go. It's Lemmings.
I love the little lemmings.
And we actually have an equivalent intro in this version. They actually put some effort into making the Super Nintendo experience complete on the NES. Let's play some Lemmings. Super Nintendo version of Lemmings, you know it, you love it. It was pretty popular back in the day. NES one, much lesser known, I would say. This one was obviously a late release, so not many people played it. And it was very much based on the Super Nintendo and Genesis Lemmings games. But with that said, I think this is a pretty impressive port. This isn't an easy style of game to get right on an 8-bit platform, and they did a lot to get it right. Who's going to do it first? Who's going to guide the Lemmings to victory? Now here on NES, obviously there's much fewer Lemmings on screen. You can't have a screen full of Lemmings and then blow them all up. You only get a few at a time. But they did what they could, and damn it, I'm pretty impressed.
Me too. Look at my little guys.
Look at those little guys go.
Come over.
Oh, I gotta give them the umbrellas.
Don't let them die.
Okay, you got it. This is frame perfect.
Actually, it is. You're doing good.
So I would say an impressive effort on NES, to the point where I would say the two are basically equivalent. Cuts out a little bit, not all the levels are there, but NES Lemmings, surprisingly a good time. Yeah,
Yeah.
Lemmings. We're almost through here,
Okay.
and we only have to suffer through one more ocean game on this stream, thank God. Unfortunately, it's Lethal Weapon. Lethal Weapon 3 was a genuine phenomenon in the early 90s.
It was, yeah.
People love those cops and their new friend Joe Pesci. And you know who else loved him? Ocean Software. Ocean Software never met a license they didn't like, and they brought this to NES and Super Nintendo. And this is one of the weird cases where both games that were released, I think, were kind of reversed from what you might expect from both platforms. Let's start her up and you'll see what I mean here. NES one gets a side-scrolling, almost beat-em-up looking presentation with some large-looking characters. Actually pretty impressively detailed for the old 8-bits. Meanwhile, once Alex starts up the Super Nintendo version, look what they look like on that.
The hell?
You get some nice, big, robust sprites here on NES, surprisingly. It's an Ocean game, so don't get your hopes too far up in terms of gameplay, but it's okay. It's fine. Meanwhile, on Super Nintendo, you get this dinky little platformer with these tiny dudes. Like, what happened here? Did they mix up the game design documents between 8-bit and 16-bit? You would think the side-scrolling, almost brawler-looking game with the big sprites would be on Super Nintendo. And the Super Nintendo game, for all the world, looks like a shitty NES game. Did they just switch them up for fun?
They forgot.
They forgot. Even the people at Ocean forgot what games they were making. Yeah, dinky-looking platformer. Fuck, I don't care. Just make it. Just make it so our bosses will shut up. I hope we don't have to make a Pugsley game one of these days. That would suck. So this is a case where not only is it completely different games, but what you would expect from either platform is basically reversed. Honestly, kind of a good-looking NES game, and honestly a shockingly bad-looking Super Nintendo game. Maybe the Super Nintendo developers really hated Lethal Weapon. Oh, you get a dive kick in the NES game.
What? I don't have that. I just have a gun, and I barely have that.
You're just some Amiga-looking freak over there. Meanwhile, they almost look like humans on the NES.
Oh man, Nocturne Dustclaw, thank you so much for the raid.
Hey, thanks for the raid. What were you up to? We've played nothing but good games here tonight. Don't worry about it. Nothing but quality 10 out of 10 software. And thank you for the sub.
Oh man, so thank you. We are doing good.
I'm doing good because I'm about to finish playing Ocean games for the night. We've played like a dozen of them. It fucking... Well, they sure are Ocean games. I'll give them that. I appreciate the sub. Thank you. All right, so we've seen some surprising stuff here tonight. Games that are equivalent across both platforms, games that aren't, games that have the same title yet are completely different games, games that have different titles and yet are the same game based on other platforms. We've seen beat-em-ups that look like they belong on Super Nintendo be on NES, platformers on Super Nintendo that look like they belong on NES. We've seen basically a little bit of everything, which I think is what makes this premise kind of interesting, because nowadays it's pretty obvious when a game is different between platforms, but way back when, if you were just buying games based on the box art on store shelves, you didn't know what the hell you were going to get. You had to read Nintendo Power or Ocean Weekly or whatever the Ocean equivalent was. I wish Ocean Weekly was a thing.
I would have read the shit out of Ocean Weekly.
And for tonight's final game, I have a real shocker for you.
I'm worried.
We're finishing up the first part of our A through L look at NES to Super Nintendo counterparts with a truly infamous game here, The Lion King. Alex, are you ready?
Yeah.
Can you put a little bit more enthusiasm into that?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Folks, The Lion King was released for NES, and it was in fact the last officially released NES game in any region. This came out, like Aladdin, exclusively in Europe. Over here in the States, we didn't get this. We did get it for Super Nintendo and Genesis, but this Nintendo version, only Europe was lucky enough to get this one. Alex, hit your start button. Kaboom! Thank you for the bits. Yeah, revealing the shocking ending to the NES Lion King. We were talking about that in the Discord. And yeah, look at that, a 1994 NES game. There's a lot of shocking things about this NES port that I'll get into, but first of all, look at this.
What?
Have you ever seen a worse looking NES game in your entire life? Even that Aladdin NES game, as awful as it looked, still looks better than this. They did not give a single shit. Now, as we mentioned in the Discord earlier today, this NES Lion King is actually based on the Game Boy Lion King, so it was upconverted from monochrome. And not only that, the game ends before you even become adult Simba. It just ends with the final young Simba level, where you fight a gorilla and then you're crowned king. There's no Scar fight, there's no wildebeest, there's no anything. You just play through the first half of the game, and the game's like, you're done, you're finished, that's it. Thanks for the $50. Thanks for the 50 pounds sterling. And it looks like this. Like, come on. So whereas the last NES game we got here in the States was Wario's Woods, and the last Japanese game was Adventure Island 4, unfortunately, the very last one in all regions was this fuck-ass port of The Lion King. Which, looking side by side, you can tell what they wanted to do. They wanted to make the Super Nintendo layouts here on NES, but they didn't give a single shit. Not a single shit was given at that studio, whoever did this. They just took half the Game Boy game and were like, okay, ship it, we're done. We hate our lives. We don't want to make video games anymore. We're done here.
We hate Simba. We hate the king. Kill him.
Oh, right. Yeah, here in the States, Wario's Woods was the last officially released retail game, whereas Sunday Fun Day was the last unlicensed game. Can't forget about Sunday Fun Day. You gotta love Wisdom Tree. But Alex, what if I told you that much like the Lion King, I mean, much like Aladdin, there was a bootleg Lion King? It's a super game.
Okay.
And you might have looked at that Aladdin game and been like, what, are they going to make the Lion King better looking than the retail version too? Well, guess what? Guess what? Look at this. This is a bootleg version of Lion King, and it looks so much better. It's not even close. There's so much more detail on the sprites, the backgrounds. It's genuinely vibrant instead of, like, drab and shitty looking. And it even plays better. Bootleg games typically do not have great controls or hit detection or anything like that. But in this case, I would take the bootleg Lion King over retail Lion King any day of the week. It plays so much better. Like, to the point where it's actually kind of shocking. So there you go. There's our first half at a look at NES to Super Nintendo ports. Alex, you having fun with the second level?
The worst level.
Yeah, there's no fixing the can't wait to be king level, unfortunately. But I think the games we showed off tonight really run the gamut of unexpected ports, some strange remakes, reboots, reimaginings, and bootleg versions that vastly outdid the efforts of honest-to-God retail releases that people were paid to make. That's the most incredible part. Now, there's other games that were ported to Famicom, like Earthworm Jim. Boogerman, believe it or not, got a bootleg release that actually looked pretty decent. But unlike these games which we did feature, those didn't have retail equivalents. Boogerman and Earthworm Jim did not officially come to NES. But damn, Pirates, way to make them look bad.
Sure, for real.
Thank you all for watching us. Again, thank you for not forgetting us during our break, and thank you for coming back and watching us do more of our bullshit that we love to do. If you like this bullshit, we'll be doing more of it on Friday. Stay tuned for NES to Super Nintendo, M through Z. We're going to cover a bunch of games, more surprises in store, more strange ports, weird adaptations, strange cut-downs of familiar games, 16-bit to 8-bit ports, and 8-bit to 16-bit ports.
Ooh.
And Ninja Gaiden Trilogy.
Ah, shit.
We got to talk about Ninja Gaiden Trilogy, but that's coming on Friday.
Okay.
Live from Austin, Texas, where the games are different, even though the names are the same, unless they're not. It's Retro Pals with Danny and Alex. Hello, Alex.
Hey, Danny.
We're continuing our confusing look into cross-generational NES and SNES games here tonight. We started off on Wednesday with a bounteous selection full of games, and man, turns out not many of these games are exactly the same when they were ported between two platforms.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's very few straight ports. A lot of them are modified, or at least structurally similar, but some of them are just completely different. This has been an interesting excursion, to say the least. Mm-hmm. Props to our patrons for voting for this. That was a good category.
Yeah, thank you, patrons.
Yeah. Good work. Smart thinking. You're a bunch of smart cookies out there.
Smart cookie Blairs.
Cookies. Yeah, Cookie Blair, too. It's Friday.
Hey!
We're here to finish things up with a look at M through Z in our alphabetical lineup of cross-generational NES to Super Nintendo games. How y'all doing?
I'm good.
I barely just sat down. I was working up until minute 1 of stream time, and I had to be like, okay, time to go, time to stream. Hello, we're here.
Hi.
we're going to do this. Alex, why don't you thank some folks?
I want to thank Arpagot for the 78-month resub. This sub is older than the length of my car loan.
Whoa, that's
pretty
old.
Also, thank you earlier, Barrier Trio Bean, with the raid. Thank you so very much.
Bean, thank you for the raid.
Thank
I
you.
hope you enjoyed your time on the moon.
I was
in
going to
Final
say, I saw
Fantasy
you on
IV.
the moon, and I was like, cool moon.
Very, very moonful gaming over at the Barrier Trio Bean channel.
Nick Chaotix with a 64-month resub at Tier 2, Jaguar months.
Jaguar months.
Thank you so
and
very
at Tier
much.
2, that's like 2 Jaguars.
So do the math.
Imagine if they taped 2 Jaguars together. That would be 64 plus 64. I'm not doing the math.
The cats would be really upset. It'd be 128. White Lando with a 3-year resub at 36 months. More licensed garbage. Yeah.
Yay. No, it's not just... Okay, it's like 90% licensed garbage, but still.
Some is good.
Thank you.
And thank you, and beyond, for the 106 months. Big 106.
That's so many months.
That's a billion months.
That's a billion months. Once you get over 100, it's basically a billion.
Yeah,
You
I
know
can't
that-
count over 100.
That's how indie game math works out. Thank you for the sub.
Yeah, Professor Finkel doesn't teach past a 100. Thank you, Pirate Pequeño, for the 14-month resub. Glad y'all are back. Me too.
Hey, me too.
Me too.
Yeah, I'm glad to be back to streaming. I feel normal again. When I'm not streaming, I'm just like, what do I usually do with my time? I'm just laying here petting the cat all day. She doesn't mind. But,
She likes it.
I feel like I should be doing something else, and it turns out the something else is streaming.
Yeah.
So let's stream. Alex, we got one of my famous side excursions here tonight. We got a sidebar. We're going to start things off with a sidebar here tonight. Alex, give me some talking BGM 2, if you would.
Of course.
So, over the course of these 2 streams, we've talked about NES games that made the jump to the Super Nintendo, but there's a few games I want to talk about that made the jump to other platforms. NES games that you can play elsewhere, and you may choose to do so, as some of these ports are really good, some are and some are just, they're just there.
Cifrocrat, thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. Holy moly.
Big subs! Thank you for the
Thank
5 big
you.
subs. I really appreciate it.
And Lolo, thank you for the 100 bits. Ready for a nice Friday stream of totally not jank games to show that Danny's work is nothing to snuss at.
Oh my god, we're getting into puns here. We got to get things started.
Okay,
Thank
let's
you
go.
for the bits. All right, Alex, pull up bonks.jpg and show that on screen. If you
Chat,
would.
look at this.
Bonks Adventure, famous of Mascot for the PC Engine and TurboGrafx 16. It turns out they ported the original Bonks Adventure to the NES, and you can play that right there on your 8-bit Nintendo if you're a millionaire or something, because this is a late release and it's very, very rare. Do not pay for a copy of Bonks Adventure.
Okay.
Maybe acquire it in some way. I'm not going to tell you how, but Bonk would want it that way.
Yes.
Also, next please. RC Pro-Am actually got ported to the Sega Genesis. The rare-made isometric view RC car racer got ported to the Genesis under the title Championship Pro-Am. And the only major difference is instead of spelling Nintendo, you spell champion. That's it.
All right.
Otherwise, you can play this on the Genesis. Rare's Battletoads, for reference, was also ported to the Sega Genesis, as well as Game Boy, but I'm not going to cover Game Boy as part of this sidebar because that's a whole different kettle of fish. Next up, Downtown Neketsu Monogatari, aka River City Ransom, got ported to the PC Engine Super CD-ROM in Japan. There was also a port of Super Dodgeball, and maybe even a couple more Neketsu games I'm forgetting, but if you want to play slightly upgraded Neketsu games, PC Engine is your platform. Next up, this guy, the Egg, the hated Egg, Fantastic Adventures of Dizzy is playable on your Sega Genesis. You can see a smoother, more well-textured Egg here on the 16-bit platforms. I believe this is equivalent to the NES Aladdin version of Fantastic Dizzy, so it's the full experience. Get all those stars. Be an Egg. Why not?
Honey, it's sure to be a mega hit.
Is it?
Well, that's what they say.
90%? 92%? That's, I guess you gotta be British to really get it. Anyway, next game. Hattress did not get a Super Nintendo port, despite being a pretty, I'm not going to say big seller on the NES, but it was a seller. I assume it sold like 2 or 3 copies. If you want to play an improved version of that, there's an arcade version as well as a PC Engine version, of all things. So go do that. Tell me what you think. Next. Hey, how about this one? Hello Kitty World for Famicom is actually a port of Nintendo's own Balloon Kid for the Game Boy. And Nintendo collaborator Pax Sofnica actually made this port, so it's a really good one. If you want to play Balloon Kid in color with all your favorite Hello Kitty characters. There you go. Go play it.
Go play it.
Here's a really weird one. You know that fucked up Knight Rider game, Pack-In Video, made for the NES, where they talk about the PIV bomb?
Oh, yeah!
Well, believe it or not, there's an upgraded port for the PC Engine. It's not just another Knight Rider game, it is specifically an upgraded version of their fucked up Famicom/NES Knight Rider game. So you can play that. In this game, Kit can jump. So enjoy that. Get your PIV gaming in on the PC Engine.
Pack-In Video, folks.
Can I say that?
You can see everybody loves Pack-In Video.
Yeah, who
Pack
doesn't?
it in.
Here's another really weird one. Again, don't want to get too into the weeds in terms of Game Boy ports, but Funhouse on NES, if you remember that game show adaptation that's nothing like the game show, where you just kind of wander around this top view shooter, that was ported to the Game Boy as Out of Gas. It got this sci-fi reimagining. More than likely, this was the original version, and they just did a quick and dirty port for NES and called it Funhouse. Put J.D. Roth's face on it. I don't think J.D. Roth is in this Game Boy version, so that makes this the inferior version for sure. Next. Good news, folks. Bart vs. the Space Mutants, everyone's favorite NES Simpsons game, got ported to the Sega Genesis. It also got ported to the Master System, Game Gear, other platforms, but here in the States, in good old North America, you can play Bart vs. the Space Mutants on the Sega Genesis. And not only that, next please, on your Game Gear, you can play Bart vs. the World, the sequel that's even bigger and better, and these games suck.
They do.
I don't
They're
know
not
why
good.
they got ported everywhere. There's also a Master System version of this, only released in Europe, so good job, guys. You got lucky. And finally, believe it or not, Bartman Meets Radioactive Man also got ported to the Game Gear, so you can play the entire NES Simpsons trilogy on Sega platforms. Lucky you. That's so good. I'm so glad they decided to do that. That was so necessary.
Thank you, Flying Edge.
Thank you. Snake, Rattle, and Roll. Did you know there's actually a European Mega Drive port of Snake, Rattle, and Roll for NES?
Huh.
More textured snakes, higher color depth, same weird toilet-licking action that you're familiar with from the original game. Lick that foot.
Lick that foot.
And finally, believe it or not, some of the unlicensed Wisdom Tree games actually made their way over to the Sega Genesis. I think Wisdom Tree saw the name of the Sega console and was like, oh my god, it's like a sign from above, we gotta port this shit. So they ported Spiritual Warfare, as well as Exodus, and your favorite, Bible Adventures.
Bible Adventures!
Along with, that's right, Joshua. So
course.
more than half of the Wisdom Tree games got ported to the 16-bit Sega Genesis. The big winner there, of course, is Spiritual Warfare, which is a Zelda-like. I recommend playing that game. That's actually pretty neat. The Crystal Mine style games, Joshua and Exodus, aren't so bad. Bible Adventure sucks. Be sure to play it. And that concludes our brief look at NES games that were ported to other platforms other than the Super Nintendo. Let's get things started.
Let's go. All right.
We gotta go through the rest of the library. We're doing this alphabetically. On Wednesday, we started off with A through L, leaving neatly off at the letter M, if my alphabetics are correct. Mm-hmm. So let's start things off in a big way.
Okay.
You hear this guy named Mario?
Never heard of him. Hold on.
Mario.
I got a McDanny up here. There
Mario,
you
believe
are.
it or not, here I am. I'm Mario. They announced the new Mario. It's me.
It's you.
I'm disempowering Chris Pratt. I'm deposing him.
Yeah, okay.
Get off the throne, fucker.
Leave.
I'm Mario now. And so, as we get things set up here in the background with our cockamamie dual screen setup here, we're gonna start to do things in just a second here. Alex, why don't you load up your game menu?
Okay, let's load this bad boy. Hold
so
on.
we can. Okay. Go to there, and then scroll down. SNES equivalents.
Okay.
And there you go. Why don't you load up our first game here? I mean, our second game.
Okay.
Mario. Mario is here on 8-bit platforms, believe it or not, with Mario is missing. Yeah, we're going to disembowel Chris Pratt. Don't worry about it. He had it coming. Oh, no. Oh, I did something bad. Bring up that RetroArch window, if you would. And push the minus key on the numpad. Hold it. Keep on holding it. There we go. All right, I didn't want to double up on audio.
Okay, and Mister's playing. We should be good audio-wise. Let us know if anyone's too loud, too quiet. Okay.
Mario's missing. The
Where'd he go?
edutainment masterpiece came to Super Nintendo as well as the NES. Let's get it started. Now, I always thought this NES port was kind of surreal. God damn it, why did the achievements fucking... I don't want achievements and... Give me your controller for a second. all my settings reverted. I don't want no damn Chivos in fucking Mario is Missing. I swear to Christ. Now, why don't you hide this layer in case it decides to show my password?
Oh yeah, hold on 1 second here. Go away.
Oh no, I can't see it.
Well, I can fix that. There.
What happened? I swear to God this was set up before stream. RetroArch rebelled on me, which is weird because it's such a
It's known
such a
for not
perfectly usable
rebelling,
platform
yeah.
that doesn't give you any trouble whatsoever. Cartman, thank you for the bits.
And I want to thank Vesselus earlier for the 9-month resub. Video games out of time and out of space. And Jack Me Off or 84 with the 9-month resub. Thank you so
That's a
very
sub
much.
baby.
That is a
Congrats on
sub
your
baby.
sub baby,
Oh,
Jack Me
nice.
Offer. I appreciate it. All right, so here we are. Mario is Missing got ported to NES, even though the Super Nintendo is the lead platform. You can tell because it uses Super Mario World sprites. I always thought this NES port was kind of surreal because where else are you going to see Mario World sprites on the NES? Luigi, you're not supposed to look like this on the Nintendo.
Okay, I'm good.
Turn things down on our end, if you would.
Okay.
Another thing that strikes me about Mario is Missing is, despite the fact that it's an educational game, it's way less intuitive than the original Mario games, which were actually very straightforward. So if you want a more complicated, more educational version of Mario, there you go. It's on your NES and your Super Nintendo. The Golden Gate Bridge is missing.
Yeah, what am I gonna do?
You gotta go find it. One of the Koopas stole it or something. I've never played much of this. People are familiar more with the MS-DOS version with the really creepy Luigi, but you can play this on other platforms as well. I do like the fact that Luigi looks both ways before crossing the streets.
I mean, he should. I think if anyone got hit by a car, it would be Luigi. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that dude's always getting hit by cars. People are going, whoa, is that Luigi? And then you just slam right into him.
Mm-hmm. Where is people?
Where is people? Now, we're not going to show off much of this. Mainly, I just want to show off the fact that these games do exist across both these platforms. Hotel Mario's Son or Mario is Missing Daughter. I choose neither, but thank you for the
Neither.
bits. We're not going to get anywhere in this. Mario's going
No.
to remain missing, so is the Golden Gate Bridge. Sorry, America, and sorry, Mario. All right, let's move on to our next game here.
All right,
You want some more Mario?
I guess. I mean, yeah, I love Mario.
Of course I want Mario. I'm fully invested in this stupid premise, is what you should be saying. Once again, Radical Entertainment brings the support of an educational Mario game back to 8-bit platforms, and thank God they did. Here we have the Super Mario World sprites again. This time you control Mario himself, the famous plumber. And you gotta do some stupid historical bullshit. Whoa, Bowser! Oh no, Yoshi! Yoshi went exploring on his own and now he's been captured by Bowser. That's why he never wants to go in those castles in Super Mario World. He just instantly gets captured.
I took an apple and I can't do anything else.
So here's another super convoluted, edutainment adventure for Mario to suffer through. Again, this is much less of a kind of game that you'd expect from Mario. You can expect to learn from this one. Tamaya, thank you for the sub.
Tamaya, thank you for the sub.
Welcome to Mario Edutainment. He's educational now. They announced after the second movie they're going to go all in on edutainment, and they're no longer going to make traditional Mario games.
Nice.
Mario, quit exiting the fucking level, I swear to God. I'll kill you. I'm just kidding, folks. That's not an actionable threat against Mario.
You would never threaten Mario. I'm learning all about Isaac Newton over here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I said that he was born in World War II, and they were like, no. I'm like, are you sure? His famous theory of Christmas Day. No, it's gravity.
In theory, we should have a Christmas. Thank you, Eldiner Productions, for the blow. That's one of my favorite parts of Mario's Missing on MS-DOS. The incredible noises Yoshi makes. Now here on NES, you actually have to go through a minigame in order to collect the item that you need to bring back to the past for whatever stupid reason. Then you go in the time machine, and you can take it back to, let's say, 31 BC. That's when they had torches. Meanwhile, Alex is filling out a worksheet.
I am.
Love that worksheet gaming. That's what the Mario games really needed, in my opinion. Room temperature. Thank you for the 42 months.
42 months. Love the giant boss doors from Super Mario World and NES, which I thought the small ones were cookies that Mario was entering.
Delicious cookies. Thank you for the sub. It is really strange to see these Mario World sprites specifically not just being used by someone who's not Nintendo, but being on the 8-bit NES. Just something unnatural about it. Like the fact that the Mario game is educational. It's unnatural. Dude, you can't do the slide duck! What were they thinking? This game's unplayable. Alex, how's the worksheet going?
Bibles? Bibles was wrong. He didn't discover the Bibles of white light.
What did he discover?
Filament?
Yeah, he discovered the filaments of white light.
I'm fucked.
Alex, I think we're failing out of gamer school.
Lobe?
Yeah, lobe.
Oh, I got it. Oh, Mario died.
Sorry, Mario. Let's move on to our next game.
Oh, thank God. I mean, but I
You don't
love
like
Mario.
Mario's
No,
Time
I love
Machine?
Mario's Time Machine.
Why? Well, maybe Micro Machines is more your speed.
It's absolutely brilliant.
You get it? Speed? Because it's a racing game? Eh?
Oh, Ocean.
Oh, Ocean ported this to Super Nintendo? It's news to me. This is basically the best ever unlicensed game for the NES, and it was so popular they ported it to other platforms, including the Super Nintendo, as some may call it.
Got up to 4 players in this one.
Let's be Cherry. Woo!
The kids look better in this one. He's dire, so this isn't going to be good.
All right, Walter, start that race. Get in the bathtub, Walter. It's time to race some Micro Machines. And much like the
Let's
NES
go.
game, this starts off with a speedboat race.
Eat shit.
These being Micro Machines, they are, of course, there's multiple different types of vehicles. Alex, you picked some kind of head-to-head mode, it looks like. That's fine.
Oh, oops.
Don't worry about it. We're getting the point across, I think. There's Walter in 8 bits. And Dwayne. I also heard Smoke on the Water earlier. It's not the first game we've covered that has a weird cover of that. There it is. Yeah, where's my Macro Machines? I guess that's just cars.
That's true.
They don't make too many car racing games. Here we are on the breakfast table, using our Malto-Meal Cheerios.
Qualify for the challenge.
What if the cereals were also unlicensed?
You mean like they were like malto meal shit?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Frosty Flakers or whatever?
Yeah, I don't think they're called Frosty Flakers.
No, there is something out there called Frosty Flakers.
Okay.
All right, we're both in the cereal world.
So in this case, the gameplay and progression seems pretty much identical between the two, aside from the alternate mode that Alex picked. So if you wanted Super Nintendo-fied Micro Machines, this is your game. You're not going to get something different. No fooling. Yeah, Tony's Glazed Donut. Wait a minute. Let's move on before we get in trouble. All right, Alex, it's time to see who can get less playtime out of the Miracle Piano teaching system.
This is going to be good.
This game requires a full musical piano in order to function. This hooked up via a MIDI port. Is that good? How's yours performing? Okay, Alex got to the gameplay screen. Suffice to say, with just a controller, we're not going to get very far in this game, and it looks like my game completely gave up. You do need a full-size keyboard for this, and you do have to learn how to play piano in order to properly finish this game. There are people who have dedicated themselves to finishing every US-released NES game, and the people who have done that actually had to learn piano via the Miracle Piano teaching system. Interesting thing, the music, all the notes you play come out of the piano and not the game itself.
Oh.
So even if we could get this to run, we wouldn't hear much of it.
I want one of those pianos so bad.
I do too. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Let's move on to our next game. Who's up for some Monopoly? Turn things down for us a little more. Thank you, thank you. All right, there we go. Once again, this being an established board game, we're not going to see much different here. It's not like they have different gameplay across both platforms. But we can see the aesthetic differences a little bit. Some of these opening screens looking very similar. Super Nintendo gets a nice little animation there. Flemish Dog, thank you for the bits.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I know Jeff Gerstmann's going to be covering Miracle Piano soon. He's got the piano and everything. So we'll see how that ranks according to science soon. Let's get into a game here.
All right.
You can see on Super Nintendo, Alex has a creepily digitized human hand that's used to roll the dice. That's pretty cool. I'm going to play with Gertrude. Gertrude has won the right to go first. See, the hands on the NES are crudely drawn to suit the poorer color depth. But we still get some digitized sounds. Sculpture Software did this game right. Whether you play this on NES or Super Nintendo, it's going to be a long playtime with Monopoly. Maybe fun. Maybe if you like Monopoly.
Maybe if you're a Monopoly freak.
What's going on over there, Alex?
Happy Friday.
What are you doing? We don't have Rolo on this source. Don't do that.
Not my fault. Not my fault. Not my fault. We've got the old man Yowie on stream.
God damn it. Welcome to Monopoly, a.k.a. Toxic Old Man Yowie Island, as featured on the Chubo screen.
It's happening again.
Oh my god, Alex!
It's okay.
That poor man.
I'm in jail!
Now you're in jail.
I'm in jail because I was too gay.
That's how it was back then.
Fred and Barney got married. Oh, I'm so happy. I saw...
Brokeback Monopoly, thank you for the bits.
I did see... Who was it? Old Beavis and Old Butthead get married. That was nice.
I'm so happy for them. They waited their whole lives for that opportunity, and I'm glad it came for them. So yeah, pretty straightforward port. The Super Nintendo has some graphical niceties, but here on the NES it doesn't look too bad either.
No.
It just depends on if you want a realistic human hand or a crudely drawn 8-bit one. That's the main difference. Let's move on. Next up, let's talk about Miss Pac-Man. Why not?
What's she been up to? Some crazy shit, I hear.
We're actually going to start off on NES with the later released Namco version of Miss Pac-Man. This is the later and much rarer version. Here you can see the sexy version of Miss Pac-Man over on Alex's side. And if you play the Namco version, it's basically a ROM-hacked version of Namco's original Pac-Man. This game was not released in Japan. This Ms. Pac-Man release was a late release for the US market.
There's a lot of options here. I can have Pac Booster always on.
Namco saw a niche, and they decided to fill it as cheaply and as easily as possible. So what you get here is a game with no frills, no options. You just start up Ms. Pac-Man, and you play it in the original slow version. An interesting thing I've heard about this one is they actually have protection against slow motion in this game. So if you pause the game, I think it's 256 times, it removes your ability to pause after that. So don't use slow motion on this version. Cheater. But check it out. There wasn't just a licensed Ms. Pac-Man towards the end of the NES's lifespan. Oh no. There was also this unlicensed version, made by Tengen, much earlier on in 1990. And this is the one that actually has the equivalents to the Super Nintendo version. You get a bunch of different options, different maze styles, including mini, big, and strange.
Yeah, I'm
Cartman, thank
using
you for the bits.
strange.
Yeah, poor Ms. Pac-Man. Pac-Man has a broken family now, thanks to @Games. Thanks a lot, guys. And you can turn on Pac Booster. You can have it be always on or optional if you hold the button. So let's do that. That's not right. Alex, that's not right. It's not supposed to look like this. Is the FPGA Mister not capable of emulating the illegal Tengen version of Miss
Maybe.
Pac-Man? She's eating up the parts of the scoreboard.
She's hungry.
That's perverse. Don't do
Well,
that.
It's called girl dinner, Danny.
Well, usually this version is supposed to look a whole lot more like what you see on Alex's side of the screen. I guess by strange, they weren't kidding. Hig sore. Gross.
My hig is always sore.
I do like the way she just eats her way through the letters. That's actually pretty great. She should just start eating the maze too, and then eating the bits inside your Nintendo until your Nintendo doesn't work anymore. But point being, the NES and Super Nintendo Ms. Pac-Mans are equivalent. You just have to use the unlicensed NES version to get that across. Do not play the licensed Ms. Pac-Man unless you're a collector. In which case, congrats.
Congrats!
Alex, it's time to go back to an old friend. Our old friend Nigel. With Nigel Mansell's World Championship Challenge. And on Super Nintendo, I think it's called Nigel Mansell's World Championship Racing? Or it's just World Championship. You get a full digitized picture of Nigel himself on Super Nintendo. Yes, my name is Nigel Mansell. I will race. Oh, do you have an option to improve with Mansell?
Oh, a good question. Let's go back. No.
No, don't worry about it. I just want to improve. El Diner, thank you for the bits.
Bits to feed Miss Pac-Man, thank you.
They went right in her mouth. We saw none of that. Now, here in the NES version, the Improve with Nigel mode actually gives you Nigel's big-ass head in the corner. I wanted to see that in the Super Nintendo version, because I do believe his big-ass head is in that, too. But basically, this is a racing game. You can play it if you like. Interestingly, it shows you the ideal racing line, so you're supposed to just, like, gradually turn into the corners in order to keep your speed and not lose too much of it.
Okay, we've got Mansell's advice.
Okay, yeah, do that. Cartman, thank you for the bits. I'm pretty sure his head is in the Super Nintendo one, too. I can't wait to see this shit. Open your eyes, Nigel.
Okay, he's there. He gave me some advice ahead of time.
Ahead? Ah?
Mm-hmm.
Ah?
And, here he is!
There he is! So no matter which version of this game you play, you can play along with the disembodied head of famous race car driver Nigel Mansell. Which do you prefer?
I like yours, because he's out of his cage.
Yeah.
Mine's all caged up.
They put his head in a box. It's like Hellraiser or something. Dude, this is what I got the split screen format for, so we can see double the Nigel Mansell on screen at any given time. This is, believe it or not, one of the better NES racers. It's also good on Super Nintendo, but competition is more fierce there. On Super Nintendo, you may prefer something like Top Gear and other things. Still, it's a good one. Make sure to stick to that racing line. Cartman and Room Temperature, thank you for the bits.
Thank you.
He does look like Gomez Adams. Tish, I've become a race car driver.
He'd probably do that because you could kill people.
Yeah. We gotta beat this guy from across the street. He's got this race car called the Dragula. I'm gonna show that fucker what for. I don't think they ever did an Addams Family / Munsters crossover.
That's bullshit, personally.
I think they should have. Let's move on to our next game.
Okay.
Nigel cannot be contained. He will not. All right, folks. It's the time you've been waiting for. We gotta talk about it. It's time for Ninja Gaiden Trilogy. Whoops. There we go.
You want me playing Ninja Gaiden?
Yeah, Alex gets the pleasure of playing the SNES ported Ninja Gaiden Trilogy. Have fun, Alex. This was released in 1995, after the release of the PlayStation and Saturn, I think. So Tecmo was like, all right, you guys like Ninja Gaiden. These games have been out of print for a long time, so why not enjoy it on your Super Nintendo? And there was some precedent for series compilation releases on the Super Nintendo. Last time around, we saw Dragon Quest 1 and 2, and in a bit, we're going to see Super Mario All-Stars. So when this was announced, gamers were psyched. And now you get to see side by side just how improved an experience it is on the Super Nintendo. What do you think, Alex? Look at those gorgeous redrawn 16-bit graphics. They barely did shit when they were porting these games. The sprites are still small, the action is the same, so you can get about an equivalent experience in terms of gameplay. But after Super Mario All-Stars, people were expecting more, and instead what they got was this. There's also the fact that the controls are all fucked up on the Super Nintendo version.
A little bit.
Just like on NES, the jump button is the A button, and you slash with the B button, which is not how it should be on the Super Nintendo. Like, why would you think that? Lately, Nintendo's been doing that with Switch games, which is revisionist history, if you ask me, and they should have asked me. But no, you don't jump with the A button when the A button is on the right quadrant of a diamond-shaped button layout. We all know this. But it's like that on Ninja Gaiden Trilogy, and there's no way to change it. I guess nowadays you could remap it via emulator settings. But back in the day, we didn't have that choice.
We didn't.
We just had to suffer with it. Alex, how's the suffering going?
It's suffering, but it's not that bad.
Yeah,
I feel like I've suffered more.
The music in Trilogy, even though you don't hear it, is also much worse. All right, Alex, reload your game if you would.
Okay.
So we can pick Ninja Gaiden 2.
Okay, how do I reload?
Oh, just pick the ROM again.
Okay.
I mean, the legally acquired game.
Yeah, let me just put the cart in and out.
You want to rephrase that?
No.
Okay, good. So, being a trilogy, this includes the first 3 Ninja Gaidens. Let's have a look at Ninja Gaiden 2. Maybe they sexied this one up a little bit. The insane clown music soundtrack, yeah. It's pretty much a downgrade across the board. Not the worst way to play the Ninja Gaiden games, but still, you could do better. Even the original NES versions, I would say, are much better. They do a lot better job of using the NES's capabilities, whereas this feels
looks
like...
so goddamn the same.
Yeah, it's a really underachieving port, unfortunately. People deserve more. And this is a case where you actually didn't want these to be equivalent. You wanted improvements, damn it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Cartman, thank you for the bits.
Thank you.
The loose cart is way expensive nowadays. You can pay a premium to play these games in a worse format with bad controls and clown music. Thanks, Tecmo.
Man, I kind of wish I could hear the clown music.
You want to hear the clown music?
No.
You want to hear the clown music?
Okay.
Alex, turn up your clown music.
Okay.
Push plus. Oh, you may need to
yeah, I got
have the window at the forefront.
Okay.
All right, folks, you want your clown music? You want to hear some fucking clown music? What's with those horns? There you go.
No.
It's Clown Wink here in retro gaming. Mr. Do has been let out of jail, and now we all have to suffer. Thank you. The NES games sounded good. They just sounded like really good sounding NES games. I don't know how to describe it. But on Super Nintendo, they just used the stock sound sample libraries, which in this case means clown horns. It sounds weird. They could have done so much better. They could have added like digitized voices of Ryu saying "ha ha" every time he sliced his sword. Dude, this would be a good format for speedruns if you could speedrun. Alex, how do you feel about Virtual Highlight? You want to do side-by-side speedruns of that?
Yeah, I'm gonna look great. It's gonna...
Okay, why don't we wrap things up here with Ninja Gaiden 3. Go ahead and reload your game. And we'll see how Ninja Gaiden 3 looks on this baby. Again, with the clown music, as people prefer. That's true, it could have been like Mario 2 on GBA.
Just what I needed.
Oh, a crystal! Yeah, we instantly thought of Toad, both of us. Alright, let's play a little bit of this shit. Alex's mic is loud? Really?
Yeah.
That's a change. Wow.
Yeah, I bumped the thing accidentally, so it might have accidentally turned me up.
Is Alex too loud? Should I turn him back down?
I was gonna say, you can turn me back down.
I like Alex being
Alex
audible.
sounds fine to me. Okay,
Okay, good. Alright, let's start her up.
Okay, cool. It's an improvement. Okay.
Ooh.
I should bonk into things more often.
Yeah, Alex, bump into everything.
I love having a big fat ass.
Well, it turns out they listened to my complaints, and they added in hua hua to the Ninja Gaiden 3. Also, if you've never played this plays very differently from the first two games. He's a lot floatier.
He's
a lot
really floaty.
He's a lot talkier. Actually, he only says one thing, but it's a good soundbite. I'll give him that. Now, I gotta give the Ninja Gaiden trilogy one positive point here. Specifically, the version in this game is a port of the Famicom Ninja Gaiden 3, which you may recall is actually much easier than the NES version. It also has a password feature that was deleted from the US version. When Ninja Gaiden 3 was out, they really wanted people to suffer with this one. Oh yeah, the Lynx port of Ninja Gaiden 3! I almost forgot about that one. There was multiple Ninja Gaiden games for the freaking Atari Lynx, believe it or not.
Really?
They ported the original arcade game as well as 3. Just 3. It's also a port of Rygar for the Atari Lynx. Why did Tecmo love that Lynx so much? I've also heard rumblings of there being an upcoming Lynx re-release. Don't fall for it, folks. The Lynx is no good. But yeah, this is the sad story of Ninja Gaiden Trilogy. A remake series that honestly should have been way better than it actually was. Oh yeah, the checkpoints are also way worse in US Ninja Gaiden 3, so there's that too.
Yay!
Do it, Alex. Kill the guy. I died. You have to avenge me. We're all watching. Don't fuck up. Oh my god. It's a fight to the finish.
Die! I got finished.
Alex got finished.
Alright.
And in both in both universes, the ninja loses. Sorry, Ryu. There you go, Ninja Gaiden Trilogy. Play it on NES. Do not play it on the Super Nintendo, is my opinion. Next game.
Alright.
Oh my god. Alright. We gotta talk about Koei, folks. We're only gonna show off one of these, and that being the original Nobunaga's Ambition. The great Nobunaga no Yabo series comes to the NES and the Super Nintendo, courtesy of Ko Shibusawa and those other guys. There's actually a bunch of Koei games that made the jump from NES to Super Nintendo. Here, let me name them for you. Gemfire. You hear that one? Nobunaga's Ambition. Romance of the Three Kingdoms. And Romance of the Three Kingdoms 2. And the original Uncharted Waters are all available on both the NES and the Super Nintendo. Whichever you prefer, you can play it there. All right, let's do it. Oh, I gotta turn my
I was
audio
gonna say turn your
back
music
up.
back on, yeah.
There we go. Glorious 8-bit tunes to Ambition 2. 17 fiefs or 50 fiefs? You know me, I always want the 50 fiefs. I'll watch the other daimyos battle. Think I won't? Now, I'm going to skip over the other Koei games because this one gives you a good idea of the difference between the two different editions of all these games. That being the Super Nintendo one is much, much more detailed than the original 8-bit versions. I love how you roll your daimyo statistics. Everything's okay so far. Then on with the game.
Alright.
You can already see here on Super Nintendo, Alex gets a lot of nice little animations and details that aren't in the NES one. Plague has come! What? Frame 1, they launched a plague? What? What's going on here? Is this part of your ambition, Nobunaga, to unleash the plague? Yeah, get shit on.
I'm taxing people at 100%.
Cool, they love that.
The peasants are protesting.
Here on NES, you don't even get hex-based combat. It's actually these weird-looking squares, which still have the same number of sides somehow as hexagons, so it works out the same. But I imagine it looks way better on Super Nintendo. It's also the fact that neither me and Alex really knows what we're doing in terms of these games, so you're not going to see much useful information here. It's just aesthetically, the Super Nintendo one is by far the superior experience. So go ahead and play that one. Why not? You allowed 1 rice at 100% tax rate?
It's okay.
Shingen is lost somehow.
Don't worry about it.
Takeda Shingen in Alex's universe died an early death. Andy Magal. God. Okay, we gotta quit this before you change history.
It's fine.
Here's something more our speed. Paperboy 2. Now, there was a Paperboy 1 on NES, but Super Nintendo only has Paperboy 2. And
Look
boy,
at this!
it is just about completely identical between both platforms. Let's start. Unfortunately, we're not going to hear the sound and music from Alex's version, which, if you've ever played Paperboy 2 on Super Nintendo, it is the loudest Super Nintendo game. It'll blow your ears out.
Baby to mom, bye-bye.
That's ominous. SNES Ryu, you abusive, miss me yet? So this is a console-only sequel to the arcade Paperboy. Brought this over to Super Nintendo and Genesis and NES. And the NES and Super Nintendo versions are basically equivalent. There's some cutbacks here on NES, like you saw that kid playing basketball by himself. There's actually another kid on Super Nintendo. But other than that, it's a very similar experience. And you know what? I like Paperboy 2. I'll go to bat for Paperboy 2. Doesn't get a lot of love nowadays. Most people prefer the arcade original, but damn it, this game's got some heart to it. You can crush a dude by putting his car on top of him. Paperboy just killed a man.
Listen.
Actually, it's Paper Girl, so a
Yeah,
progressive
Paper
win.
Girl, yeah. You really hurt those old people.
A quality win. Paper Girl can be a psycho too.
Paper Girl kills old people. I destroyed their window.
That's good.
I'm like, how dare you be in love?
Essentially, it's a neighborhood mayhem simulator. Oh my god, I got hit by a car at like 100 miles an hour.
I hit the dog.
It sucks out here. Oh, I'm about to stop a robbery at the convenience store. Take that. That'll absolve me of my other sins. Free paper for the the convenience store. Alex just recently watched Rad, so he's recreating the movie.
I am. Baby.
Wonderful movie, that Rad.
Rad rocks.
It holds up, folks. This is ass sliding. If you were on the Discord watching that with us last week, you know what ass sliding is. Everyone else has to imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Just picture the most dirty thing possible, and yeah, you're right. That's ass sliding. God, what I wouldn't give to go ass sliding with you right now. the most romantic
Paper
line
Girl fired!
to ever be in a movie. All right, let's move on. We love ass sliding.
We sure do.
You know what else we love? Parodius.
Ooh, it sounds good.
Yeah, this got that late era NES sound from Konami. Excuse me, Palcom, because this was only released in Europe. Parodius actually got a Famicom and European NES release, but us Americans, we had to go without. And Europe even got it on the Super Nintendo, so it's fully in English over there too. I don't know what made Europe think it was so special that it needed to get all the Parodius games, while us in America, we just got, I don't know, Chess Master. It was a one or the other thing at Nintendo. They were all like, Parodius or Chess Master? No, Chess Master. Americans are prudes, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we couldn't grasp the concept of a parody. They're just like, what's this silly bullshit? You fucked up. You're supposed to be shooting other spaceships, not Moai heads. I'm Barney.
Hey, Barney. What are you doing here? I'm also Barney.
Hey, Fred, what's this bullshit? Hey, other Barney.
RJ Lee, thank you for the raid.
Hey, RJ Lee. Thank you for the raid. We're playing Parodius along with a bunch of other NES to Super Nintendo ported games. We had a good stream.
Oh yeah, no, we didn't hold that message for moderation. That was done by Twitch itself. Twitch was like, oh, you can't say mean things about Americans.
It's always Twitch auto mod. We usually don't give a shit.
I never. Oh, I ran right into the thing.
This is a surprisingly fully featured port of the original arcade Parodius for Famicom and NES. And the weird thing about it is the Famicom version actually added a bunch of new levels, but the European version cut those out. I don't know why. No one knows. Did they have adult content? Was there too much nudity? Who can say? As for me, I've been getting into shmups lately.
Really?
Over the last week, I played through the entire Alesta series, including the MSX games, and man, they never made a bad one of those. They're all good. There's usually at least one game in a long-running series that kind of sucks, but the worst ones out of the Alesta series are probably Power Strike for Master System and Alesta Gaiden, and both of those are pretty good. So what the fuck, Compile? Why didn't you make a weird bad version of Alesta? Every series is supposed to go downhill at some point. What am I talking about? I just go into shmup mode whenever I start playing one of these, so brain activity turn off.
Pentaro died.
Alex getting a game over in record time.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, I'm great, and this is on pace
And
to be a
perfect,
1cc.
and yeah, you're gonna win everything.
It's a lie, by the way. Parodius is actually very difficult.
It is!
It's easily on par with the Gradius series that it's parodying. Do not expect these games to be easy. I at least want to show off one of the mini-bosses, though. I'm surprised how well...
Noted, thanks!
What are you, writing an email over there?
Got a stink foot.
Oh, gross.
Ben breakfast? Lock me, baby. Shaving is boring.
It is. Tell it like it
Got
is,
a stink
Pentaro.
foot. I do like noted, thanks.
No, I got the bad power-up. I powered down. Yeah, there is a power-up that allows you to shout gibberish at your enemies, and for the European version, they translated it. Because the Europeans deserve it. Not Americans, though. We just weren't ready for the concept of a spaceship shouting the truth that shaving is boring. No, we can't spread anti-shaving sentiment here in America. The country will not survive.
We won't.
Happy Friday, everybody. And yeah, the first mini-boss you see here is a cat ship. Oh, they got those drums. Damn, this game sounds good. So if you live in Europe, you live in a land of plenty where a lot of the Parodiuses were translated. Not sexy Parodius, unfortunately. That was too sexy for Europe. But you did get the first two, and that's something. Alex, you're having too much fun.
I am! I'm not even talking! I love Parodius!
We gotta move on.
Yeah, we gotta...
Next game. How about this one? You heard of this Prince? of Persia?
Who is he?
Yeah, I love the cat boat. America hates the cat boat, though. The cat boat did not... it failed the location test. Now, you're gonna see some differences between these two games pretty darn quick. I'm gonna let Alex start up his game, since there is a little bit of lead up there. Alright, start up your game.
Oh, wow.
And this is a case where there actually is a pretty extreme graphical difference between the two games. The Super Nintendo one plays more fluidly and definitely has the advantage in terms of color depth and resolution. NES one is an okay port. They did what they could, but it's very much on par with the other compromised ports of the game from back then. Why are you not doing this, Prince? Can you not hang down an edge on NES? I think my Prince is broken. Well, whatever.
I got spiked.
Good job, Alex.
It's fine.
On the Super Nintendo, though, this one was published by Konami here in the States, and it's actually hugely expanded. There's a whole bunch of new levels that are exclusive to the Super Nintendo game. You also get 2 hours to beat the game, as opposed to 1 hour in the other versions. So that does make it not really faithful, per se, to the original, given that there's a bunch of new content. But having played through Super Nintendo Prince of Persia, it's actually really good, and I do recommend playing that if you have the chance. Oh no, Alex, you don't have a sword! You gotta have a sword!
It's fine.
Is it? Should I not worry about it?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Yeah, NES one actually looks a hell of a lot like the DOS version. And if you're looking for a quote-unquote pure Prince of Persia experience, I guess the NES one would be better in your case than the Super Nintendo one. But I think this is a nice little case of it offering something for both worlds. You want the original Prince? Well, he's dead. You can't have him anymore. He got spiked.
I got spiked too.
Oh, wow. Cinematic parallels. These are both good versions, the Super Nintendo one being expanded. Play them both if you have a chance. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Let's play the next game. Oh,
Are you kidding me?
Alex, I'm sorry to say that one of the Ren and Stimpy Super Nintendo games did get an NES port. And yeah, it's actually pretty similar.
Okay.
Oh, this music. From the creative minds at Imagineering comes Ren and Stimpy Buckaroos. A game that you can play if you really want to. It has the same intro cutscene. Has the same conceit of these levels being different TV channels or episodes or something.
Can I just quit?
I don't even know what to say about this. I think the NES one gives you a predetermined level layout, whereas you can determine where to start yourself on the Super Nintendo. So you're going to see two different levels here on both sides of the screen, but suffice to say it is a very similar game on both platforms. As for which version you want to play, neither. Ren and Stimpy games are quite bad, you may have heard. But if for some reason you do want to play them, there is a newly released collection available for Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 5, Xbox 12, or whatever it's called. Wherever it is, you can play all the Ren and Stimpy Super Nintendo games in one spot. Lucky you. Can we stop playing this now?
Yes, please.
Stimpy's Invention, notably, is not part of that collection because it's actually good. It's a collection of only the bad games. Thanks, guys. Oh, but things aren't going to get much better for us. Because it's time for RoboCop 3. Yeah, the Fuckbox Series G, that's right. I can't keep track of their new naming system.
Ocean.
We got an Ocean game on both sides of the screen. It's double cursed. And in this case, RoboCop 3, despite being somewhat similar, is actually very different on NES and Super Nintendo. Let's play it. Pragmata! You know? It's basically Pragmata, yeah. You got a toddler with an Uzi. That's Pragmata.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Here, I would say the NES gets the slightly better RoboCop 3 experience. This game isn't as bad as the Super Nintendo one. Alex, unfortunately, is playing the full shit-on, awful RoboCop 3 experience. Ocean also ported the Super Nintendo one to the Sega Genesis, so you can play it there if you really want. And I think this NES version is exclusive to the NES. So there is that. I don't know if you ever get to play as the toddler with a gun. Boy, there's an idea for a game. Toddler with a gun.
Isn't that just BB Hood?
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, go play Darkstalkers then if you want to play a game with a toddler with a gun. She got landmines, machine guns, shotguns. She's better armed than RoboCop.
I can't defeat this thing.
So you can see how they're similar, but also obviously different games. Still side-scrolling shoot-'em-ups. Still nothing super good. That's the Ocean way. Unfortunately, the Addams Family was an outlier from last week's stream, whereas that was a good game. There is no good RoboCop 3. I wanna move on.
Okay.
We got something more interesting to talk about here. Another RoboCop game, but check this out. RoboCop versus Terminator.
Oh.
They got beef. They've been sniping at each other on Blue Sky all week. And now they're going to take it out on our video screens.
so many screenshots that are barely redacted.
Let's talk about RoboCop versus Terminator.
Okay.
There's a Sega Genesis game, which is amazing. There's a Super Nintendo game, which is mediocre, and that's the one Alex is playing.
Mm-hmm.
And there's an entirely different 8-bit NES RoboCop versus Terminator that was unreleased. So we're actually playing a prototype version here on the left, whereas this game you see on the right you can buy on cartridge. And it's kind of a shame that this NES one didn't come out, because I would say it punches way above its weight in terms of NES action games. Gamequoter,
Thank you for the 91 months.
thank you so much for the 91 freaking months.
91.
That's a lot of months. Thank you.
Hey, what is this?
Well, you're playing the lesser of the RoboCop versus Terminator games, unfortunately. The Super Nintendo RoboCop versus Terminator, made by a different team than the Genesis one. The Genesis one was made by a team who later became Shiny, who made Earthworm Jim and Genesis Aladdin, among other games. Super Nintendo one was made by, I don't know, some guys. And this unreleased NES game was made by a third team, and they did a great job. It's just, for whatever reason, they decided to not release this in stores. Despite RoboCop being smaller and somewhat chibi-fied in this version, this game is actually pretty action-packed, and I like it quite a bit.
I'm just shooting women.
That's what RoboCop does.
I guess.
If you want a game where RoboCop shoots women, you want the Super Nintendo RoboCop versus Terminator.
Jesus.
They're not even women Terminators.
They're just regular. Are they? I mean, maybe they are. Maybe they're sexy lady Terminators. I don't know.
What was the Terminator with a sexy lady Terminator? Was that T3?
That was T3.
Okay, yeah. So maybe they were getting ahead of the curve with making sexy lady Terminators. I don't know, I'm making excuses for them. Yeah, this is the case no matter which platform you play it on, it's a different game. And I would say Genesis one is the best, but the NES one is no slouch either. Check that one out. Super Nintendo one you can skip.
Yeah, don't play this,
RoboCop
folks.
is just kind of a big log who gets shot a lot and falls down pits.
I just fell down a pit.
Next game. Oh man, here's a change of pace. It's time to get into Data East territory. What's Side Pocket? Kind of early release for NES, coming out in 1987, and this later Super Nintendo version is remade in a lot of ways. And it's also not made by Data East themselves, I think. It's by Iguana. Who let him have a pool cue?
Me.
Take that away from him. Anyway, let's play some pool.
Look at my cool car.
You got a cool car over there. I'm going to play Pocket Game. Hey!
Hey, don't steal my money. I'll play Pocket Game.
The Super Nintendo one is the direct forerunner to the famous Minnesota Fats Pool Legend, the ultimate side pocket game. For those who don't know, the Minnesota Fats games are continuations of the Side Pocket series. Whereas this NES game is more of an adaptation of the original arcade Side Pocket, also known as Pocket Gal, if you want to play a version of this game with boobs. And yeah, you do. That is the superior version. It did look a little bit like Catherine O'Hara. She's like, hey, have you seen my son? I left him home alone. Well, we might as well play pool over it.
Yeah, you gotta play pool. It's not like I can find my son.
Oh yeah, she did pass recently, didn't she? Damn.
Yeah, I know.
That's a shame. Great actress. Honestly, kind of the best part of the Home Alone movies, aside from maybe Joe Pesci. These are really intense, physics-oriented pool games with a lot of different angles to the action. Especially here on NES. You didn't typically see pool games of this caliber on the 8-bit systems. But it's okay on Super Nintendo. It's also a Genesis port, though these days you probably want to play the Minnesota Fats games because, come on, why wouldn't you? Still, Side Pocket. Here it is.
Side Pocket is a game you can play.
Yeah.
That's my Side Pocket song. Do you like it?
Good contribution, Alex.
Thank you.
I don't think between either of us, none of us have sank any balls over the last couple of minutes.
I sunk too.
Oh, okay. I didn't do shit. Alex pulling everyone's weight here. Thank you, Alex.
You're welcome.
How about this for our next game? Did you know they were going to make SimCity for the freaking NES? And they canceled it? Despite the fact it was almost complete? It was made by Nintendo themselves, even. And a couple of years ago, I think it was the Video Game History Foundation discovered a prototype of this one, so you can play 8-bit SimCity on your emulator of choice. Super Nintendo SimCity, by the way, is a great way to play SimCity. It is such a good game. Oh, you going for a scenario? Okay, let's both pick a scenario. Let's both pick the
Tokyo Monster Attack?
Yeah, let's see what the Tokyo Monster Attack looks like on both platforms.
It's got Bowser in mine.
Does that Bowser on mine?
He's looking for Mario and Luigi.
I don't think Bowser's in the NES one. So these scenarios place you in the middle of a pre-built city, and you have to solve these various issues.
Okay.
All right, where's your Bowser? Interesting how both games start with none of the electricity hooked up. That's actually a bug in the Super Nintendo one. Even if all the electricity does flow properly in the first couple of seconds of gameplay, when you load a game, it pretends like it doesn't.
How do I...
It'll resolve itself, don't worry.
Okay.
So look at this. SimCity on the regular NES. This was fully previewed in Nintendo Power. Nintendo hyped it up a lot. And then suddenly, nothing. Where'd it go? What happened? Well, they fully made it and then just decided, you know what? Nah. I think officially the reason they gave is the fact that they had to scale down all the different subsections of the city. So they take up a 4x4 slot here on NES and a 3x3 slot on Super Nintendo. According to Nintendo, that really fucked up the flow of the game and apparently interfered with how to build a city properly. I think it looks good, though. I don't think it's that bad. Both versions also have Mr. Wright here. You can click on for various tips. I think this is supposed to be Will Wright. And
I'm gonna build a stadium.
now, where's the speed up option? We want to speed things up so we can actually see the... Yeah, good job, Alex. Welcome to Stadium Island. It has a stadium and nothing else. No electricity, though. Alright, here we go. I'm going to speed up my gameplay so you can see the monster attack happen in a second here. Monster attack! Okay, people can actually get to the stadium now. Can you speed up your gameplay? Oh no, there you go.
Alright, Bowser.
We're about to see the monster attack on both platforms here. It's Bowser on Super Nintendo and just some monster here on NES. Where is he? One thing the Super Nintendo version does is it centers on a disaster as it's happening, whereas on NES you have to actually go and find it. Where's that damn monster? Maybe go to? Yeah, okay, here we go. It's just Godzilla on the NES.
Yeah, except it's got horns.
Whereas on Super Nintendo you get special guest star Bowser. Yeah, true. The NES version would have come out too close to the Super Nintendo's launch, and they didn't want to cannibalize sales. Probably the same reason they canceled Star Fox 2, unfortunately. That game was also fully developed, but they wanted to focus on N64. I hate when shit like that happens. Like, it's understandable from a business perspective, but fuck business. I want the games.
Exactly.
Yeah, Mother 1 suffered the same fate, too. Real unfortunate. What's crazy is they didn't decide that beforehand. They just actually fully localized and made the games before making those decisions. If I was mayor, none of that shit would have happened. We would have gotten SimCity on Super Nintendo and Nintendo. Vote for me.
I'm just building up the traffic as he goes. What about the fires?
Yeah, just replace the roads. You don't want to cut back on road funding. You will regret this. Still, NES version's out there now, and you can play it. And supposedly it's a pretty good port.
Anyways, I'm gonna build an airport. There we go.
It's also fully ported the Super Nintendo version's soundtrack, so you get to hear 8-bit versions of those songs. And man, SimCity on Super Nintendo, I got a real good soundtrack. It's good stuff. Why not check it out?
You should check it out, folks.
Nintendo, you fucked up. But at least we got it out of their clutches. And now my city has no power.
Yeah, my city's fucked.
All right, next game. All right, on NES, this is called Smash TV, but on Super Nintendo, it's Super Smash TV. So why don't you load that up? There's this arcade game, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was basically fully taking the premise and concept of the movie The Running Man, except turning it into a video game. It was twin stick, it's a shooter, and we're going to play it. Here on NES, it gives you an interesting option to replicate that twin stick setup. You can use two controllers on their sides, so you're just double thumbing two D-pads, pretty much. That's one way to do it. Eldiner Productions, thank you for the bits.
Thank you.
Good luck! Beam Software handled both of these versions. And Super Nintendo one, actually a really good port. I really like the Super Nintendo port of Smash TV. It's pretty awesome. Meanwhile, look at the NES version compared to the Super Nintendo one. I mean, they did what they could. There's only so much you can do with the 8-bits in this case. But man, this is a compromised looking port if I've ever seen one. It's quite unfortunate. You really do want to play this on Super Nintendo if at all possible.
You do. This is fun.
You ever play this?
Yeah.
It's good shit.
I really enjoy Smash TV.
Yeah, NES one is super blompy. It's kind of impressive that they even tried, but boy, woof is what I would say. Even the music craps out after a second. It doesn't want to keep playing.
It's like, no.
Good luck, you'll need it, is what the guy's saying over there on Alex's screen. I've played a lot of Smash TV.
Oh. There we go.
Yeah, no looping music, it just ends at some point and then starts back up when you go to the next screen. They tried, right? Like, this isn't some half-assed port. They did what they could, but man, NES really starting to show its age with this one, unfortunately. But the Super Nintendo one is the one you want to play. It's also on Genesis, but weirdly enough, the Genesis looks more like the NES one. They did not do a good job of porting this to Genesis. Still, Super Smash TV, play that one. It's the good stuff. I just like all the different prizes you can win in this game, like a year's supply of good beef. And like VCRs and shit.
I want a VCR. Oh.
Well, all you gotta do is slaughter like 1,000 people and you can win a brand new VCR.
Okay.
It was tough out there in the 90s. Alright, let's move on. The music has given up and so have I. Alex, we have
Which
two different
one?
Smurfs games. I
Okay.
think one of them is a port, but I don't know which. Let's try out both.
Okay, here's Smurfs Travel the World.
I think this might be the port.
Okay.
This is always a good way to start a game. Who's this little freak?
That's a Smurf!
Yeah?
Yeah, do you not know the Smurfs?
I do, but why does he look so freakish?
I should just be in Spain. No? Okay.
There's some blippy European music for you.
This is the Smurfs too.
The Smurfs, too.
Ooh, I can be Smurfette in this one.
You can be Smurfette? Oh my god.
Yeah, I'll go to South America.
Yeah, I think one of these is equivalent across both platforms, and then there's a unique Super Nintendo Smurfs game. I believe this is the one, yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, starting off in a wooded environment. I'm being peeped on by some kind of creature. I don't like this. Now, this NES Smurfs game, believe it or not, exclusive to Europe, came out really late in the Super Nintendo's lifespan. Sepicide, thank you for the 50 Smurfs. That's Smurf. Thank you, I appreciate it. A lot of these Smurfs games, much like the Asterix series, you're going to have to head to European region if you want to play these. Only playable at 50 Hertz. Don't try to do 60, the Smurfs will explode. I guess on Super Nintendo you got the extra feature of being able to play as Smurfette.
That's nice.
That is nice. She's the only girl Smurf, and she was synthesized by Gargamel. What's that all about?
Well, they turned she transed her gender is what they did.
Oh.
Yeah, no. He, if I recall, he just took a Smurf and just put a gender fluid on it. And,
The gender fluid.
yeah, and out came Smurfette.
You heard it here first, folks. Actually, I guess you haven't. Maybe that's only news to me. They gave her the gender fluid. That's how that works.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I just mostly remember watching this really crazy, this whole thing like, watch out, all your toys are gonna put Satan into your world.
Oh, yeah.
And they went on and on about how Smurfette was like, oh, it's gay. She's gay because she's a man. And I'm like, oh my God, you're being transphobic to Smurfette.
Now it's time to freak out over the Masters of the Universe. They'll teach you kids about Satan, too. He-Man? That's Satan. Transformers? It's in the name. That's Satan.
Danny, do you like my little kick?
I like your little kick. It's good. My guy can't do anything.
Yeah,
He
your guy
sucks.
fucking sucks. Should I try the other Smurf game?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Let's see what this other game is. It's Smurfs.
I see Clip has seen that special as well. He-Man is more powerful than Jesus. That's what
Yes,
they want.
I think about that a lot.
That's what they want your kids to believe. Smurf's pretty metal, as it turns out. They're trying to corrupt your kids, just like Ozzy Osbourne. I don't know, maybe there's something to this whole Smurf thing. Now, this other Smurf
This
game...
looks like...
Oh, yeah, this has the same title screen from this game.
Yeah,
so maybe
I think
this is the equivalent.
I think this is the, yeah.
These Smurfs games are all quite similar, is the problem. There's only so much you can... Well, no, it starts you in a village. So,
Oh, hell.
So what the hell? What's going on with the Smurfs? Watch my YouTube video. My in-depth 8-hour exploration of what the deal is with the Smurfs. Well, they're all dead now in my case. Oh, the NES version starts you further in? Okay. Thank you. You played the Super Nintendo Smurfs, I was about to ask. Resident Mr. Do expert Sebmal also turns out to be a Smurfs expert. It helps to diversify your interests, in my opinion.
You have to be careful and not slip.
Hey, did you hear the news about Mr. Do?
You poor... I feel so bad.
Even we were getting that on Wednesday. We're not even the Mr. Do people, and everyone was all like, Mr. Do is free! You guys! You hear about Mr. Do? Let's go on to our next game. Another name you may be familiar with. The Spaced Invaders. No relation to the 90s movie. Now this is a really interesting difference here, because the Space Invaders for Famicom was only released in Japan in 1985, whereas this very late-era Super Nintendo game actually offers a bunch of different enhancements. So this gives you a good look at the difference between early Famicom and late Super Nintendo. You can play whichever you want.
Okay. Ooh. Black and white with cellophane is what I want.
Yeah, the Super Nintendo has such power you can simulate the cellophane. Meanwhile, look at these tiny-ass invaders here on Famicom. Alright, these aren't the same game, basically. They got the same name. You're still shooting invaders. But whereas the Famicom version is the best at the time available port of Space Invaders, the Super Nintendo one goes above and beyond, offering a bunch of different gameplay modes, along with a versus mode. And if you have Game Boy Space Invaders, you can put that in a Super Game Boy and get some really cool stuff. Man, this Famicom Space Invaders is primitive.
Mine's cool.
Mine's less cool. I think I preferred 2600 Space Invaders to Famicom Space Invaders.
Wait, for real?
Yeah. This is how cavemen played Space Invaders. I mean, I guess it's at least in color. I missed the damn UFO. I guess I don't have much to say on the subject.
I mean, it's Space Invaders. What do you want to say?
It's pretty clear if you just look at the side-by-side setup we got here. It kind of eliminates the need for me to say anything, so I guess I won't. That's Space Invaders. take it or leave it. They're going to invade no matter what.
I got the UFO.
Good job, Alex. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. I knew you'd be proud of me and not jealous of me getting the UFO.
Let's move on to our next game. Folks, tell me if you've heard this one before. Alex, start up your Super Star Wars. Because we got some Star Wars games to talk about here. Here in the US of A, we got an NES Star Wars game and a Super Nintendo Star Wars game. Both made by different companies, both completely different. Super Star Wars, you may have heard, is a pretty darn good game. We covered it during our Sculptured Software showcase. NES Star Wars, well, it's not that game. It's a different game. I think this one is by Beam Software, who, as we've mentioned before, was constantly overloaded with contract work, and they did what they could, but my god, this game is kind of painful to play. NES one, kind of a loose adaptation. It has this overworld in Tatooine where you go around trying to find different things before you can start your quest. Whereas the Super Nintendo one is just all action. It's just straightforward, left to right, blasting everything.
I'm blasting the shit out of everything.
Luke being the cold-blooded killer he was in the movie. Meanwhile, here on NES, he gets hurt by Amiga droplets. So, structurally similar in the fact that they're both side-scrolling, shooting-oriented games, but the execution couldn't be more different. And that's kind of a bad thing. God damn it, I hate this game. You know what I don't hate, though? The Famicom Star Wars.
Oh yeah, that one's good.
This one we didn't get in the States. This is the famous Namco Star Wars, exclusive to the Famicom in Japan. I freaking love this game. It's so silly. It's silly in a way that, honestly, I associate with Star Wars itself, because Star Wars should be a little bit silly.
I agree.
But this game really, really leans into it way before the silliness in Star Wars took over. Oh, there's also a translation patch you can get if you care enough. The first thing that happens after you talk to R2-D2, just like in the movie, the Jawas take him away. And you gotta go find him. This Famicom Star Wars is kind of a weird thing, because more people have started to notice this in recent years, but I noticed this during my first playthrough of this game. And can anyone back me up on this? This game is a clone of Alex Kidd in Miracle World. Like, 100%. Not in terms of level design or structure, but in terms of the gameplay. It plays exactly like Alex Kidd. You got the same short-range attack, you got the same weird jump that you can modify in midair, the mechanics are all there. They just decided to strip out Alex Kidd and replace him with Luke Skywalker. There's a bunch of really strange things that corroborate this theory of mine too, not the least of which is the hidden continue code. The hidden continue code is the same in both Alex Kidd and this game, and it's not like the Konami code either. It's like, hold a button and spin the D-pad 3 times counterclockwise, like it's that specific. Anyway, we're here to the most famous part of the game here. I gotta show this off. Yeah, and then he fights Darth Vader with rock, paper, scissors. Shit's crazy. And of course, Darth Vader turns into a freaking scorpion, as you see in the early hours of the movie.
Yeah, very famously.
Mm-hmm. And then he and Obi-Wan meet up and have a icy cerveza crystal.
Cerveza Crystal. I only recently saw the Cerveza Crystal video.
Isn't it good?
That's so funny, and I wish that more movies did that.
I want to see this ultimate version where Darth Vader becomes a scorpion and then they drink Cerveza Crystal. And R2-D2 does his little dance.
I die.
There's also these vehicle scenes, which are also very similar to Alex Kidd. This plays like him on his motorcycle. He just crashes right into the cantina. Then we skip over the whole part where he meets Han Solo and they just take the Millennium Falcon out to space. Namco Star Wars is kind of amazing. and I highly recommend it. The only thing that's missing is the Jonkin. Which, I mean, at that point, why not? Make them play Jonkin.
Make him play Jonkin.
I do recommend playing through Namco Star Wars at some point, because Vader does turn into other things. He, like, turns into a Sasquatch at some point. And, like, a pterodactyl. It's good, folks. They made Star Wars good, but it's only in Japan. Alright. Enough having fun over there. We gotta move on. Unfortunately, there are also 2 Empire Strikes Back games. One for Super Nintendo, one for NES. We might as well do this. Super Empire Strikes Back, straight up a sequel to Super Star Wars. It plays very similarly. Whereas NES Empire Strikes Back, oh my god. Jesus Christ. Who here has played NES Empire Strikes Back? And if so, I'm sorry. You didn't deserve that. NES Empire Strike... Super Nintendo has its problems in the fact that it's extremely difficult. Very hard to play, even from the first level. But man, this NES version, I would say this is barely playable at all. You just kind of run around and die. It's not really clear where to go. You're here on your Tauntaun. He's no help.
I'm having a blast!
And meanwhile, Alex is just lightsabering through the entire freaking star system. What's this place called? Yoda World? Hoth. It's called Hoth.
Yoda World.
Yeah, that's a theme park.
That's Dagobah.
Yeah, you're right. Alex knows more about Star Wars than I do.
I only know about Dagobah because of the Weird Al song.
Are you a fan of his song, Yoda?
Yeah.
Yo, 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 yo.
Well, I met him in the swamp in Dagobah.
Oh,
And that's why I know.
He knows the words.
That's why I know it. I know it because of that.
Awesome. I hate NES Empire Strikes Back. This game is garbage. Super Nintendo one,
Tauntaun died.
again, it's tough, but it's at least playable and somewhat good. Do not play Empire Strikes Back on NES. Life is too short.
Played on Super NES. Ah! That's not good.
Oh, good. We both died.
I fell into the spike pit.
All right, Alex, it's time for the star of the show. The whole
Okay.
reason we're doing this whole shit show to begin with. Load up your Super Mario All-Stars. It's time to do the requisite comparison between NES and Super Nintendo. With Mario.
With Mario.
Yeah. With Mario.
Mario.
Why isn't your game work? Okay, there we go.
All right.
All right, Alex, let's start up with Mario 1. Whoa, who played through that game?
Not me. Someone cool, probably.
Someone who's grinding for Chivos.
Me.
When it comes to NES to Super Nintendo ports, odds are the first game you're going to think of is this one. Super Mario All-Stars was honestly a game that pretty much every Super Nintendo owner needed back then. Even though I had all the games on NES, I wanted the 16-bit remakes. Just because, I mean, it's freaking Mario.
Where's the one up?
Mario's always a
Where's
good
the one
time.
up? Where's the one up? Where's the
Oh,
one?
they make it harder to find the one up in the 16-bit version because there's no hill in front of it.
Okay, good. We're good.
This is another case where I don't have much to say. Mario All-Stars, pretty much a one-to-one remake with, let's say, improved graphics. I guess it's a matter of taste. I like the 8-bit versions, too. The one big change between Mario and Lost Levels in this collection is the fact that you break the breakable bricks differently. You just kind of rebound off them in the NES version, whereas Mario pops up a little bit when he breaks a breakable brick in the Super Nintendo one. There's a tongue twister. That's something us Mario super fans noticed right away.
You Mario freaks.
We all wrote into Nintendo demanding our money back, and they said no. Nah, I didn't do that. I didn't give a shit.
Well, you know you didn't.
Oh yeah, some Super Nintendos came packed in with this game that had a bonus game with it, Super Mario World. With the extra special version of Luigi. He's different. Alright, we're speedrunning to the end.
You're speedrunning to the end. I'm going low and slow.
I made this known to Alex only as I'm about to go in the warp zone. Oh yeah, we're speedrunning this. Differences, I think, are pretty apparent. So we should probably just move on to the next game here.
Okay.
Yeah, save and quit your game, and let me see some lost levels. This one. I'm using an illegal cartridge-fied version of Mario Lost Levels for simplicity's sake here. Don't tell Nintendo.
Okay.
Did you know?
No.
No?
I never know anything.
Do you want to know
Okay, teach me.
about Mario?
Yeah.
Turns out Mario 2 is the Donkey Donkey Panic! And then there's the Nintendo. You feel me?
Ah! Okay, we're alive, fine. Yeah, I feel you.
I don't even feel the need to go into the whole spiel here. Everybody knows it. You all know about damn Donkey Donkey Panic and the Famicom Disk System and Lost Levels. Go look it up on YouTube. I'm sure there's a million people willing to tell you about this, about Nintendo's secret history. But basically, there's two Mario 2s, and both of them are in Mario All-Stars. Lost Levels being the first time it was released here in the States. I'm blowing your mind too hard, sorry! Thank you for the bits, though.
I died in the stupidest way twice.
Cool. Let's play the other Mario 2, the superior one. Yeah, sorry, I'm one of those people who thinks Mario USA is the better Mario 2. I think that's the majority opinion, probably. Let's supposed to be Toad. No, never mind.
No.
Let's both be Princess.
Yay! Sorry, I'm always Princess. I'm sorry about Toad. I don't like him.
Super Mario 2, as released here in the States, and later in Japan as Super Mario USA. It's this game. You can play as the Princess and the Toad. And here you can see the graphical differences on display here. This was before they added all the weird voices to it on the Game Boy Advance. So maybe this is the inferior version you're seeing on both sides of the screen. I mean, otherwise, how would I know if Toad was about to pick up a crystal if he didn't scream about it?
Toad should scream more.
Yeah. Nintendo agrees with you. Make that boy scream.
Screaming. Toad is screaming in pain. He suffers. I don't know.
Wow, we got Smooth McGroove in the studio today.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ, we got some real star power on Retro Pals for once. I like Mario 2. There's not much I can say about it. It's probably my favorite 8-bit Mario game. It's just fun. It has a sense of whimsy and strangeness to it that I really enjoy. Like, why do you go into a weird mask at the end of the level? Who cares? It's got Birdo. It's got Clawglip. Hoopster, as you see on the right side of the screen. Alex, tell me the name of the character you're about to pick up right now.
Ninja.
There you go. Damn, I tried to gatekeep you and lost.
You can't gatekeep me. I played games as a child.
Let's play Mario 3 in this charade. What are we even doing here? People know Mario. Why are we even doing this? Rip to Mouser and the Mouser dies in the new movie? Did I just spoil that for everybody?
Oh no, really?
His poor family. I ain't seen no Mario movies except for the 90s one.
I haven't seen, even though I'm an Illumination fan, I haven't seen it.
I guess we got it one of these days.
I will, but like, I feel like a lot of people who are like, wow, the Galaxy movie wasn't as good as the first one. I'm like, have you never experienced an Illumination movie? The sequels always suck, except for Sing 2. Sing 2 is better than the original.
It's like you people have never seen a Minions movie.
No! Minions 2, not as good as Minions 1. Despicable Me 2, not as good as Despicable Me 1, but Despicable Me 3, better than Despicable Me 2. And better than Despicable Me 1. And Life...
Are you being controversial over there?
The Secret Life of Pets? Okay. The Secret Life of Pets 2? Dog shit.
Wow. Jesus Christ. Alex dropping truth bombs over here. What about Trolls 2?
That's not Illumination. That's DreamWorks.
Oh.
I haven't seen The Grinch either. Nor have I seen Hop or the Horton Hears a Who or the sexual Lorax guy that everyone got horny for. That was also Illumination.
Sorry, I'm just picturing a Lorax movie called The Sexual Lorax. I think you're gonna win the speedrun race just because you made me think of The Sexual Lorax. Well, here's 4 different Mario games that you can play on your Super Nintendo. They look a little bit better, but they all play essentially the same. Do play that Mario All-Stars if you want to. It's good. Alex, you win this race this time, but only because you cheated. Genster, thank you for the 69 Grinch bits.
Thank you.
Love that Grinch and his fat ass. Let's move on. Let's move on before everyone moves on from us. Turrican.
Turrican.
Enough of that Mario. It's time to appeal to the European side of the audience. Did I say the urine side of the audience? God damn it.
It's because of sexual Lorax.
Oh my god. Here we have 2 games called Super Turrican. They have similar box art, but they are completely different games. For one thing, NES Super Turrican was only released in Europe. For another thing, it was developed by Manfred Trenz, the Turrican creator, the guy who programmed the original C64 versions himself. Friday Pals never disappoint. Thank you, Service Gate, for the bits.
Yeah, thank you, Kenster, for the bits, too. It is bonkers about the Grinch, man. Okay.
So, NES Super Turrican, basically a port of the original C64 Turrican, but it's done by the original dude, who is like a genius programmer. So this is a really good port. Super Nintendo Super Turrican, meanwhile, is a completely different game. It's Turrican reimagined by the folks at Factor 5, who made a whole bunch of good games that you may have heard of. Where's the secrets? Where's my secret Turrican bits? Whatever. I've only heard good things about both of these games. They are both very good, but both completely different. Turrican on Nintendo, much like the C64 one, is more open-ended, exploration-based. A lot of different goodies you can find in these levels, whereas Super Turrican on Super Nintendo is more straightforward and Contra-esque. It's an interesting case where the games are so different, and yet they're both, I would say, essentially the same quality. They're both really good stuff. Oh no, I knocked down the tree and ruined Christmas with my huge ass. Thank you, Eldider.
Thank you.
I'm letting the stream get away from me. I'm trying to dignify this experience, even though I'm constantly misspeaking about urine. But urine aside, either way you play Super Turrican is a good time. He's a little dude, and he's just doing his best out here in this crazy old world. Won't you help him? Super Turrican is so good.
I was gonna say, ah!
There's also a Super Turrican 2 on Super Nintendo. You can choose to play that if you like. That's also a good time.
Yeah.
Turrican. How about that? We should probably move on. Are you okay?
I just shouldn't have called the one slur the sexual Lorax.
You definitely
that pissed everyone off.
You definitely shouldn't. Everybody disliked that. Let's talk about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters.
Okay.
I knocked down every tree in the forest with my massive hog, says the sexual Lorax. Good. Good. Let's go back to the glory days before the sexual Grinch, before any of that. We were all about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Maybe not so much in 93. They were kind of on their way out at that point. Ninja Turtles 3 was a big stinky shit of a movie and made every kid stop caring about Ninja Turtles. But Konami still had the license, and they still wanted to make some money. So we got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters on NES and Super Nintendo.
Yours has a story mode. Mine doesn't.
Mine has a story mode, and yours does not. I'll just go ahead and choose versus CPU anyway. We got a different cast of characters in both games. Here on NES, you only got 7 characters.
Who's hot?
Let's play hot.
He's hot.
And we'll fight Raph. What's this about a sexual Lorax? Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about sexual Lorax.
It's fine. So we got 2 things here. We got Konami wanting to make money off the Ninja Turtles, and Konami wanting to make money off the then popular one-on-one fighting game craze. Which is kind of unique here on the NES especially, because you didn't see many one-on-one fighters outside of bootlegs. Super Nintendo obviously had a whole bunch of them, but what makes Tournament Fighters different is the fact that it's really good. Like, Super Nintendo Tournament Fighters is actually, I would say, an excellent game. Kind of underrated. Not many people have played it compared to a lot of the other fighters. It's a good one. This NES one, well, it's about as good as a one-on-one fighter can get on the NES, which is to say, not very. It's fine. It's technically impressive, the fact that you can control such a huge character on 8-bit. Other than that, I would not say this is a great playing video game, but they did what they could. It's technically proficient. Got a lot of good use of colors and backgrounds and sprites and all that. But if you want to play Tournament Fighters, you probably want to play the Super Nintendo version. And definitely not the Genesis version, which is its own...
Dog shit.
Its own train wreck. You like a wingnut?
No, I like him as a character. I don't know if I like him as to play as.
I like the shark guy, Armagon.
I like him too.
He's the guy you really want to play as. Well, apparently my guy's name is Hothead. He's not just hot.
Aw.
But this is a surprising case where Konami went the extra mile and actually did try to make a one-on-one fighter work on the NES. Nowadays, this game is extremely rare. It was underprinted. But if you have a chance to try it out, try it out. It's neat. I went into Barney mode there for a second. Oh, there you go. There's Armagon. There's my dude. You're flexing on him.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh yeah, Joy Mech Fight, also pretty good on NES. That's another one-on-one fighter. Also check out Kart Fighter, of course. That's a classic. I'm about to lose this fight against Raphael, even though I'm the hot creature. Come on, let me win. Oh. Alex, you gotta win. Avenge me. No. Okay, go. Go do it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Alex wins.
Avenged.
Nice teeth.
Yeah, I like that.
Cool game.
Good game.
Once again, extreme effort on the part of Konami. It's just not many people played that NES version. All right, Alex, you ready to suffer?
Terminator 2, Judge? Oh, the
let's
Terminator.
Let's do T1 first.
T1, okay, of course. The original, the classic.
Folks, I have a question for you. Which is the worst experience? NES Terminator or Super Nintendo Terminator? Both from Mindscape. Neither of which are trying very hard to be a very good game. Oh, Alex, I'm sorry I'm doing this to you.
It's okay.
Here we have the NES game, made famous by the angry video game nerd.
Oh, wow.
And
It's
everything he said was right about this game. This game is dog turds. In my opinion, though, I think the Super Nintendo game might actually be worse. Because, for one thing, you expect more from the Super Nintendo, and boy, does it not deliver. This first level on Super Nintendo just goes on forever. It's no fun. You take a bunch of hits and die without any kind of recourse on your part, really. And the NES one, even though it's simpler and the controls are worse, I would still say this is a slightly better game. Which, if you've played this game, is a hell of an indictment. Super Nintendo Terminator is just pure suffering. Actually, now that I'm looking at them side by side, maybe they're about both as bad. Just really unfortunate. Of course, both of these came out after T2, the movie, and the games. So at this point, they were just cashing in. So no reason to try. Why try when you can just sell a game and get paid for it?
Exactly.
Just put it on the shelf. Who cares if it's good? God, we're seeing like double gaming misery on screen right now. This is awesome. This is like
double suffering.
This is two of the worst games we've ever played on stream, and they're both shown at the same time. But let's make things even worse. Let's play T2. Woof. I think I've ended a lot of these segments on our NES versus Super Nintendo showcase with woof. And that really summarizes my feelings on this game, too. So T2
Ooh,
came out
really?
contemporaneously with the movie, so this is before the last game we just saw. NES won by Software Creations, Super Nintendo won by, I think it's Bits, the people who brought you Mary Shelley's Frankenstein for Super Nintendo. Oh, I don't need to know the story. I know all about that T2. Yep, this is LJN in full effect. Just demanding these overworked contract developers to put out something as quickly as possible.
I look like I'm praying to this guy.
It's the Terminator in front of the cross. He's risen. In this case, I would say pretty clearly the NES version is the winner.
God.
The NES game is much simpler in terms of concept and execution, and it's better for that. The Super Nintendo one tries to do way too much, and the developer was not given nearly enough time or budget, and it's really obvious.
Danny, this sucks.
Isn't it awful? It's real
This
shit.
is worse than the other one.
It's real shit.
This is so much worse than the Terminator.
The NES one is just a really simple beat 'em up for the most part, and Software Creations can do that. They made Wolverine on NES. This is pretty much in the same vein.
I'm just gonna leave these guys alone. It's fine.
Oh no, Alex. You can't just leave the guys alone. You have to go find various objects within each level in order to progress. You can't just go to the right and go to the next level. Are you crazy?
What are these objects?
I really hate T2 on Super Nintendo and Genesis. It is a shit-ass game.
I'm just gonna sit here and pray for my death.
Well, I got terminated too. That's what the movie's called.
Oh, I'm suffering. Oh. Oh. Oh.
He's really upset about being shot.
Whoa! Whoa! Sorry.
I rented the NES T2 back in the day, and that was a waste of a rental. But at least I didn't rent the 16-bit version, because holy shit.
Oh, I found John Connor's address.
Oh, good.
Cool.
Go look him up. See what he's up to. Go to the arcade and party with the kid from Salute Your Shorts. I think he's in that movie.
He is.
He's the guy who lies to the cops. He's a hero.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know this guy.
Yeah, good old Bud Nick. He saved the future. Knew we could count on that guy. Yeah, if you're looking for good classic Terminator games, your choices are
I
very
beat
limited.
up the waitress!
Good job, Alex.
No, not good job! She didn't do anything!
You're basically looking at T2, the arcade game, the rail shooter. That game's okay. But anything else, good freaking luck if you try.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. I didn't think you could do that.
Alex is being banned.
I deserve it. I'm killing. You might say I'm killing it.
I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Yeah, this is really similar to the Last Crusade game that Software Creations did. Software Creations, even though they were overworked back in the day, they still tended to put out games that were okay as opposed to complete garbage. I want to at least get in the bar. Get the Terminator
Do
a
you like
drink.
my weird jump?
Yeah, isn't it cool?
It's bad.
Alright, we made it to the bar. Terminator can get a drink here. And I can end this sequence, I think. Basically, different games. NES 1 is superior for T2, and it's kind of up in the air as far as the original Terminator goes. You're going to suffer either way. Let's end our suffering.
Thank God. Thank you.
We got to talk about Tetris. We covered this briefly as part of our Dr. Mario showcase, and now it's time to showcase the other side of the coin. Alex is going back to Tetris and Dr.
Tetris!
Mario on the Super Nintendo, and we're going to show these off side by side with the original Nintendo-made Tetris for the NES. Oh, I'm so glad I'm not playing Terminator anymore.
Same.
Jesus Christ. Imagine if it was a Friday back then, though. Like, your parents would take you to Blockbuster. You'd be like, I want the most child-friendly entertainment possible. A Terminator game for the NES.
Parents were like, okay.
Okay, but this is all you're gonna play all weekend. Don't ask us to take this back. You're like, oh, Mummy. Oh, Daddy. I would never ask such a thing. I'm British now for some reason. And then you just had to play that shit-ass T2 game the entire weekend. And be like, yeah, this is good. Thanks, Mom and Dad. I really like it. Enough of my trauma, though.
I was gonna say, I get you.
This is Tetris. Notably, the Tetris and Dr. Mario on Super Nintendo is based on NES Nintendo Tetris. That being the one made by Nintendo themselves and not the unlicensed Tengen Tetris. Not going to show that off here because I'm not really showcasing unlicensed games here tonight. These are all just basically retail releases. Officially licensed ones at that. But we can get more fucked up Tetris for sure. Alex, you keep playing your game.
Okay.
Because there was another officially licensed Famicom Tetris that you may not know about. And if you don't know about it, don't play it. Because this one's really fucked up. The first version of Tetris to come out on a Nintendo console was by BPS, and it was the exclusive Tetris for the Famicom. Let's show this one off. Oh my god, that's right. Okay, so you instantly drop by pushing the A button. You rotate the piece by pushing down, and you can only rotate one way. And that's the least of this game's problems. It controls bad. The pieces are very sticky. They don't really have any kind of momentum to them or anything. It just feels bad. Yeah, with the Joker-fied controls. Thank you for the bits. That's about how I would put it. Yeah, if the Joker made a version of Tetris designed to torture people, this would be it. Just the fact that the drop piece button is A, like, what the fuck? What planet are you from? You push down to rotate the pieces? Was it like this on computers? I've never played computer Tetris. That's the only reason I could think they may have done it that way. Otherwise, just why? Meanwhile, Alex is playing normal Tetris.
I'm like, la 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 la.
Oh boy, I'm playing a normal video game. Love to play those normal games. I love being a retro pal.
I do.
I'm sorry I gave you the dog voice.
No, it's okay. I kind of have that voice sometimes when I'm in a like good mood, like, oh boy, I'm playing Retro Pals. As if we're a video game. I don't know.
The first stream for dogs. Anyway, here's BPS Tetris. It's worth a look if you just want to see how unplayable a Tetris game can be, because they sure tried. I have no idea why the controls are like how they are. But that's how it shipped, and that's an official ass release for you right there. Emphasis on the ass. Let's move on.
Okay, what's next?
Here we're getting kind of, we're going off into the weeds a little bit here. See if you can keep track with my line of thinking here.
Okay.
Let's both play Tetris 2 USA.
Okay.
Putting the ass in Tetris, exactly. There was a Tetris 2. Of course there was. Nintendo wanted to sequelize Tetris, and they brought it out on NES and Super Nintendo. Were you having a beer in the Super Nintendo one?
Was I?
I thought I saw a beer down there. Yeah, reload your game. Is this beer Tetris? Hang the fuck on. It's in the lower left corner, if I'm right. Tetris 2. Now with beer.
Yeah!
You're just having a nice mug of ale. Where are we? This is some kind of lab or something. Well, anyway. Let's play some Tetris 2. There's one thing about Tetris 2 you're going to notice right off the bat. Let's see if Alex can tell.
What the fuck? What the? It spins so strangely.
The notable thing about Tetris 2 is it's not Tetris. Like, for one thing, there's not your usual Tetrids. There's not the usual Tetris pieces. But the objective is not to make lines, but to line up the colors. Like you're playing Dr. Mario or something. If you get 3 in a row, the pieces disappear, and the object is to get rid of the flashing pieces down there. So that's, I mean, that's one way to do it. Oh, you can't do it diagonally, I see. Kind of a strange thing for Nintendo to do. Then again, they did release a game called Tetris Attack, which also had no Tetris in it. suppose this just goes to show you how tough it is to sequelize Tetris. It's pretty much perfect as it is to begin with. So when you try to mess with it further, you just end up getting further and further away from the original formula.
And that's a shame.
That is kind of a shame. This game's okay, but it's not really Tetris. It doesn't scratch the same itch. It's more like a Puyo or a Columns than a Tetris.
Yeah, it is a bit Puyo-esque.
Puyo-esque. That's an official term.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking up... Sorry, I'm compile-pilled after playing through all the Alesta games. How did they close up shop? They had multiple major series. They had Puyo Puyo. And then they just collapsed one day, like, oh, we're out of money. Sorry. We made nothing but huge hits and did everything right, and now we're fucked. I gotta read up on that.
Sure do.
The story needs to be told. There's some kind of story there. Real damn shame. I've become a big fan of them lately. Maybe I should become a Puyo head.
You should.
Yeah, I think Sega bought Puyo Puyo, and then they didn't have any revenue source after that. They should have thought about that, maybe.
That's fine.
All right, Alex, now let's get weird.
Okay, where are we going?
We're going to Tetris Flash.
Look, it's Tetris Flash. Oh, it's Japan.
Now, you might think, Tetris Flash, what the hell is this? Is this a completely new and different Tetris game? Is this an excitingly new and different story? Well, let's find out.
I see the beer.
Well, this appears to be a renamed Tetris 2 in Japan. All they did was release it as Tetris Flash. That's the only difference. Same modes, same gameplay, same color matching motif. It's just it's called Tetris Flash instead of Tetris 2. But here's the weird thing. There's another Japanese game called Tetris 2. So what the fuck is that?
Really?
Let's find out
Okay.
in real time.
Is it on mine too?
It is on yours.
Okay.
Well, it turns out the Japanese Tetris 2 is called Tetris 2 plus Bombless, not Blombless. And that itself is a completely different game. Oh, do you not have it?
No.
Okay, keep playing your game then.
Okay, cool.
And the first thing you see on Famicom... Oh, go back to the side-by-side
yeah.
screen if you would.
There we go.
Now, you see BPS and you think, oh my god, please, no. But it turns out, look at the bottom. Programmed by Chunsoft, with music by Koichi Sugiyama? This is essentially Dragon Quest-ified Tetris, made by the Chunsoft developers of the original Dragon Quest games, with the soundtrack by Sugiyama. You can play as ass if you want. And there's two different modes. There's Tetris and Bombless. Player is ass, hey! Come on. And look at this shit. This isn't Tetris 2. This is if Tetris 2 was Tetris. They used the original Tetris. You got the same gameplay. It's just it adds these red pieces, which are bombs that explode if you match up a complete line. So it's building on the original Tetris formula as opposed to being its entirely new thing, like US Tetris 2 was. Are you confused yet?
Very.
No, it's fine. There's two Tetris 2s, and they're both completely different. And Tetris 2 is Tetris Flash. You know?
Yeah.
See, now he gets it. Okay.
I get it. Don't worry.
Finally, I've explained myself. This version's also kind of weird because it's one of the rare Tetrises that runs at 60 FPS. Usually the pieces drop in segments, but this one it has smooth dropping. Look how smooth it is. That's some smooth droppage. I think Tetris Battle Gaiden on Super Famicom also has smooth droppage, for your reference.
To feature Rob Thomas.
Yeah, with, with Santana. Oh, now you're just making me think of that song.
Okay, I deserve that.
I missed the smooth featuring Rob Thomas audio drop from Dino's stream. He got rid of his audio redeems.
Aw.
That's the only one I really missed, though. Lost Gumball, thank you for the 46 months.
Oh shit, 46 months. Thank you.
That's a long sub. Almost 4 whole years. So I think I've untangled this. There's 2 Tetris 2s, one of which is essentially Tetris Flash, and the other which is a Chunsoft joint. I think that's worth checking out. Maybe
think
more
so,
so.
too.
Maybe more so than the quote-unquote official Tetris 2. It's still hella confusing, though. And I don't blame you if you're confused. Let's move on.
Okay.
Alex, you're having too much fun. We gotta get a shitty game for you here. Oh, I got just the game for you.
Man. I know. Oh, it's so blobby.
This is Software Creations, so you're currently hearing
Ah!
Tim Follin's version of the Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends theme. And this is another case where the NES version was completed but unreleased, and we're currently seeing a dumped prototype of that unreleased version.
How old are we?
We're 4 or younger.
Okay.
Let's not pretend. We're stupid as shit.
We're really dumb.
And this is the rare case over the course of these streams where both of these games are exactly the same. Same developers, same concept, same Thomas. The sliding puzzle, no! No! Oh, no, I think I can do this. Well done. That's great. He doesn't look great. I think he was derailed, actually. Did I just put together a picture of a derailed train?
Yeah.
Cool. So this is a game for very young children, obviously. And I think this would have been a good pick for the NES, because a lot of kids had NESs back then. It's kind of a shame this one didn't come out, because Software Creations obviously put some work into it. Oh, I just gave up on that. That's cool.
Whee!
Can you do the puzzle? Something about a derailed train. That's tragic. Thank you for the bits. Alex is a train fan. What do you think of this?
I don't know, man. As a train fan, I know I was supposed to like Thomas, but Thomas always seemed... You're gonna up his own ass. Did you hear that there was a train derailment in Austin, Danny, downtown?
No.
Yeah, everybody was fine. No one got hurt. But it was like, yeah, right near the Amtrak station. Very cool. So there was, I could have seen a really cool derailment if I only...
I'm so happy I got to hear you say Thomas is up his own ass.
Kind of is, though.
You really don't like Thomas the Tank Engine.
Because his whole thing is like, listen, I just have found my encounters with the Thomas fandom to be quite negative.
How so?
Just a lot of Thomas the Tank and the Tank Engine is about how much new energy sucks and how much better steam and coal is.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Really? I didn't know that part. Hell, maybe Thomas does suck. Let's race Birdie. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm just Go, what do I do?
I'm going. Go. I'm honking. I'm honking at you so hard. Eldiner, thank you for the 25
Thank you.
bits. Alex is right. As a huge fan of the show, Eldiner says Thomas is totally up his own ass. Let the truth be told. Wow, Alex won the race. I did not. We got
This fandom is toxic. Flemish Dog, you gotta know what I mean by that, right? Like, you look at half of the Thomas stuff and it's just, you don't want to be around these, like I don't want to be around it though. You'd think it would be normal.
Sir Topham Hat is God. We got some real Thomas purists in the chat. There he is. Well done. That's great.
Hello, Tom. Who are you? Nice. Whatever. Get out of here.
We're getting a lot of playtime out of the Thomas game. Honestly, this is I'd rather play this than either of the Terminator games. Let's race James. What do you do in this? Do you just mash? I'm just gonna mash. Oh, I'm mashing. I'm mashing like crazy.
I'm not against Thomas. Like, I want to make it clear I'm not a Thomas. Like, you know, I just my experience with with Thomas has not been positive.
Thomas saves the day. Hello, he said to Thomas. Don't let the silly freight cars tease you. Got an important job as a special helper. Thomas worked very hard in pushing the freight cars. He was also a small coach. That's the breakdown train, said his driver.
This race never ends!
James came rushing through too fast. Help, help, they're pushing me, he panted. Oh, goodness. James is off the line. Get the breakdown train quickly. Thomas was coupled on and off they went. What train is that? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Bother those freight cars and their tricks. I hope poor James isn't hurt. They found James in a field. James's driver and firemen were feeling him all over to see if he was hurt. Ugh, I don't know if we can show this. James is going through it. James is having a hell of a day. Serves you right, puffed Thomas. Thomas, you're a really useful engine, said Sir Topham Hatt. You shall have your own branch line. Oh, thank you, sir. Now Thomas is as happy as can be. He puffs proudly. Why is Thomas the really useful engine? Because he can do things. There we go.
Why is Thomas stock?
I think I just did one full loop of Thomas the Tank Engine for NES. There you go. Pretty, I'd say this is one of the better games we've played over the course of the last couple of streams. Go play Thomas the Tank Engine. Even the unreleased version's pretty good. Next game. Alright, Alex, it's time to move back into the realm of adult gaming with the Untouchables. This is not based on the movie, which came out several years before this. This is based on the TV show that was popular at the time. Actually, I think the NES game is based on the movie, and the later Super Nintendo one is based on the TV series. This is essentially a prologue to the Hat Squad, for people who are fans. And both of these games are your typical multimodal ocean shitfest, which is to say it's a bunch of mini-games that all kind of suck. They both have this mode, where you like shoot out in an alley or something.
I'm not moving!
And it doesn't play very well.
Oh, you gotta be... I have to use L and R.
Later on, you do have side-scrolling sequences with weird chibi versions of the Untouchables. I think there's also a driving sequence later on in both games. And while they're handled a little bit differently on both platforms, I think it's easy to say that they're both essentially the same game. They just try to do the exact same gameplay mechanics, just slightly differently on both platforms. And in either case, who wanted an Untouchables game? Was it you? You, the person watching this, did you want an Untouchables game?
I got blowed up.
Time runs out for Elliot in this.
Can I just go? Yeah, I don't care. You can try to shoot me. I don't give a shit.
Man. Oh, ooh. Okay. I'm gonna try and find something that I found out about this game recently.
Okay.
There's something very funny about the NES Untouchables game. Is it the border raid? I don't think it is. This part's pretty funny too, because all you do is roll around on the ground. That's all you can do. You just roll and shoot. You never stand up or run for cover. You just roll to the left or to the right. I always found this kind of funny. Like, we can't stop him, boss. He's rolling. He's just rolling too much. Back and forth. Can't get a beat on him. You just can't do it. But that's not the level I want to see. I think it might be scene 4. Yeah, what if Cabal sucked ass? Yeah, Mooware, that's what I'm trying to show off. A specific part from what I saw in Kuso Grande. Man, is it Area 5? No, you go back to this fucking level. Sorry, folks, I'm bringing the stream to a screeching halt just for my own benefit here. You having fun? Yes, here it is! You remember the movie The Untouchables? If you do, there's one scene that you remember. It's the slow-motion fight on a large stairway where a baby carriage starts to fall down. It was parodied in a whole bunch of different movies and TV shows in the years afterward. Well, guess what? They put that on the NES. and they instantly start the baby carriage in front of a part where it instantly topples over and you die. You have to push the baby carriage out of the way while you fight these people, which is not something that happened in the movie. The baby carriage was just like kind of like coincidental. But here on NES, they made it its own gameplay mode, and it's fucking impossible. You have to shoot these guys while you go down the stairway, and you have to manage the baby carriage. And what's funny is they specifically put dead ends in this level, so you can push the baby carriage down the wrong side and just end up in a Walking Dead state because the baby can't progress. It's so funny. It's so funny they did this. Luckily, this is really deep in the game, so no one ever actually saw this back in the day, but man, props to Ocean for doing like the funniest possible... Yeah, there's the dead end! Fuck you, baby! That's so awesome. Oh, Alex found the overhead view segment. Are you playing with the baby carriage too?
There's no baby carriage.
Aw, inferior version, for sure. Another kind of funny thing about this game is Ocean realized the initial print run of this game was completely fucked up, so they recalled the cartridges and actually reissued it as part of a remade version. You can tell because it has a different title screen.
Oh.
They actually redid a lot of the gameplay mechanics to make it less horrible. Like, it's still horrible, but it's like almost playable, this other version here. This game is a train wreck, basically, and I'm kind of... I gotta admire that. The fact that they were like, oh, this is too fucked up even for us. We gotta recall this and fix it. So there you go. If you want a playable version of the famous baby carriage scene from The Untouchables, it's on NES. You just gotta suffer through a lot of the game to play it. Okay, Alex, you've been a real trooper. We can move on now.
Oh, thank you.
Wario's Woods. Wario would if he could.
Wario's Woods. Yep.
This is famous for being the last officially released NES cartridge in America. We know better that it wasn't the last officially released European cartridge, because that was The Lion King, which we saw last stream. Why are you banning me for making such an innocent reference? We gotta play some Wario's Woods. Now, over on Super Nintendo, this is your everyday Super Nintendo release, but the NES version has its own emotional cachet among Nintendo fans because this represented the end of the line for Nintendo games on NES. This is the last one. They ended it with freaking Wario in his woods. And I gotta say, this game is kind of insane if you've ever seen people who are actually good at it play it. I think it was Swell Time G-Pool who had a tournament for Wario's Woods, and those people were like insane at this game. You can get like super good. Alex is here playing the two-player competitive mode, which is often the way you want to play this nowadays. There's also this one-player mode you can also choose to play if you like. But oh my god. To witness a master of Wario's Woods is to witness an artist at his easel, you know?
I get you.
It's really a sight to behold. I recommend checking out high-level Wario's Woods play sometime. But in terms of our discussion, not much else to say. It's the same on Super Nintendo and NES. We should just move on.
You're good at Wario's Woods.
No, I'm not.
I'm really bad.
I'm extremely not. I am so totally not. However, I am good at Wayne's World. Yeah, game for space aliens, for sure. No way! Good news, no matter which you have, whether you're 8-bit or 16-bit, you can play a version of Wayne's World on your Nintendo console, courtesy of THQ. On the NES, you get a game from Radical Entertainment, the people who brought you The Adventures of Rocky and Bullwinkle. And for the unfortunate kids on Super Nintendo, you get a game from Gray Matter. Alex, I'm so sorry.
Oh, I forgot.
Here on the NES, you play as both Wayne and Garth. Like in the movie, Garth has a gun, and he shoots these ambulatory drums and shit. Whereas on Super Nintendo, you play as Wayne, and what you see is what you get for the entire game there. It's just a series of maze-like levels where you wander around and die a lot. And he says the same 3 things over and over again, which include schwing, not, and not worthy. Remember Wayne's World?
I do.
Remember all the shooting in Wayne's World?
Yeah, it was a very violent film.
I remember the part of the movie where his girlfriend gave him a gun rack, and he said, "Thank you for the gun rack, for my many guns, of which I own multiple of." I guess if you're going to play one of these, you might as well play the NES one, because this game's like 15 minutes long, whereas the Super Nintendo game is like 2 or 3 hours.
Oh,
That's just miserable. I don't want to play that much.
I just got jammed in the dick.
Wayne got jammed in the dick. Another line from the movie. No stairway.
No stairway to heaven, I get it.
Jordan, folks here in our chat, we have someone who had Wayne's World when it was new as a kid for the NES. Jordan, how does it feel? How does it feel being one of the few unfortunate kids to play Wayne's World on NES? I would say the Super Nintendo version is at least a lot better known, but man, this NES one, this is really something. You still have it. It's awesome. I think it's probably rare nowadays, at least, so hey, you got a rare NES cartridge. All you gotta do is collect the other 700 now. Yeah, Clip. Yeah, Rocky and Bullwinkle may make you think, oh, it's an homage to the show, which had kind of a low-fidelity look. No, this is just how Radical Entertainment made their games. They just look like this. God, Super Nintendo Wayne's World is miserable.
Yep.
And I think at this point you probably get the point. Alex, you're free. You're free.
Genie,
you're free to
you're
do
free.
whatever you want. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Let's play some Wheel of Fortune.
Okay. Sounds nice.
It does sound nice. The Wheel of Fortune's on NES. There are multiple of them, and they were all made by Rare. They were super overworked at the time, but even they couldn't really fuck up a version of Wheel of Fortune. Let's see how these two stack up against one another. You may have seen the 8-bit Wheel of Fortune on the Rachel Retro stream, where she streams it pretty often. There's a gamer edition that adds puzzles based on video games. But this is the plain old NES Wheel of Fortune, unmodified. I think there's also a family edition and a junior edition if you want to play different versions.
Oh, I accidentally made it so it's
you're-
only a computer playing.
You're playing Lonely Wheel of Fortune with just a computer player. Poor Christy is playing the Nightmare version of Wheel of Fortune where Pat Sajak just torments you forever. Yeah, this is always a good time on the Rachel stream. There's some stupid puzzles in this game.
It keeps landing on bankrupt.
Poor Kirsty.
Kirsty's screwed.
What the hell is this word?
Fuck.
Hey? Sta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Stalactite Avenue. Stu.
Fuck is this?
Spittoon tattle toon. Okay, we're invested now. We have to see what
We
the
just
fuck
have to
this
see at
is.
least what this is. Kirsty, you can do your own thing.
What the hell is Stuttgart? Is that a thing? I'm gonna...
Yeah!
Oh my god.
Stuttgart, Germany.
Krungo knows. Thank you, Krungo. Oh yeah, I'd like to solve the puzzle. It's Stuttgart, Germany. I am educated, thank you. Watch me misspell it. Wow, I can't believe I got that on my own. I must be a genius. Let's hear it for how smart I am.
Stuttgart, Germany!
I can't get over your version of Wheel of Fortune in Hell, which is just one
I
player
love it. I'm just watching.
who can't get a single. Let's move on. Let's spare the computer from this hell. It's Wheel of Fortune. It's basically the same on both platforms. Take whichever you want. Here's a double-ported game you may not expect. Where in time is Carmen Sandiego? Pat, I'd like to solve the puzzle. The sexual Lorax. Treat yourself a round of sausage. Anyone see that one? That was my favorite bad answer. Okay, Alex, we're both going to do the same thing when we start up the game.
Okay.
All right, start up in your elevator. We're both going to go to the basement. Actually, no, we're going to go to the lobby.
Okay. All right. Lobby.
All right, lobby on 3. 1, 2, 3. But 3.
3. We're
3.
on the lobby.
Oh,
honey.
we are in the lobby. Okay, let's go to the basement.
Okay.
On 1, 2, 3. Oh, you got double doors in the Super Nintendo version. You can see the credits in here. You can put yourself in the furnace. Where is it that I want to go? I think it's the lounge, actually.
Okay.
Let's go to the lounge on 3. 1, 2, 3. This is so stupid. Fish Love! Fish Love was good, too. Thank you for the bits. Let's go into the detective lounge. Aw. Fuck. We got to get a good coffee. Let's keep going.
Okay.
We have to get a good one. Damn it! Oh, you got a good one?
Yep.
Butterfingers. God damn it. Well, Alex wins the speedrun to the good coffee and Where in Time is Carmen Sandiego. Is it even possible on NES? No, you can't. It's the coffee machine is just fucked up on Nintendo. Well, shit.
Thank you for the 50 bits, Flemish. Yeah, group of pill pushers. Hey, there you go.
There we go. Must be my lucky day.
All right.
This is my favorite part of the game, the part where you get coffee. I guess there's a game here, too, if you really want to see it. Maybe personnel. I do appreciate the fact that it sells you on the experience of being a
Hi, Diane.
Whoa! Diane, I gotta say, you're looking better on 8 bits. No, nothing personal, but, yeesh. Looks like the doctor from Captain Noble, and it does. It really does. So you get a Chrono Skimmer, and then you go back in time to help Chrono and his friends save the world from Lavos. Wait, different game. And this one, it's an educational journey where you go back in time to figure out who stole a thing from wherever. I guess it's kind of like Mario is Missing in that sense. Was Mario is Missing just a freaking Carmen Sandiego ripoff and I never realized? Guess it is. Anyway, some versions of this game came packaged with an almanac that helped you figure out the solutions to the puzzles and things. Otherwise, this is a game to help kids learn about history, as well as catch crooks. You having fun?
I'm in India.
I'm aborting the mission.
Yeah, I'm done. Let's get some coffee.
Yeah, let's go get some coffee. You could do your video game here. I'm gonna focus on this coffee machine. This is the kind of gameplay I crave. All right, next up, we're actually almost done. Almost done with our 100 game journey from NES to Super Nintendo. We can do it. We can do it before my voice gives out. I swear to God.
Okay.
Alex, pick Super Widget. I said I'd do games where it wasn't obvious that the two games are different, which means most games that have Super in the title, you can assume that they are different. But we're going to make an exception for our friend Widget. Is Super Widget different from regular Widget? Let's find out. This is based on a very short-lived cartoon.
Widget the World Watcher.
Widget the World Watcher. Stage 1, Mega Skank. Hey, you can't say that, Widget. Here's all your favorite characters from the show.
Most previous self, so you can graduate.
What if Captain Planet was a horrid little man?
Basically.
What if? So yeah, you can tell right off the bat these are two different games. Atlas, weirdly enough, was involved with both of them. I don't know what they saw in Widget, but they're probably the world's only fans of them. I don't like this guy. We ranked both games on Mascot Friday, and I believe the NES one was worse than Bubsy, whereas the Super Nintendo one was better.
Yeah, this one is not so bad.
Yeah, NES one is just strange and weirdly difficult. I have no idea why they made it the way they did. They just wanted to make Widget's fans suffer even more than they already have. He's nude and a pervert, it's
Do
true.
you like him here?
I don't like him there. What's he doing? Why is he? Ugh.
He
Well-
is a cool guy.
Well, you can look at it this
Now
way.
I'm this guy.
You can For all the Widget superfans, there are multiple unique Widget games for you to play through. I think all the Widget fans are dead.
Yeah.
I don't think there are currently any still living Widget fans. But if they did exist, they would have multiple games to play through. I don't even know if these games have achievements. I don't think anyone's cared enough to develop them. Damn. What a horrid little man. I'm done with this. I don't gotta play Widget. I don't gotta put up with this shit. I can play good games like, oh, hell yeah. Alex, it's time to play Wizardry. Wizardry 1 came out in North America on the NES. There's also a Famicom version. Whereas the Super Nintendo version is a compilation release. Wizardry 1, 2, and 3 only released in Japan, however.
The story of Ligma.
Thanks, Alex!
Sorry.
There is an English option in the game, along with a translation patch, so you can play it that way. Yeah, go ahead and pick Wizardry 1 for our case here. Both of these ports are made by Game Studio, who is Masunobu Endo's studio, the people who made Quest of Kai, among other things. Yeah, please ban Alex. Yeah, pick the tavern if you would. And, well, just do your best. I'm gonna go to the edge of town. I'm gonna go to the maze. And here we go, it's time to enter the proving grounds of the Mad Overlord. Oh, whoops. I exited the maze instantly. It was exclusive to the Nintendo Power Kiosk service. Okay, that makes sense. Super Nintendo 1 is a late release, and it was released only as part of the rewritable Nintendo Power service in Japan. No relation to the magazine. Yeah, there's an interesting series of games, the NP subset. Add ass. Alright, we're in the maze. And now you can see what the difference is between NES and Super Nintendo Wizardry. As you imagine, they're both... Don't take the... Okay, that takes you back to the...
I know now.
Ouch! These being very early dungeon crawlers, they don't look especially good on NES or Super Nintendo, but these games did have a huge impact in Japan, which is why you see so many ports of these. You can play these games on Saturn, PlayStation. There's even exclusive Wizardry entries that weren't even released in the States or otherwise. And what Alex has done here is gone into the maze all by himself, and he's about to get killed by a goblin or something.
Ass is killed. Ass the evil hobbit is killed.
Good job. Nice work, Alex. Yeah, you showed off enough of that, I think.
Alright, Wizardry 2?
We could do that. Let's just go ahead and skip to Wizardry 3, actually.
Okay, cool.
Wizardry 3, I don't think got a US release. Or did it? Maybe it did. Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe you're wrong.
Or no, this is Japanese, so I don't think this one got a US release. But Wizardry 1 through 3 are available on Super Nintendo and NES. If you want Wizardry 5, that's Super Nintendo exclusive. Sorry. But as you might imagine, these three first games are quite similar. It isn't until Wizardry 4 that things get really different and really twisted. But if that's what you're into, check out Wizardry 4 sometime, the extra twisted game. I don't think I'm going to be able to get into the maze even.
I'm in the maze.
Hey, good job! I'm rushing to see if I can enter the maze or not. I don't think I'll be able to. No, I don't want other characters. Send me into the
I've gotten
maze.
deeper into the maze.
You're beating me. Alex is a full-on maze explorer at this point, whereas I can't do shit. Yeah, I don't think this NES one has a translation patch, unfortunately. But there is an English option on Super Nintendo, and it's got some pretty nice enemy graphics, I gotta say. Look at that, you're getting killed at a record pace.
They
Nice
all
work.
died.
You got a whole party killed before I could even get in there. Good work.
Hell yeah.
That's a win for Alex. And that's wizardry, or the best we could do showing it off anyway. You know what? While we're here, why don't we show off something else I forgot to show off last time? Scroll up to the top of your list.
Okay.
Let's show off a little bit of Dragon Quest III. Now, we did show off Dragon Warrior 1 and 2. That is Dragon Quest 1 and 2, the Super Nintendo compilation release. But I also wanted to mention that there is a Dragon Quest III full remake on the Super Famicom that did get an English language translation patch. And whereas Dragon Quest 1 and 2 were pretty much perfunctory remakes, they both pretty much looked and sounded a lot like the originals, they did a lot to Super Famicom Dragon Quest III. I wanted to point this out because I've been watching a little bit of Calamarici play through Dragon Quest III, the Super Famicom one, and man, it looked good. It looked so good. Shitto?
Shitto.
Glup shitto?
Yeah.
Here on Famicom, you can
Oh my
see...
god!
Yeah, look at that shit. It's more in the line of something like Chrono Trigger as opposed to, you know, just an 8-bit Dragon Quest. Yeah, Dragon Quest 1 and 2 was a kind of a quick and dirty remake compared to this, but when they brought this to Super Famicom, holy shit. I want to see if you can get to at least one battle, so see if you can skip forward a little bit. It also gives you a personality quiz at the beginning of the game, and adds a whole lot of stuff to the main story that isn't in the original. So your main takeaway here should be, whereas Dragon Quest 1 and 2 are pretty much straightforward remakes,
Oh, I'm a monster.
Dragon Quest 3 does a whole lot new stuff. Yeah, be a monster for a little while. Oh, your personality turned you into a demon. Cool. I didn't know that could happen. There is a Game Boy Color port of this, and when I earnestly took the personality quiz, it called me a pervert. Like, no shit, I'm not even making that up. It was like, hey, Danny, be discreet about your perversions. I have a screenshot of it saying that. And I have. I took that advice to heart. Damn, you get a whole prologue or something here where you're a monster? I've never seen this. What the hell? It is good advice. Thank you, Dragon Quest. Everything I learned from Dragon Quest. Yeah, there is a Game Boy Color adaptation of this. Obviously, it doesn't have the extremely nice-looking visuals of the Super Famicom one, but it gets the point across. And more importantly, it got an English language release, so you can play it that way. It's Shitto's 16th birthday. Look at these graphics. You got an amazing-looking game over there. Yeah, Alex is hitting the speed-up key so we can hopefully get to battles. The battles are what I really want to show off. 7 slimes and 1 slime showed up. Do you think Ass is going to win this one? Alex is skipping forward the best he can.
I'm doing my best.
Yeah, nice work. Alright, get outside. Get into a battle for me if you could. Because that's the main difference between these two games, in my opinion. NES one is in line with the Dragon Quest sequels, where it gives you a black background and allows you to just see the enemies. Whereas here on Super Famicom, look at this shit. Get into a fight. They have full animations. Every single enemy and character in the game. The slimes wobble at you. The ravens fly. Now, ideally, you'd have a full recruited party of characters here. We're just kind of skipping forward to show you off the graphical differences. But my god, Super Famicom Dragon Quest III really is a sight to behold. And I wanted to make sure to show that off, and not just the Dragon Quest 1 and 2 remake. Alright. Good job, Alex. And good job, Glup Shido, for being
Glup
killed.
Shido. Oh, no, I'm alive. No, I'm dead. I
Shido.
died by a slime.
Shido dies, killed by slime. Let's see if I can win my fight here. I don't think I can. Oh? Maybe? Oh my god.
All right,
Ass
you
beats
win.
the odds. And I win. A big 43 experience points. Oh my god. Well, we gotta move on, but big fan of Dragon Quest III in specific, and you gotta play that Super Famicom one if you haven't. Big recommend there. Alright, back to our story. We gotta finish things up with a couple of Y games. Why? I don't know. Let's play Yoshi's Cookie.
God, I wish I was playing this against you.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to show off the versus mode because we're playing two different games here, but Alex and I are big Yoko fans. We're big Yoko heads. You got to play this game competitive sometime. It's the real shit. I think on NES, you don't even have a computer versus mode. You just have a one-player puzzle mode, unfortunately. Maybe you have a versus mode on Super Nintendo. I don't know.
I do have a versus mode on Super Nintendo, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, well, show it off.
Oh,
I'm going to show off the stupid one-player mode that sucks.
hold on, it's not.
Oh, and Alex is too.
I didn't mean to.
It's okay. It's the same core gameplay. Not much to talk about or see here. The real star of the show is the versus mode, which you really want to play with a second player. But this is a game where you just line up the cookies. You make a full line and they disappear. And Yoshi's here somewhere. Not a great one-player game, to put it mildly. But if you ever get a chance to play it competitively, I do recommend that. There's also a GameCube compilation release that includes Dr. Mario, Tetris, Attack, and Yoshi's Cookie. That's a really good compilation. It's called Nintendo Puzzle Collection. Yoshi's freaking Cookie.
Yoshi's fucking Cookie.
Not much else to say. Let's move on to our second to last game. Did you know Ys 3 came out on the Famicom? Obviously, it came out on PC 98 and PC 88 and Super Nintendo and Genesis. But Ys 3 actually got a Famicom release. And I think this has even been translated. Yeah, Ys 3 got ported everywhere. It was on PC Engine, CD-ROM. Ys 1 and 2 were in everywhere too, but damn, Ys 3, they really exploded the ports. Love to explode a port. Whoa, Mode 7! Mode 7! Adol and Dogi! Look at that fully rendered Adol. Incredible. Yeah, you can see the boat sink into the water with Mode 7 when Adol rides on it, yeah. Now, we're not going to get very far in this game, but this does differ from the first two Ys games in the fact that it's a side-scrolling action RPG. It doesn't have bump combat, you gotta swing your sword, and it's all from a side-view perspective. I think if you want to play an English version of this, you do want to play either the Super Nintendo or Genesis one. The PC Engine one's good too, but it's got some choppy scrolling that may take some getting used to. And this Famicom one, I guess it's kind of impressive that it exists at all, but it's also definitely the lesser way to play the game, unfortunately. Also, I think there's a lot of build-up before you even get to a damn fighting sequence, so we're probably not going to see that. But mainly I wanted to draw attention to the fact that Ys 3 is on Famicom and Super Famicom, and somehow they're both the same game, with very little in the way of compromise. Beautiful graphics over there on your side, though.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Famicom gets a game developed by Advanced Communication. So if you wanted an Ys game for the people who brought you Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, here you go. Enjoy. Oh wait, I think I'm heading into an action sequence with no sword, so that's cool. Watch me die. Alex, you played a lot of Ys 3, right?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I like it.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's enjoyable. It's different. Supposedly the development was hella rushed and had a lot of problems with it, but the end result, I think, is a pretty fun game. Damn, you got graphics.
I chopped a dog in half. Oh, wildcat, sorry.
They hardly ever attack humans. Yeah, I'm doing a pacifist run. There's a no sword run of East 3. Wow, it's actually going pretty well.
I'm still in the intro.
I don't think you can actually beat this game without a sword. It's not Zelda. You can't beat Zelda without a sword either. Whoa. Oh god, I'm not gonna survive another attack. Why am I doing this? Dogi! You were just a child!
You've become a
Oh,
fine
damn
young
it!
man.
I was distracted looking at your beautiful graphics. Game over. And there you go, there's our complete A to Z look at pretty much every single game available on Nintendo and Super Nintendo, except for one final game. I got one last game to show off here. You ready for this?
Okay.
Alex, why don't you load up a game called Super Mario World?
Danny.
You know I had to do it to him. We showed off the pirate versions of Lion King and Aladdin, but did you know that there was a pirate-adapted version of Super Mario World for the Famicom? And doesn't it look beautiful? I mentioned before how surreal it was to see the Super Mario World graphics and like Mario is missing, but this is even more surreal because it tries to adapt the actual Super Mario World game. And they kind of succeed. Let's both go to the Yoshi house.
Okay.
Here we are at the Yoshi house. You can see here in the bootleg version, it's got the party from the end of the game, and no message from Yoshi. You didn't even know this is a house at all. Let's go to level 1. Bah! Isn't this weird? they actually do try to adapt the different level layouts and enemy layouts of the original game. They replaced the huge bullet bills with just a few fireballs, which is kind of strange, but there's things like that throughout this game where they just had to make various compromises instead of being able to present the original game as it was. And it's got the super blompy soundtrack that you can only get from... is this Hummer Team?
I think so.
I want to say this is Hummer Team. Creators of the Z-Dog. It's like Mario World is sick. Yeah. The game is suffering badly from being on the NES. You even got the spin jump in this one, but you can't use it to break blocks? What? Hummer Team? You guys messed up. I just love the fact that this game exists. If you're gonna play through this, there are 2 versions of this, one of which is incomplete. You want to get the more completed version, which actually does have all 8 worlds and is in a completable state. There's like a beta version that got more distribution back in the day. Mario Worlds only do this when they're stressed. I'm torturing this poor Mario for everyone's entertainment. God, this plays weirdly. If you're used to Mario physics, this is a real trip. Here's a question. Over the course of the last couple of streams, who do you think suffered more, me or Alex?
I think you've suffered.
You got some real shit-ass games. You got all the gray matter games. Most of the games that were gray matter for you were actually like Beam Software for me. Us. Yeah. The audience is the real loser in this case. There's no Yellow Switch Palace on my end. You get to enjoy that on yourself, on your own.
I was gonna say you get to see Yoshi in the next level. I want to play with Yoshi.
Yeah. Let's see Yoshi, the famous dinosaur.
How do they handle Yoshi?
Guess what? Yoshi is fully handled.
No way.
He's fully implemented. He's in here. He can eat the enemies. He can eat the berries. Actually, are there berries in this? I don't think there are. He's even got the fire breath when he eats a red Koopa. That's some attention to detail. Yeah, take that, Miyamoto. Miyamoto famously said that he wanted to do Yoshi in the NES days, but couldn't because of technical limitations. And here this port tells Miyamoto to stuff it, because he was wrong. This is Miyamoto. I officially apologize for what I said about Super Mario World not being possible on NES. I'm going to quit my job in shame. Sincerely, Miyamoto.
That's exactly what happened, too. It was really messed up.
I'm trying to think about it. I think we both suffered about equally. There was some real shit-ass NES games and some real awful Super Nintendo games. There's also some really good stuff on one platform. A lot of the games that tried to do an accurate port to NES actually succeeded. Some of them are pretty much one-to-one, and others were very different. In conclusion, NES and Super Nintendo are lands of contrast. The end. That's it. I'm done streaming.
You done?
Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay, I'm done here. Thank you all for watching.
Thank you.
This extremely, unexpectedly long journey into so many of these video games. I think we're getting double audio here. Let me quit out of the mister. All right, there we go.
Oh, they should be okay.
Thank you for watching this
Thank you.
90-odd game journey into NES to Super Nintendo conversions, adaptations, ports, remakes, and reimaginings.
Yeah.
A lot of good stuff here. A lot of very interesting insight into the world of game development back then. You would have expected them to try to conserve resources and just make the same game whenever possible, but I think in most cases we got completely different games, or at least games that were significantly different between both platforms. I would say if you're interested in any of these games, give both ports a shot, if there's NES or Super Nintendo versions of both, and see what you think. It's nice. It's interesting. It's cool.
It's intriguing.
I'm intrigued.
I'm very intrigued.
And hopefully you were too.
Yeah.
For our intrigued patrons, and those who are intrigued about the Patreon, head to patreon.com/retropals, because now it's the time to vote, or rather to submit a game for Patron Request Gauntlet 14. It's coming up. Starting next Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central, we are going to play all the games suggested by our patrons. Everyone who's in at the $5 tier, you get a free game to pick for the Patron Request Gauntlet. So get that in. Looking forward to seeing what you pick. And God help us all. That's what I got to say about that. I will look for a raid target. Alex, why don't you wrap us up?
We are also on YouTube, youtube.com/retropals. We post full-length highlights of our streams there. Latest one is part 2 of the Patron Request Gauntlet 13. So if you've never seen a Request Gauntlet and you want to know what it's like, check out our channel before you submit a game. Yeah. We are also on Discord. You can join our Discord to chat about games. Chat with us, chat about pets. I need to post more pet pics. I've been slacking on that. But yeah, definitely check that out. Last but not least, we are on Blue Sky. Let me just drop that link in the chat. Oh man, and welcome to the show, Rec. Glad to see you.
Glad you could catch us.
Yeah. And we're on Blue Sky. There's our Blue Sky, retropals.busky.social. Follow us there to find out when we go live, when we got new videos up on YouTube, and all the Retropals news you can use.
Kept us in suspense that time.
Yeah.
Folks, fans of suffering, if you haven't suffered enough from tonight's games, we have the ultimate suffering game from the ultimate sufferer. Professor Bloom is playing through Hoshio Miruhito for the Famicom, the infamous worst RPG ever, a game that's barely held together, a game with tons of glitches and things that make it unplayable. Professor Bloom is going to play through the whole damn thing, so let's go cheer him on. Have a good rest of your weekend, and we'll see you later. Thanks for watching.
See ya, folks.